Hello, everybody, and welcome to this post-stream alert of the Return of Bosher. I'm your host, Van701, and apologizing for my yawn. I kind of was comatose last night. I was absolutely drenched with tiredness after working hard for 5 hours straight. As you can tell now, my bedroom has been revitalized almost completely, and of course, the green walls that you see that were once there behind me now have all been but disintegrated, except there's a bit back there behind there that has to be removed outwards eventually because it's going to be plastered up. It's going to be like have new decorations on it though, except for the ceiling above me is going to stay in its actual form. But all of this around behind me is going to be completely gone, like revandalized, you could say. Now, as for last night, with the amazing reactions I was going to get, especially with the comments, which I need to let you guys know about the return of Bosher, who made the returning of Alfred, the lone B12 from episodes 1, 2, 3, and the introduction of Hazel and all that kind of stuff, especially with the rip-offs that he was doing, in terms of previous films and everything. The reactioning and, of course, reception I got was quite unique. It was kind of what I was expecting, but I gotta lay it down to you guys. It was just, a warning for a lot of us in the fandom. It's been like 2 years or close to 3.5 for me now, actually. But it was just something that had to be addressed and to be informed for you guys, because I know that there's a lot of you guys on the internet, especially in the Tom's community, who kind of don't like the guy. And as you know, I was good friends with Bosher, but I have to say it's one I kind of possibly will regret a lot. But I had to do what I had to do in order to move away from him and move on and kind of like pretend I never even knew him. Now I have to let you know is that despite what he might think if he ever saw this, problem is though it's a bit too late for him to re-accept me back because I have no intentions of ever going back to him. Even though if he has changed his ways, he may have corrected what he'd wronged, but to a certain degree, everything that he's done, everything that I had looked upon about him, which I can recall, was that bad. Like, he may have changed his ways, and if anybody's going to be religious, that he can change his ways that way. That's just not going to happen. Not in my case, at least. Hey, Christopher Slight. If anybody wants to join in, I can put you guys in. It's just I need to address, what had gone down. It's just the fact is that a lot of you guys were very, very shocked about what I was talking about. And the fact of the matter is that, it had to be addressed. A lot of you guys didn't know he was coming back. I, for one, had a funny hunch he would. Problem is, though, the thing is, I wasn't sure if he was actually going to pull it off, because he had the guts to come back. But the thing is, though, if he has changed his ways or whatever, I mean, even if he's going to do like a new variation of his, of his 3 movies that of what made him best known for, or whatever he did back then. But the fact is, though, if he was to make him better, if there's any way that he could improve those 3 films that he did with Alfred 1 and 2 and 3 and all that kind of stuff, maybe he could try a better creativity and just make it different instead of making him like an absolute spin-off / rip-off of all the films that we know of, and make it completely 100% original. Now, if he could do that, maybe there's a chance he could win some of us back. Problem is, though, how can he be forgiven after everything that he did, especially with all those raging videos? I mean, even though he was being picked and bullied on, which is understandable, but that's no excuse for what he did of lashing back, especially with all the stuff that he was saying, regardless, to his own family, because he had his own problems with autism and how he would make himself cry and how he'd be angry. He would, knock his chair back and how he would just shout around and like he was some deranged lunatic. Like he was basically the UK variation of Adolf Hitler. Yes, I'm throwing that one out there, I'm just being straight up honest here with what I actually thought about it. Problem is, though, there's no way in hell he's ever going to get me back. Even if he tries to, he ain't going to get it. Okay? Look, I'm not saying I don't hate the guy. It's just that it's too risky to get back with him. And of course, I made my decision long before I knew about how bad he was. So just respect my decision, okay? Because I know some of my friends who were involved in the Alpha 3 film deeply, deeply regretted ever voicing for him. Because I was going to be the original bad guy, the guy who Mr. Man or whatever his name was. And the thing was, when I was kind of like, doing the voice role, at first it was enjoyable. Because on paper, this whole project was pretty cool. But seeing it there now, it was kind of, yeah, like a hit and miss type. But the thing was, afterwards, I kind of lost touch and didn't have the passion to voice dub for this project that he was doing. And I kind of had to pass on to somebody else because, quite frankly, and I'm being honest, it just didn't seem to fit me. Like, my voicing didn't come as well. I just didn't think it was going to work out. That's why I dropped the role and gave it to somebody else whose name I'm not going to mention, did it instead. It's just how I felt, okay? That's just me. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put the link in. If anybody wants to pop in, you're more than welcome to. I'm just saying at the moment, this is just a post-return alert, so it's time for everything to just cool down, like get a drink, just relax off, and enjoy the last days of summer before September rolls around. It's just that, this is the aftermath. It was a shocking finding because, my mates told me about this. And it just makes me wonder, because a lot of my friends are concerned. It's not like I don't want to raise any drama. I don't want to raise tensions between me and him. It's just the fact that it had to be addressed in case anybody else who may have been physically scarred by what he did. And of course, a lot of people kept on, cruelly comparing me and Bosher together as if we were bad enough. Problem is, though, unlike him, I was able to do a 180 degrees and learn from my mishaps, whereas I don't know, mate. I just don't know. I mean, you can tell by my expression and my tone of voice. I'm not so sure. Look, RJ Drain 2795. I can understand. It's just the fact is that, look, yeah, I mean, Sonic May's around it. I mean, you may have been friends with him. Yeah, I mean, you had a lot of problems too. I can get that. But the fact of the matter is, I wasn't good friends with him. It's just the fact that I felt there was somebody who I thought could be admired and respected and, of course, be good friends with. It's just that, ever since he did Thomas's early years, which had Timothy involved, which, of course, is how I got to know him, that's how we came to know Bing. And if he ever did a remake of it, say if he did, I would have had no problem voicing it. Because, quite frankly, I'm going to be extremely honest, his voice dubbing as Timothy kind of did not fit the bill. So I felt like, if he ever did, I would have done that with him back in the day. But looking back now, it's a good job I didn't. Because he's got great editing. Don't get me wrong. Fantastic editing. He has potential to be a good video editor. Don't get me wrong. It's just that he's not very good with writing or storytelling, but he has a very good talent of being a good editor. Pretty much like I did, except I don't think he would take his time. He wouldn't, put his heart and soul into what he could do. All right? Now, don't get me wrong. I do respect what he was trying to pull off, but his voice acting, but it's just, I mean, he was good as a narrator, perhaps, maybe good as Thomas as well, but I think the best thing that he could ever do was hire different voice actors, and that's what kind of made his videos just bearable to watch. And that's kind of the thing I liked. But still, the writing and the plot and pacing, yeah, it dabbles a little bit. You can tell by my expression there, it dabbles just a little bit. But still, though, it's just a strange case of a hit and miss. It's not that I don't like or hate or despise. It's just very hard to kind of grip what good we can say. But I will agree, Train's Alex Carr of Studio 2003, his voice as Lady, oh, yeah, that was a little bit, yeah, I might want to balk on that one. It's just that, I mean, I think the best thing about it though is that he introduced a brilliant OC, which was Hazel, who basically a lot of us have fallen in love with. You know, I mean, even I've taken a liking towards Hazel because she's everything compared to what Alfred was supposed to be, and that's kind of the only good thing about him. You know, but as we all know, he screwed that up badly after what he did with Hazel's OC afterwards, which we all know, which I do remember seeing, and I'm not going to tell you where, but I remember seeing it, and I absolutely vomited to high hell. No joke. Now listen, Bosher, if you're seeing this live, don't take this any personal or whatever. It's just me being very, very honest, okay? No hatred, no disliking or whatever. I'm just talking straight up. But if you can rebound, if you can make these better films better than you did in the last time, you might get a slight hint of respect back. And that's all I'll say. Not as a friend, not as a straight up fan, just an ordinary bypasser bloke, okay? That's the only advice I'll only give, if he takes it. That's if he does take it, okay? Don't get me wrong, I kind of liked what they were trying to do, but it's just the fact is that, you know, looking back on it overall, like from an overhaul perspective, that's very different, okay? I could have done a reaction video to this, you know, because a lot of guys have got them links back or whatever it was, but you know, it's funny because I do tend to watch them back just to pass the time if I was bored. But it's just the fact is that it was kind of a bit uneasy to always keep an eye on the screen when you're trying to watch because of the creator's name. That's the kind of thing that really irritated me. Okay. Now I can tell you, Sonic Man, I know you had a lot of, I could tell you and your friendship with him were a lot of problems. I won't say how, but I know for a fact you were going through a lot of issues, and I do feel sorry for you, pal. It's just me and him never had any issues. It's quite funny. Now that I look back at it, he never once had an issue with me. He never lashed out, never caused me any issues or whatever. But yet everybody else around him, he did. Now that I think about it, is that because he respected my content of who I was, maybe? Maybe because he knew I was someone who I never wanted to screw around with? Who knows? It's kind of strange. Hmm. Hey RJ, RJ Doran 2795. I've got one N in my name, not two. Just point that out, okay? Everybody keeps spelling my first name wrong. I wouldn't say I'm associated. It's just the fact is that getting to know him was okay, but I wouldn't say I didn't befriend him 100%. I was kind of unsure about him, but I did have some faith that he could perhaps make a pretty good Thomas fandom film creator, and he did have that potential. It's just that everything about him behind the curtain, behind the screen, we could say, is what led to the downward spiral. You know, don't get me wrong, and that's a thing in the fandom nowadays we're all facing with. We have guys who make great content, fantastic stories, and then there's those from behind who reveal their true identity of being the complete opposite. And that's what's been damaging the Thomas community for the last couple of years. You don't have to apologize, RJ. It's okay. It's just a common thing that happens with people who have that sort of thing. It's okay. I mean, I get that wrong with people's names too. Sometimes it comes off as a funny gag. When I got to know, actually, when I knew Bosher, I think it was during the peak time of when I was doing, I don't know if it was after the Ghost Train 1 or Kirk Roman film. It may have been sometime in that time period, I think it was around during that time when the entire Thomas fandom kind of began its downward spiral in 2017, I think. I could be wrong. Or was it 2018? I can't remember. But it was way before 2020 arrived. I can guarantee you that. Okay? I can guarantee you that. I just can't remember exactly when and where. If anybody else wants to join in, the link's here for you guys. You can pop in if you'd want to. Hey, Tommy Trains, nice to see you.
Hey, Kane.
Don't get me wrong.
Pardon.
I'm not. I wasn't. I'm not venting or ranting. It's just. I'm just in the post stages of doing this and letting everybody know about because it was a crazy, crazy thing to reveal. And if anybody was not aware in the last 4 months, because that's how long he's been back for, I had to kind of address it because if anybody was going to, I felt like I needed to. It's just something that just on the safe side, even if it's people I don't like or don't want to be associated with who may have known who Bosher was, they just need to have that just a little bit of assurance to know, okay? And I don't think, just to make it serious.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this again over and over again. I did not know this drama did actually happen,
It
but
did. It did. I don't think I recalled you telling you this a few times. You just may have forgotten about it. But
no, I keep on saying this again because I want to say that I did not know this drama would happen between the Toxic Thomas fandom, which really shocked me, and I'm also
oh, if you thought
yeah
the toxicity around me was bad enough, Bosher was really giving
I
it
didn't know
24/7.
I did not know because I didn't subscribe to your channel, but I did saw some YouTube videos of screenshots of you saying suicide to someone like that. I
Oh,
was like,
back in the
what
day.
the
Oh,
frick?
yeah, back in that was me when look, I was not in my right state of mind either, but I'm not that type of a person anymore, okay? You know, I've got that that was kind of when I was at my own lowest, but I didn't give up. I survived and continued on holding on to hope. But don't worry, Tommy Trains, it's fine. But that was then. I'm not that
About
type of, my
other
mindset.
members in the since you just said about the fandoms patching up, I don't know because whenever I see uploads of YouTubers, I don't know if anyone who actually seen like Mr. Ryan's 12 Thomas memes. There was this one meme apparently saying, hey, us Thomas trains. This is Thomas the Tank Engine, not Thomas the Train. And then another shot was like, oh, we don't give a fuck. I was like, oh boy, here we go. I bet people are
Basically,
just ending exposing us.
there are some Thomas memes out there that can be done for fun. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I was
And
kind of offended and pretty
I
much
was kind of
feeling ashamed of
at first
myself like that.
At first, it was kind of offensive, but when I heard it back now, when you just said it, it kind of felt like it was funny because I know there are some people who want to poke fun or try and get a laugh, but there are some people out there in the fandom who just don't understand sense of humor like we do.
Yeah,
So
I
I'm
kind of get the
50-50
joke,
with
but
that.
I was pretty much like, oh boy, I bet some of this fandom is just exposing of what we've been going wrong.
Everything that, personal life and being exposed for that is wrong. I mean, it can do harmful things. I know.
Hmm.
I mean, I know, look, everybody was like really pissing on Bodger for what he was doing, you know, and of course, a lot of them kind of compared me to him.
Hmm.
Gonna get this plain out straight and simple. Me and Bosher are nowhere alike. I mean, you may have
Yeah,
seen.
you were calm while pretty much, but
Oh,
then he was pretty much like a people call him a man child like that.
oh, he is, and I think he's still. I don't want to say it, but I'll say it anyway, just to get out of my system. I think a part of him is still there. But the thing is, though, when you see my reactions, you see me really letting it out, like real emotion. Stay calm and cool because getting angry doesn't solve anything. And even if I may have said things like compared to what he did was very bad, I say it with regret and remorse. And you've seen me a few times on camera actually cry real tears out. That means I'm serious. And you don't see
Yeah.
me like slamming walls and punching through things or throwing my desktop around or whatever the case may be. That's
It's really
something.
shocking, like like one of those gamers rage like that.
You mean like angry? Like you mean like angry video game nerd?
Yeah, yeah, those ones.
Those ones which are now hilarious memes nowadays. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
but people going through a mental breakdown. Damn,
Yeah,
that is really shocking.
that's pretty bad. Look, mental breakdowns are bad enough, but to me, I say this, I'm the alternative version. I say physical breakdowns are just as bad because I think physical, instead of mental illness, I feel that physical illness when you see with things are happening physically around you is just as bad. That's just me, okay? Because I've
Uh,
had my fair shares of it. And like during 2020, and I've said this before, I was going through a physical breakdown. after everything that had inspired. And of course, with Bosher's problems was slapping up every time, that was causing a drain on me physically. But on the inside, mentally, I was unaffected. Like I've said this
Oh,
before, my mental health, for everything that I've endured, was kind of was unfazed. So I had a very strong resistance to that. But I know for a fact I may have said some bits and bobs, but just that was me saying words without thinking. And I do feel, and I do apologize for anybody out there who may have wronged me that time. But look, that was what I was going through 2 years ago. Bosher was going through a hell of a tumble of his own, both towards the fandom and on himself. You can actually
damn.
hear, you can actually hear in some of his videos that I had seen being re-uploaded because other users managed to get it before his old channel got destroyed off. Let's just say, in a way, most of them look back just laughing their heads off. But to me, I was scared to death. I'm going to be extremely honest
Like they're
because
laughing at him from his past, or pretty much like laughing at his videos being cringy.
it can be cringy for other people, and some find it hilarious. Then when they look back on it, it's like, what's all this all about? Whereas me, I was like, oh, damn. It's like, and I'm like, no wonder I made the right decision because I think he was a ticking time bomb ready to explode when I left because
Damn.
I kind of left at the right
I actually
time.
just
But
read a doc. I actually read a document where apparently some people, and especially with Sonic the Movie and Saiyan, apparently by then there was a document about the horrible things Bosher did between 2014 up to 2020, like that.
while I wasn't
Like,
there, I didn't see him in 2014. I didn't even know him.
yeah, I
I
did not
never
actually
even
know,
knew
but
him.
I just actually read the document about him.
Yeah, but yeah, that's how I found out eventually. And I was like, holy, yeah, that kind of like literally, I again, and I don't want to go over dramatic, but I went to the bathroom and I threw up a lot of acid,
Oh
very
my
heavy.
goodness.
Because the thing is with me, when I read any information or have to listen to people or, so I can understand what they're saying or what's coming in my head. I picture it in my head to try and get a better vision of to further understand. And when I was reading about what, like you said, about all the things that Bosher did from then and now, I still remember it. I literally just threw up,
Yeah, I didn't actually
like
just throw up.
legitimately threw up, and I nearly passed out at one point from a collapse. That's how bad
Oh
it
my god.
affected me.
I didn't actually throw up. I was like reading it like some sort of like drama story. Yeah,
It
that sounds
felt
messed
it,
up from me.
And that's the
But
funny thing about it. It was like we were reading It was like reading a drama storyline, but at the
yeah.
same time, it was real. That's the funny thing about the whole thing. Like when you read in such depth of detail, it's like reading a drama story, and then all of a sudden, no, when you think it's real, when you go back and read it a second time over, you know it's real.
I just
But
heard
that
it
first
like
time
over
around,
and over and over again.
yeah, first time around, it was like reading a drama story, and then, as you said, then going back a second time, bang, then the facts really hit you. I know. It's good if I wasn't drinking me Coca Cola at the time when I did it because otherwise I probably would have caught ammonia back then. Because, yeah,
Yeah, me
trust
too.
me.
RJ Duran 2795. I've never actually met him.
Be thankful you didn't. Hey, RJ, if you want to pop in, you can join the party if you want to, mate. There's a little
Speaking
invitation
of
there for
which,
you.
though, about Bosher, I think during the time when he was talking about the Thomas fandom, I was like, really? What the fuck, bro? Where he made 3 videos about that, and apparently, you know what? I'm unsubbing you, bro. If you're gonna say it like that, but like I said, around 2021, I see the dark truth behind it. I
Hmm.
kind of see what he's talking about.
That's how I knew back last year when everything about. I didn't know about Bosch's passing until last year, but I do know for a fact he was on a. I know he was on a
I think one of his videos,
collision course.
one of his older videos I remember was the Shed 17 ripoff, like the RK Studios, the Dark Times, like that.
I think in that one I remember watching, but I don't think it was kind of much of a rip-off. I think I looked at that at the time as more than many remakes, like because a lot of guys in the fandom were remaking, and I think Bosher kind of was okay with that. I can't let that one go,
Yeah,
but I
people just
didn't.
accuse him for plagiarism, like that.
Yeah, that's something I do not tolerate in the fandom. I mean, plagiarism is something I do not accept, and if anybody
Hmm.
says that or accuses anybody, like look, I'll just say some of my mates' names just for the hell of it. If people say that about Brandon doing that, and if anybody said that about you doing that, or if Robert Jason, or if Tidius19, or even Terrier Stepney 55, who does his claim. If anybody accused him of doing that, that would be a big no-no. You shouldn't do that until you have the evidence backed up. But that is something completely ridiculous. Even Nick Thomas 10223, I think at one time, I think he was accused at one time, a long time ago. And
Wait, really? I
I
thought this
don't
dude had
know.
no drama.
No, but I mean, I think there was at one time it was not a big deal. That was a long time ago, but he stood up pretty well. That was back then, way during the time when the fandom handled it pretty well, before the whole collapse structure.
Yeah.
Okay, RJ saying, look, yeah, he may have been autistic as well, and I kind of knew he was because I was watching his behavior, so I could tell I can relate to people with that. But I think he had a much more severe case, a severe version of it, whereas I was born severe with it. But as I've gotten older, I've gotten more milder, much more awareness and more controlled because I was brought up a lot more better. Problem is, though, a lot of guys in the comment boxes down below, whenever there was a ranting going on, or whenever the whole, when you could hear in the background, you could hear Bosher's mom yelling and screaming, or out of concern or fear, or whatever. That was
Yeah,
where it was.
yeah.
That's where it was.
I
That's
was
where it was really.
shocked. I was pretty
That's
much shocked
where
how
I
he
got
could say
really
like that to
offended and
his family.
upset because it reminded me
Only
of so
Thomas
much
ever
of
had
my
autism.
own when I was thinking to
Yeah,
myself,
that's actually yeah.
Jesus.
I have to say this with the Island of Sodor film studios.
I,
Yeah, I did
I
not know that.
Yeah,
Like
that's
pointing
what everyone's been
fingers.
doing. They've been self pointing fingers, but there are times where some people need to take blame and responsibility where others just don't want to. I've had
Is
to
it
put up
just the
with that.
kids or everyone?
I think it's the modern generation who don't understand it like we did, like how we've grown over time over the last couple of years. Yes, we have fallouts with our creativity friends and we lose everything.
I
I've
just
had to deal with that the hard way, where
yeah.
I'm always the one
Again,
who got the most worst out of it, where there are others that I know, who I'm not going to say, should bear some responsibility and did that. And, but like I said, I've harbored no more grudges for anybody else. It's just the fact is that, we're getting older now. I'm already going
hmm
grey in the head. I'm struggling to get a job
I'm pretty much
still.
exposing myself, but I'm 18.
It doesn't really matter, Tommy. It doesn't really matter, Tommy Trains. It's okay. It doesn't really matter. We're standing on our own 2 feet now. We're
I'm
neutral in
still a
this
man
fandom.
child.
We're in like a neutral zone, but the fact is now the fandom is still, like I said before yesterday, it's like a smashed up jigsaw puzzle, but we've got the 4 corners all sorted out. It's just getting our way back in to put it all back together slowly in is the thing that we're still struggling with. And that's kind of what's holding a lot of things up. Where there's some great guys out there who are still making tremendous content, tremendous storytelling, which is
Uh huh.
helping it. That's maintaining the peace and
Yeah, that's what
endurance.
I want to say this like that's why I like all of you in the Thomas fandom. I really love the creativity of the storytellings and the creativities and especially custom makings. That's what I really want to be in this Thomas fandom. But apparently seeing how things have really gone down, I've been thinking to myself, what would happen if I never had a YouTube channel? Would I never interact with you guys? Or
Hmm. Well, it
and
depends, really. There's a lot of good stuff that can happen. But like I said, that oh wow, Christopher Slight's still there. You can join if you want to too, Christopher. If you want to, there's plenty of space. It's funny because RJ, what you had there was something I once had. I had a
You mean
girlfriend.
Hayden the Red Engine? I actually seen a documentary, and speaking of which of
I
Hayden,
did.
I pretty much did actually was going to his community post. I did remember one time in his YouTube community post, he actually stated like his mom shouting at him, and because he's breakouts or something like that. I was like, whoa, bro, and
I don't.
especially
I don't remember that at all. I don't even remember
I
watching
actually
any of
remember
that.
I remember reading it on his community posts, and I did actually comment on his like post about the season 25 map. I was like, "Is that the CGI?" And then he replied saying, no." I thought he was not that bad, but seeing how people are bringing up points like he's a bad one, a bad Tom's YouTuber. Well, not really.
Well, that bit, if he's a bad Thomas YouTuber, that just goes to show and point that
That's
he's
not what
not really
that's
a
not what I'm
fan.
saying. I'm just saying like, oh, I didn't know this is like he's a
Yeah.
very well. You could say that. Never mind.
That's what I mean. If he's a very bad bloke, that means, he's not actually a fan of Thomas whatsoever. He's just disrespecting the fandom and just, you know, verbally, or we could say in train wise, he's
I
basically
mean,
offer
most likely
slapping it in
people.
the face. That's
I
what he's
mean,
kind of doing.
Yeah, I mean, like people pretty much noticing he seems to like season 25 more than the classic
That
series.
that goes to show if he's following the modern version, that means he's not a Thomas fan. He's been absolutely intoxicated by the modern day CGI, which is not Thomas Wade, which none of us don't want to like. Except I
Hmm.
can see, I've look. The less we talk about season 25 and onwards, the better. Okay, it's one of those things.
Speaking of Leokin video, I pretty much was very disturbed how his outburst because of YouTube, and I did remember
Wow.
one of his comments like that.
Oh God, Train Boy 54. Jesus Christ,
Listen, about
I
Train Boy
remember.
54, I did used to watch his videos. Why do you guys have to keep calling him cringe? He's not like fucking Jelly Bean. Sorry for mentioning that name, but this dude's like doing whatever he wants, but apparently harassing this guy? What the fuck, bro?
Yeah, I think there are those who just don't like the. But I mean, there's a time where everybody gets angry and hated, and yes, they get it coming. If they don't change their ways or just go it, they're just gonna suffer it.
Just
Like
leave him alone.
I know it's
Just
like
let him
that
be
case,
who he
but I know
wants.
the train. I know what Train by 54 did was bad enough.
I
It was
mean, I was okay
disturbing
with
as
his
hell.
content. I used to enjoy it back in the early days.
Yeah, that was good. Back in the day when he had potential. I don't know what happened to him. To be like quite honest, I don't even want to know what's happened to him now. But yeah,
I don't know if his videos are like re-upload or there's new videos with the same shitty
and it's
quality.
bad enough with other actors who make great Thomas Trains models like yes indeed, that is true. I mean there are others like I said who I've known, like I'll just say the lad's name. I mean like it's
Like
hard for
who?
me to say it because it makes me want to regurgitate. And I'll try not to if I can help it.
Is it? Wait, I'm sorry, gonna say his name. Is it like Mason
Hey
Hagen?
Chris. As you can see in the background, Christopher, my whole room's been completely reventilated.
Aye.
Cut the wall pads off down. The lights are all still there. The curtains are all gone. I've only got my blind up and everything else. And the carpet will be the next to go eventually. It's going to be completely
Ooh.
woodenized.
I can agree. Island of Sodor films. Just please, just let him be who he wants.
Yeah, but the Train by 54 did do a lot of things, and of course, I think the reason why there are some people who don't want to leave him alone is because they're still hurting and they won't forgive him ever. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Maybe if the guy, the only best way that can end is if he just goes off for a while, and then come back an entirely fresh man with a new name, and just do something better, and that will just shut them up. Because
Yeah.
some guys can do that.
Sean Brittain. I did remember one of his like videos with Thomas and MLP, but I didn't know he was. Wait, I did remember he was plagiarizing the Secret Island film like that.
Hmm.
God damn, people are really going downhill.
I know. I don't know. There's like a very strange toxic culture in the fandom that's really screwed everything all up.
I mean, most likely about his OCs like that.
That's another thing. We don't want to get into OC drama, mate. That was bad enough. I heard that every time in every fandom it was OC drama, this, OC that, and that was another reason why I cut away from the toxic fandom because of
I'm
that
just gonna
too.
open my camera.
It doesn't really matter because everybody knows.
Especially with the people accusing, yes, of course, the truth, like drawing melons on his OC. Sorry for bringing that up to anyone.
That's all right.
That's weird.
Yes, I can see you got your dialogues up as well, Christopher. I know.
Yeah. That's my
Oh,
custom Progenitor Guardian, who's soon to be
And
a
also,
nice.
here's my
tuned
custom.
custom.
This
Nice.
is Veronica as a A1X Terrier, most likely. I know I keep saying I wanted her to be the NERJ72, but I just use a Nakayoshi Bandai Stepney for this.
That looks pretty good. I was almost
That's
going to
good
say
stuff.
for a
And I
split
also
second,
made
I
the
almost
one of those sandboxes. Do you know what are these called?
I have no idea. There might be some. I'm not too sure, but
Um,
I will
The
say that
splashers like that.
That's
The
splasher, half
Yeah, and
splashers.
the
I
face
was
is
just going
actually
to
from the Chinese knockoff lady. Like
hang
that.
on.
that's cool.
Bosher. That's pretty cool. I will say though, the face of it there almost looked like I was going to say almost like a full healed version of the half engine almost.
Oh yeah, indeed.
And she
Like
looks
she's
like a full
shy.
face.
And
That's pretty
also, I
good.
also made a smudger using the Bandai
Hey, very
Renee.
That's good.
cool.
That.
That's pretty good. A custom
Oh,
version.
Sonic. Pretty much by then I've been keep on saying like the reason why I use Trackmaster Gina for Veronica is because Mattel messed up her wheel arrangement because they mistakenly gave the model 6 wheels instead of 4 wheels, and that's why I use Gina as uh, for Veronica. But apparently, since there were problems with the faces, uh, I this is my Mark II version. I don't know if anyone
Indeed.
who wants to make a trains version of her, but
I will admit, I'm gonna be straight up honest with you, Tommy Trains. That's probably the best one I think I've ever seen.
yeah, I ain't
Yeah,
gonna be like Bosher drawing my melons with this. I was saying.
yeah. RJ, I'm sorry if I didn't put you in, but you can come back in if you want to. I just forgot. I was just listening to what Tommy Trains was telling me.
Yeah.
So I'll
Yes.
put you back in if you want to. I'll just get you the
Speaking
link.
of E2 OCs, my original OC was going to be Percy, but I changed it to Thomas. But apparently, people accusing I'm actually more worried about my OC.
It doesn't really
And
matter
speaking of
about that. That's another
yeah,
problem some people in the fandoms have issues with. I mean, when I did
I'm just
Tornado,
getting tired with this whole accusation. Like I'm fine with Thomas as an E2 or E2 OCs, but guy, my God, this doesn't sound like opinions. That sounds like harassments.
yeah, I mean, I was at one point going to make myself as an OC once of Thomas, but I kind of thought better because I prefer bigger engines rather than smaller engines, and I felt like
Mhm.
that's just me. That's why I made myself as a combo of Henry
I
and
think
Gordon.
Sonic wants to join. Like I want to
Yeah,
hear his side of the
Sonic,
story.
I know, I can see him. I'm just wondering, I'm just
Hold on
keeping
a
my shit
second.
on. Somebody else wants to pop in.
Oh,
Okay,
speaking of which, though, here's this wooden railway Thomas I made.
not too bad. It looks pretty good and
It's
very
pretty much
accurate.
a recreation of the 1992, I guess, version.
Have you
So
still
yeah,
are you still are you still doing that still, Christopher, with your customizing modeling? Because last time we met, you showed me quite
Yeah,
a lot.
yeah.
I'm
I
pretty
had
much
to
like
repair
showing off.
this
I can't help
scientist.
myself. I
I
just
had to
can't help
repair.
myself because of other people in the fandom. That's what
It's
I
all right.
love about this fandom:
Well, we're
creativity and
doing.
making their
That's what I
OCs.
mean. That's what keeps us going. Creativity, and it all
Yeah,
depends on being with the right fans nowadays, or trying to be with the right ones. And you have to take
Who's
your time. And
Alex's?
then,
Who's Alex?
oh shit! Oh my god! I don't think that's who I think it might be. I'm not too sure. It could be another guy I don't know of, or maybe just like I don't know. But anyways, Christopher, you were saying.
I had to repair the scientist the other day because the gun decided to break. But luckily, managed to take the bit out and find a replacement. But I've got a plan for um this one. He's going to be a 2-in-1 custom. Death Squad Dalek with the claw, and a Dalek Executioner who'd have the minigun and claw.
Okay.
So it's quite cool.
It does look quite cool.
He was originally a Crucible Dalek, so he had a claw that was different from the new ones. But I put the plunger on because I didn't have Progenitor Guardian Dalek, and they are expensive to get on eBay. If you can even find them, they're that rare.
I bet. I'll bet.
Yeah. And I already had a Crucible Dalek, and I thought, I want to do something with this one.
I mean, it's bad enough after what's been going on today. I mean, I've already heard about. Look, I'm not going to go into politicians. It's something that we do not talk about. We've already got our prime minister already being accepted, and it's not what I expected. And of course, not what I expected, and I don't like the idea of what's going on because of the prices going off, the crisis we're in, and I've heard about what Scotland's trying to do. No disrespect, Christopher, but it's just,
That's
yeah,
okay. I
I
think
mean, that was a deleted scene.
the thing that really annoys me currently with the whole thing is see the bin strikes in Scotland.
yeah,
That is
strike.
really, really annoying me. I mean,
And here
last week,
too. I
yeah,
can't go into town when you need to, and I'm not risking it until the strikes are done.
yeah,
Everyone's been going. It's been getting worse on the west side of England, on the east side, in Wales, and up in Liverpool, everywhere else, in London, Birmingham, you name it. But up north, it's just as bad. No disrespect, Chris. I'm just saying.
yeah, that's all right.
I'm just saying as well, especially with all the demands that have been going on lately. I'm just thinking to myself, and I don't want to look. I'm just going to say this once, and I'm going to leave it at that. I
Yeah.
don't know why, but I'm kind of foreseeing in the darkest way as I can is that why am I getting a bad situation that Britain could eventually become? And I hate to say it, but what if they end up becoming, and I hate to say it, what if there's a rise of national socialists? You know what they're like.
Yeah.
Evil people. And I'm thinking that is that what's becoming of our country ever since Boris Johnson left? And I hate those type of people. And it makes me wonder: are we going to experience that all over again? And I'm not liking where it's going to go, but we're going to have to take each step as it comes because I'm a little bit tense. But I'm hoping some good things will happen because if the whole thing in Ukraine, Russia hadn't happened, we wouldn't be in the situation we're in now.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I know. It's bad. And of course, the last Soviet leader, Marky Goradze, he died apparently at the age of 91. Their last leader's gone. So I'm worried for what. And I hate to say that, but now that I'm thinking, what the heck is Putin going to do now with their
Yeah,
last leader? Could he
I've
actually
actually been watching some videos recently, and one video I watched, it's to do with disasters that have happened, and one of them did involve Russia. In fact, no,
mean,
two of them involve Russia. One was to do with a nuclear accident that happened, not Chernobyl or anything, but nuclear waste had been left somewhere in America. And so these poor soldiers were getting affected. And it
radiation
was
factory?
because Russia just left them. They had been doing training for nuclear attacks and that, and then they just left the nuclear waste.
Well, where are they going to leave it?
Russians
They
are still
can't. I
going
mean,
after
there's no way they
Ukraine.
could blast into space. I don't think. I'm not sure that would work, but who knows? But
Yeah.
still, that is pretty bad. I'm just worried. I'm just worried now. Now that they're the last Russian leader's gone, I'm thinking, what the hell is going to happen now? I mean, oh god. I mean, I'm already seeing a lot of Ukraine flags flying around already in my area. One down over there, one just down up the road.
Russians are still going?
They're still, yeah, but they have been having holdbacks, and of course, from what I did read, if Putin doesn't do,
Now I can understand why you Americans think Russians are pretty much.
but we were allies during World War II. Don't forget, okay, that was for a good reason.
Especially in
Without
other
them,
TV shows, I remember from regular show.
yeah, but
Like
in
comes from
anime,
Russia.
but when you look at them in other perspectives, not all of them are, like I said before, not all of them aren't bad. Okay, not everyone's evil.
Because I don't believe everyone's evil.
Not
It's just
everybody.
it's just some
It's
people just
just being
turn
selfish.
the wrong way.
Yeah, got information. Like I know, look, I know, I understood. I remember somebody went after Lizzie's OC. I remember that too. But whoever you're referring to was like, I'm afraid. What do you mean? I'm afraid it is.
I
Oh,
thought Liz was an uncontroversial person in the fandom.
well, look, I know her. I knew her very well. She was like the big sister I would love to have had, because she was
Yeah,
that.
and any
She was basically the
actors
most
on
caring.
this.
She was basically the most caring female voice actress in the fandom area. That's why she's gotten so much good recognition over time with her voicing. She has potential. That's why I had her in my Clinchfield film for obvious reasons, because she had it. And I haven't spoken to her for 2 years, and she wouldn't speak to me again because, look, I'm going to say this once and only, because of the fact I didn't support the whole thing regarding our racial cause that had happened in America, all because of what happened on May 25th. And
Damn.
all because I said I refuse, I don't want to get involved. Because I was already broke. Because keep in mind, I was physically shattered at that point. I had broken.
Yeah.
I was a physical wreck, and I did not want to get involved in anything to do with, racism and all that shit. But despite the fact I have been very misguided as a person who is that sort of a guy, I had to do what I had to do at that point, and I did lose a lot of fans and friends who I was close with, but they misunderstood my extreme neutral reasons. I don't want to get involved, that sort of thing,
Exactly.
because my upbringing, and I've said this many times, my upbringing on it was very different. It has nothing to do with this, nothing to do with the flesh coloring. It was because of my upbringing. It was to do with the music that involved in it. So I believe that's where it came from at the time. And I didn't understand the history that America had it bad, back in the day with the whole slave trade. And here in Britain, we invented it. I was never aware of that. And I was thinking, Jesus Christ. And then look, I'm going off topic here, but I'm just explaining why. And then it's just that because I'm reconnecting with people who are not like us, who understand our
Mhm.
neutral ways, that there's more to foot than just, 'cause everything does matter. And I'm still getting people around my area who are just stuck with that, and it does my head in so badly. But that's the reason why Liz left me, and she said she was taking a long break from me, and I haven't heard from her since. But everybody in the fandom has said that she's done with me. But the only way I can confirm that is if she told me herself. So
Was
that's the only
she
way I
mad at
believe it.
you?
Oh, she was pissed. She thought I
Oh
wasn't.
my god.
She told me on my old, one of my older accounts, all because she mistaken me as one. But she
Oh
was still
my.
pissed off at me. And I told her I'm not. I just don't want to get involved. I've said this to many people online. Even now, 2 years, goddamn year later, like, there's no point in standing up against. Look, and I said this in the Thomas community when they started doing it, which was one of the most gruesome things I ever saw. Don't put anything that regarding, things that kids may not want to grow up with. Otherwise, they'll get the wrong end of
Mhm.
the stick many years later on, which is what some people are doing. You know,
Yeah.
like that's in the case of what happened to Bosher and other
Yeah.
guys in the fandom. There were some fans who ended up revealing themselves to be terrible people regarding their racial problems,
Mm.
saying the N word and they get
Yeah.
harassed for it. That's something you wouldn't see me do. Although I will admit I do have a bit of prejudice towards things that are bad because I'm trying to be a good lad, but at the same time I do have that light and dark in Star Wars in me.
Mm.
Kind of, cause I can't, because if I'm all good, people exploit my kindness cruelly. But when I
Yeah.
show the dark side in me, that's the side of me you don't want to cross with. But it's like I said before, Tom, it's like I'm trying to be as calm and in control of myself. It's trying to balance who I am. Because I am mistaken as a villain. I am mistaken as a good lad. But the thing is, it's just how it was ever since I was a teenager. I know it's hard, but that's how my philosophy of life had been since. Because of
Or
I'm not like other
youngers,
people.
we
I'm
need
not.
to be happy, but now
I
turning
want to be
older.
happy. I just want people to be happy for the sake of being happy. Because the more
Yeah.
people are,
The unlocking
because
content may be coming. Really? Is it coming this year?
it could be. The fact is
I
that
don't
the
know if
more
it's
people.
worth it.
I mean, the more people that are happy, the more happier I will be. And that's why. That's all I wish. I mean, I know in the pandemic, everybody was all screwed up, and I was among many, and I did lose a lot.
I
And a lot
just
of people
cannot
said,
even stop thinking what people are saying on social media. They're like firmly planted in my mind, making me
Mm.
uh, offend, pretty much pissed like that.
it's just the thing. I mean, I know this is supposed to be about Bosher, but we're kind of in a post at this point. But all I'm just trying to get at is that there's so much good and bad that's happened, and of course there are some that deserve to never come back. I was one of the worst. I wouldn't say one of the worst, but I was one of those. Who was. I'm not always a good lad. Not always. I'm not all 100% good or 100% bad. It's just that my reputation, in a way, did get badly damaged, and I will bear some responsibility for it, but not completely. It's just the fact is that people don't understand my neutral philosophy. That just because I dislike or not going to support or don't want to get involved doesn't
Right,
mean
exactly.
and that's what people did to me for the last couple of years, even
Mm.
during the recent drama that's died out. They just, you know, all the old mistakes I did back in the past, way before then. That was all. That was the old me. Like back then, I was
Hmm.
different. It wasn't like I am now, and I
Hmm.
get emotional. Like back then, I would be easily pissed off and ranting, and would have tears down my face of anger. When nowadays, like the more happier I get, the more my depression kicks in. That's the funny thing about it. I can only
Like
be happy for
mentally
so long.
deranged.
And I do. I mean, the last couple of years have really helped me. I mean, I've beaten COVID twice. I've survived. I mean, people don't understand what it's like to be not just myself, but after everything we've gone through behind these computer screens, they don't know. People might think they know us, but they don't. In terms
You
of
don't
like,
know the real us.
Yeah, I
they don't
already
know who
know
we
that.
are physically on the
It's like
inside.
the Brony fandom documentary.
The whole thing, look, the MIP thing in Thomas and everything else, they suffered the worst. But the MLP got even bad. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a fan of it, but I do like some of the names. It's just the fact is that It's not my thing. But don't get me wrong, it's good to see people who do good voice dubbing and good fans of them, and befriend a few of them. But that doesn't really matter as long as I have similar interests.
How do you guys send your voice actors like the
Good question. I can't remember as much now, but Sonic Man, I am going to put you in. Don't you worry. I'm just getting this out of my head big time. I will put you in. Don't worry. Well, that is true, Sonic. Well, we won't because I don't make my stuff for cash or whatever. But the thing is, though, it's like with Bosher. He didn't hold back. He never was remorseful, and he would break a lot. Like you said, he was. Look, I really am sick
like
and
he's always
tired.
going back to like he's always complaining about his past like that.
Like me, I do, but I have a reason to bring it up so I can get people's opinions. I'm not the same person. Problem is,
Yeah.
though, it took me a long while to learn from my mistakes, and I'll admit. But I'm not going to people can be
I'm just only
remorseful
saying
and
I pretty
regretful.
much like say my past mistakes or pretty much my past self to just let you know to I'm just pretty much exposing myself to let you know I'm not that even a good I'm not pretty much a what did people used to say like a special human being like that.
When no one's special, no one's perfect in
Mm.
this world, and I think a lot of people
Yeah.
forget that. That's why a
Yeah.
lot of
Yeah.
people in the so-called movement regarding, us saying our darker flesh counterparts
Yeah.
went too far with it last year and the year before, all because of what? All because of one officer who did his job because he used the back of his knee on you know who. And I've seen it happen before. And I'm not lying to you. Like I'm telling you straight up, lads, I've seen one happen before a couple of weeks back in my hometown, and I wouldn't say it was scary, but it made me come to realize this is what would happen if I was in a bad scenario, if I got on the wrong side. And it was a good lesson for me. And that's why, you know, I mean, I know I've got my own problems with equality and all that stuff, which to me should not exist anymore. That's done because my upbringing on that was different. I feel that people with Asperger's and autism should have much more equality in terms of like being more recognizable because we've all been through the racial problems for over 150 plus years and people are still
Yeah.
drenched on that shit. Pardon my French. That's the reason why I don't want to get involved anymore with this. I've had it for too long. I've had the abuse with it, but it doesn't
Mm.
mean anything. It doesn't affect me. I just laugh it off because
Yeah.
this is just a color regardless. It's who we're born with. We can't control that. I even jokingly say, would it matter if we were in multi-colors of the rainbow? No. You know, look at all that stuff
Yeah.
with Tom. Look at Thomas and Friends. They've got multi-colors on them. No problem.
Yeah.
It's just their livery of the Northwestern Railway. Look at the
Yeah.
MLP fandom. They have all their colors. No problem. And
Yeah.
you look at the American trains. They all basically had just the basic black livery, which was just their style. It was just a normal thing. And some of them would have colors
Yeah.
mixed in between. Some would have different liveries resembling the railroad and their identity. And it doesn't, and that doesn't apply with it. It's just how they are. And in the human style, it's always a big difference, and it's just ridiculous.
Mm.
That's that's the reason why I always keep arguing. Screw rising up to the whole thing. Screw of fighting against something that just will not go away. There's no point because nowadays, and I've said this before. This is how I battle it now, and just kind of let time slip by nowadays to try and move on from it. You're never going to beat people who are who like to be full of supremacists. And regardless, we all have a bit of it in us. I have a bit of it for obvious reasons, not for evil, but for neutral reasons of my
Yeah.
own ways. Okay,
Like be yourself.
just yeah, and that's what people don't want us to be. We're not allowed to. And when I try and be myself, I'm like verbally slapped for it. You know, I'm just being my man, being who I am. Then you can't change that. Like I will change some of my views in some things, but for lesser, just a bit less aggressive and a less more violent. It's just the fact is with me is that, like I said before, you can't people who are going to be racial towards you and everything, or anybody who's going
Yeah.
to be for other reasons, just ignore them. Just let them deal with it, and they'll land themselves in hot shit water, and they'll just face the consequences. And all we have to do is one thing. Actually, no, more than one thing. Three things: embrace it, accept it for what it is, But number 3, most importantly, ignore it. Just take it all
That's
in.
that's that's what I was trying to do, like ignore what people say on social media. But like I said,
Yeah, I've had
when
it in
I
my
read them,
streams.
it's
People
firmly
call,
planted inside my head. Like
yeah,
I can't
people. I
remove
I
it.
see what they call me. Some people call me the a white N word, or they call me, And I hate to say this, but people have keep calling me a homophobic racial bloke, and I will admit
No,
I
you're
do
not.
have a.
Turtles and Thomases. Fuck that mask, bitch.
I know, but the thing is, I will admit I actually have admitted a few times I am slightly homo because of what happened to me when I was 14 back in the day, which was very bad. If you remember, Tom, I told you this before, and it was very personal.
Mm.
That's my reason. Not because I hate, it's because I have a reason to be. I have my certain degree level. I can only go so far with this. And, I do have slight racial problems because of, again, the music and the way how people would speak or give you attitude for it, or they abuse your own flesh coloring. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's something I will never tolerate. I mean, I have my issues, and I know Bosher, like, I'm just throwing it back on him again. He said all those things, and he was forced. And I will
He
admit,
couldn't even like control himself like
no,
that.
he forced himself, and I was there. He didn't see me, but I was there live on the stream watching when he said the N word.
Mm.
That's when I
Yeah.
cut my all my ties with him. He was forced.
Speaking
He
of
was
the N
forced
word,
to
I
say
did
it.
not know what that word even meant until I realized it was very racist. Speaking of the N
Yeah,
word, I think I have to get this out of my past, but let me tell you something. One of my classmates back, I think during my 7th or 8th grade, they did call me the N word, but I didn't take note of it because I had no idea what that word meant.
that's a good thing
Yeah,
because, well,
that's how
guess what?
dumb I was. I'm
That's what I mean.
sorry.
If you didn't take any notice of it, then that's a good thing. You had a very good, strong resistance to it, so that's
I'm
good.
just a
That's
dumbass.
how you, Tommy Trains. That's how you handle it. So bravo, mate.
Yeah, I just didn't
Easy.
know.
Sometimes you don't know your. Sometimes we don't know our own strengths and our own resilience at times. I've had it done twice this year. Didn't bother me. Although I did look at some people in
Well,
the
pretty
eyes
much I'm
like,
taking things too
they don't
literally.
want to. You know what I'm saying? So I just like kindly give them the total off wave and just walk off. It works. That's how I've coped with it, and I've actually
Like pretty much
managed to.
being dumb so that you won't be taking notice like that.
No, I know. I mean, when I have my shades on, people don't know I'm giving them that 100-yard death stare. Like
Oh,
don't. Yeah, it was like I'm always watching Kel because I don't want any innocents or any weak bystanders to get. I think Chris knows what I'm referring to because I told him once about it.
Yeah.
Because back in the day, like in 2020, and I remember seeing this on social media and in early 2021, there were a lot of people like myself in this, especially with the elderly, getting beaten up and battered when they took it too far. And I remember back in the US, look, I know this is old, but this is just a reminder, like when they take it too far, when I knew I was right. You know, like when the US flag got burnt up once during one of the movements, that's how bad they took it.
I remember that.
I saw it on Twitter and I saw it on a video once, which was gone. They burnt the US flag.
I'm
on
pretty
purpose
sure
or
I saw it on the
accidentally?
news as well. Yeah,
Pardon?
I'm
I don't
sure
On
think
I
that's.
saw
purpose
that
or
on the news.
on
Yeah.
purpose
It's
or
just,
accidentally?
No, it was deliberately done to show how much their own kind mattered when they were literally giving the police an absolute battering.
Yeah,
Protesting went
yeah, yeah.
too far. That's the reason why I stood against them to this day. Anybody who does that, that's why I'm against. That's why I'm an anti-protester. I mean, I'm not protesting, but I stand against that because, in my belief, it doesn't work. I mean, back in the Steam era, maybe when Steam and Diesel was coming around, I probably would have done that because that's something completely different. But
Yeah.
nowadays, there's nothing for me to protest with. That's why I don't do that anymore. I stand against that. I don't do it here in the fandoms. I don't do it out in public. I don't go anywhere. I avoid that shit and everything. When I look at that
Most
stuff, I look at
important honorable
I look
members
at
of the Senate. I can't
protesting as
imagine
more
it.
of a modern crime thing that people
Yeah,
do because it only lands them in hot water and they become bad guys.
a burden.
Yes, he is Robert. That is true. He was a Burton on
I'm
Wrongdoer.
actually trying to search for his channel. I did copy paste his name, but I couldn't actually find it on YouTube.
You have to look for the icon.
What was his icon?
It's easy. I can help you find it.
Can you send me the link? I
Yeah, I can
I
actually.
just
I did leave in the chat last
Mr.
time.
Little girl and message
yeah,
got called up. Flute girl. I for,
There
I
it
forgot
is.
about her.
Sonic Mine tell you. Just type in just just go to the top of the private chat and you'll see it there.
Hold on, it's like loading. Did you hear about Olivia Newton-John?
Again, guys, this is really difficult. I know I'm revealing my old
It's
problem
like
stuff and
loading
everything.
slow.
I know. Yeah, I remember about that too as well, Billy. But that was different. Holy sh! Oh my goodness! What? Hey,
What?
hey! Whoa! I understood or found studio. Am I reading this correct? Look, the
Yeah,
bit there. Fluid Girl 24. Holy
I
shit!
forgot about her.
I know that name rings a bell. I think I'm still. I don't know, but
I don't.
don't.
I
But the
forgot
other
if
guy,
she's the Thomas YouTuber or the MLP YouTuber.
I don't know if what she is. I don't know if she's gone bad or not. But listen, I know the other one, Mark Lover's Train Man. My God, I already know. I already knew how bad he went because a certain guy I won't mention revealed everything, and that was
There
another
are
guy I
so
was
many
making.
YouTubers that I really forgot.
What
I
happened to Flute Girl 22406? She was very good.
wait.
She was
Hold on
one
a
of the
minute. Let
best.
me wait. Hold on. Let me find her. Wait. Hold on. I'm sorry for
But
doing this,
calling
but
guys
let
out
me.
is
Oh,
wrong. I mean, I've been called out, and it was the wrong thing to do. I mean, I remember one
it's
time.
all in the past. Let's just move the fuck on. Let's just be our happy selves for fuck's sakes.
We can be,
Jesus,
yeah,
I
but
get
I'm
it's
just
like
remembering some names I haven't heard for years.
God. People are just being a bunch of like what's that?
Yeah,
Aggressive
but Mark
predators.
Lover's, but Tommy Trains. Mark's Lover Trains. He's recently one of the guys in the fandom who has fallen very badly.
He Flute Girl 2406 on last upload is under 2 years ago.
I don't even remember Fluke. I do remember Fluke Go 24/6, just the name, but I can't remember her as a person completely.
Well, she still has a Twitter.
How did that happen, Oliver Studio?
Yeah.
Okay,
What? When did I notice her?
okay, okay. Let me just type this in again. This is the. I'm just gonna just type this in.
When did I know
Real.
about her? I
Okay.
forgot.
I've just a lot of people have still got Bosher's re-uploaded stuff because there's one user who has got it, including the one where
Yeah.
he was raging. That's how I found out.
Yeah. Yeah. I
The
just saw
one,
the I just saw the re-upload. I was like, oh my god.
the one that's
I was
called
that's my
Bosher
face. Like
raging. That
The
yeah,
only real upload I've seen is his stories with Alfred and that. That's all the
yeah,
re-uploads I've watched.
yeah.
hang on. Hang on a second.
What? Truly
Oh,
explosive basically.
holy shit! What the hell?
Really? What's really?
What
We
the
got
hell? I
some
didn't think she was
pedos.
that
What the
bad at
fuck?
all. What? Dude,
What?
am I reading this
Groom?
correctly or am I
Yeah.
hallucinating
Is this
slightly?
fucking midi lad all over again? What the fuck?
Jesus Christ, that's another reason what the Thomas fandom is full of. You know,
I thought
underages who
I'm
shouldn't
sorry
be
for
in.
saying this, but I thought bronies were the one.
That's how. Oh Jesus, I gotta
Sorry for
run.
saying that.
Okay, Christopher Sly. What is that supposed to be like a comedy gag that I'm reading?
Yeah, it's from Still Game.
You know, I'm
Oh,
Yeah.
wait, hold on.
oh, sorry. I thought
People
that
keep
was.
saying people keep saying about Mason Hagen. What the fuck is that
Listen,
about?
Oh, no, don't mention that.
I'm sorry.
no,
I'm
no,
very
no,
sorry.
no,
I'm very
Regardless,
sorry. But the thing is, there's something going on that I'm not keeping up to date with this whole
no.
fucking
Listen,
drama.
listen, Tommy Jones. There are some people. It's not called drama. It's about some people who just will never let go. And there are some people who might throw like I think there are some false accusations going around, and I do feel that there are some good guys who might be making mistakes, but are trying to find the ways to not go, take that final step. So I don't think everything is all true. But with Mason Hagen, I have seen what he was like. I did read, you know, I did read some of his stuff that was very true enough, I think. And of course, you know whose name, who I'm not going to mention, did have him on his stream, and I listened to the whole thing where he gave like the mid finger and he was talking run shit or whatever it
I'm
was.
sorry.
And
I'm sorry for
it's
mentioning his
okay,
name.
Tommy. I'm just updating you.
right.
And after that, he explained in such terrible excusing reasons of why. And it kind of reminded me of somebody else I remember watching one of those what are they called, those murder cases I tend to see. Oh god. This is the reason why nowadays I get a bit more disturbed with people nowadays than I ever have been. But I want to be with the right people and not those who are just, disguising themselves as real bad guys. Still in
What would he
production
be
01.
doing?
That's another name I've not heard in years. That's someone else who disappeared. Yeah. Oh my goodness. I didn't realize. Hang on, I need somebody else to know, but I really need to. Hang on, I need to type in.
Okay, so I found his channel
Hang on.
name. Thanks, Sonic.
You found Bosch's new time. Yeah,
Yeah, Sonic gave me the link, so I found it.
there it
And
is.
pretty much
And
began.
he
Yeah, I found it.
made a pledge video he did about 3 months ago.
But
I
then,
watched it, but I didn't. I watched it, but I didn't buy into it completely because if we had heard him say it, then we know. But just typewriting it and scriptwriting, it's not. It's very
can
different.
anyone even like want to see his new Alfred month like that?
Look, I might check it out, but if he does any changes and make it better, maybe, then that could be a step in the right direction. But I don't like the idea of him like just using the same audio and then making different shots over or whatever. I hope he doesn't do it that way, okay? But the fact is, though, he's got to understand that Hazel doesn't belong to him anymore now. Hazel belongs to all of us. She's
Uh-huh.
basically, since he's
Yeah.
departed, Hazel fell into the right hands afterwards. Myself included have
Actually, about
introduced her in my
GW Studios, there were rumors that he has a new channel called Auto Something, a car YouTube channel like that.
I need to
Pretty
have a
much
look
watch.
at I need to have a look at Fluke Girl
It's
2406
not
because
joke,
I
folks. I'm
don't
officially
think she'd
banned
be
from
that type of a
Retribe, but
person.
I
I
really look
mean,
forward to see him make a difference
Jesus Christ,
from a
I need to have
previous
a look.
channels and then.
Holy shit, GWS Studios! Oh God. Okay, okay. I'll put you in. Don't worry,
This is
mate.
really shocking right now.
This is well shocking. This is more like disastrous. Ah, so she's one of the Twitter users. She was a musical editor and did. Hang on, I need to have a look at this.
Hazel now belongs to the who's
Holy crap!
VA?
Holy crap! She's one of my sub. Holy crap! I'm one of her subscribers.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Oh, good. Oh, I didn't know she had Twitter though. Thank God I didn't follow that. But you know
I was
something,
thinking
I'm
of having
feeling bad.
Twitter, but I refuse.
I know. But you know what? I'm kind of feeling quite bad now. I know that this could be. I don't know if this is true or not, or whatever with her. Regardless, but I'm actually kind of feeling quite bad for you know what Actually, I'm going to be really honest. When it comes to female fans of the Thomas community who do great voice acting and everything, when they get accused of or something that they may have done wrong, I don't know why, but I feel very bad for
That
them.
sounds very. I'm sorry for saying this. This sounds very, very, very sexist.
That's something that like I'm not. That's not me or whatever. But this is getting bad. But that's something I will never accept in terms of like in the
Make a
community.
person
But
voice
that's bad.
Hazel.
I mean, it's bad enough for the boys doing it, but for female
Oh,
fans
okay.
getting accused or fucking wrong, to me, that's just terrible. That
Yeah.
because I'm a very protective man of the opposite gender, to be honest. That's just me. Because it's heartbreaking for me to say because,
Yeah.
damn. Hang on, like a Christian voice has. Oh yeah. Well, oh, of
Does she have a
course.
YouTube channel?
She's very good at voicing Hazel. Don't get me wrong. She's the voice actress of Hazel. Don't get me wrong. But for all of us who
Yeah.
can use Hazel the engine, she can belong to all of us how we want her to be. Where she has the rights to voice actor if that would be the case. But there are others who can do well. Like I've seen others who do impressions of her, which are quite impressive. Though to be quite honest, I will admit, like Christia, who voiced her, was very impressive. I mean, Alfred
Why would you
too
have to be
was very good,
disrespectful? I mean, he's
but
already dead.
I will have to say in Alfred 3, she definitely pulled it off pretty well. And I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie, she kind of reminded me of one of my
I
favorite
find it
anime
like
actresses.
the Alfred 2 miniseries or trilogy. I find her face kind of creepy. I do
No,
prefer the third version from the movie.
yeah, I've got the better variation. Well, she did say the things on her cheeks that basically were just line cheese.
Yeah.
It's a funny gag, you know. And she had them, and she says in the story she's had them ever since she was built. But I don't pay no attention. It's just how she is.
Hmm.
She has a pretty cool face pack though. Although I'm just trying to remind because it kind of reminded me of something to do with anime, kind of maybe
Yeah.
related. I don't know, but like I said, but like I said before, that's one of the good things Bosher did do. He made a nice looking OC, a good one, and he found the right voice actress for her too. But the thing is, that's the only thing I liked about him personally.
Yeah, his creativity, but
Yeah.
his attitude is just something people despise.
And the man behind it is different. Besides, I kind of chuckled there. It was just kind of funny. I don't know why. But every time, that's the only thing I enjoy about watching his films. But is listening to listening is just to listen to like a Christian doing Hazel, because that to me is the only thing I could tolerate in the movie. Because to be quite honest, she was just a fresh new OC that everybody hated, but over time, you know, accepted and have embraced. You know,
He was
like
blamed
something
for
completely
reskinning the
fresh out of the
B12
box.
model, right? Wait, did he really reskin Alfred into
Yes,
Hazel?
he did. That was the reason why
Oh,
Hazel got
oh
so much
yeah, yeah,
dislikes back
indeed.
in the day. When we first saw Hazel, she was just basically just a reskin off Alfred's old model before he officially
Are
got a
you good
better
at
one.
modeling trains? Like
Yeah,
making a model in trains? I
but
know it
now we
sounds
got.
like I'm pretty much being. I know you're. I'm pretty much like one of that person who keeps begging for OCs, but I'm wondering if anyone who actually would make a model of this OC of mine.
I think that would work. Anybody could. It's a good
I would
chance.
really want her as the NERJ72. I actually have faces for Veronica in my DeviantArt.
Okay, so Flu Girl 22406 is actually who's been. Oh,
Look out for the train.
she's one of the ones who basically who's been around in Strasbourg, who has done great music videos. Who else? Oh yeah, she's definitely a Thomas music video creator. But I didn't
It was
realize.
an outfit. It was a model of it.
Hang on a
Oh,
second.
okay.
Be right back. Be right
All
back.
right. So, anyways, to any one of you about Bosher, I
Mm.
did not know, but realizing the truth, I realized how despicable, disgusting, and disgraceful he was.
Yeah.
But I don't know about his channel. Like, I don't know. I actually kind of felt bad for him. What do you guys
Mm.
think? Do you think I should stay away from him, or should I just, try to be friends with him?
I I would probably sort of I would probably stay
Thanks for the
away
advice.
at the moment
Thank you, thank you.
because
Yeah.
I mean what he's done in the past. If he has changed, then
Yeah, that's why I was wondering, like, if he could
yeah,
change. If not, nope.
yeah. I mean, I know I've done stuff in the past that
Yeah.
I've regretted, but I've
Thank you for the
I've
advices, everyone. Thanks for the advice. I mean, if anyone who's good trained modelers,
Mm.
please make her. She's my
I've
favorite.
actually, I've I've not actually been able to do the custom of it yet, but I do
Yeah.
have an OP that I came up with, a scrap diesel known as Brunt.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, he worked in the smelters before Ari and Bert came along, but
Mm.
after he broke down, he was left in a siding for scrap, but Sir Topham Hatt saved them. And the first time he goes back to the scrapyard, Ari and Bert are basically treating Percy like crap, so
Oh.
Brunt stands up for him.
Yeah, I can agree. GW Studios is still on YouTube, except he has a new channel name over cars, but more than trains. I'm just gonna say this to everyone. Let's just forget everything that's been going on in this drama. Let's just be our happy selves and just make.
We are trying to be happy and everything. Don't get me wrong. It's just I just didn't get to the bottom of this. Sorry,
Oh my God.
sorry, lads. I didn't mean to. Okay,
Oh my God.
sorry, mate. I had to get something quickly. Okay. Oh, all right. Sonic, I'm going to put you in now for a second. Just bear with me. I'm just looking through this and just trying to go for this. If this is who I think it is no, it's fun, Ray. Oh, shoo. All right. I'm just having a good look around. I don't see nothing wrong with Flood Girl's videos or anything. She seems to be all right on this. And if she made a mistake, I feel that she may have. If it's true or not, I don't know. But still, it looks like seems like it's all good here on her channel. Nothing's wrong. Oh, she likes Star Wars and everything else. I'm not so sure, but I'll have to have a good listen to and see what she's like. Because I may have forgotten, but at the same time, oh boy, if it's who I think it could be, I don't know. But like I said, I'll just check it out. But we all know about Mark's train love the guy. He has recently fallen. That is true. I mean, I'll catch you back in a second. Just hang on.
Uh, yeah, speaking of trains, apparently since we got the new recent models, excellent models recreating like that, I wonder if Smudger would actually have his model next.
That would be quite good.
Yeah, I definitely want to see someone's model of Smudger. I mean, I don't have Train Simulator. I would love to with the excellent models like that, but I just don't have one.
Okay, let me have a look at this. I'm not sure if it's the same person. If it is or not, but I'm very, very hesitant with this. Oh boy. I know I'm one of her subscribers, but I didn't realize all this I was telling about. If it is, if true or not, because I understood all studios, fan studios. I don't know if it's true about her or what you just said. Again, I'm a little but that is shocking. I will admit, but I don't know if it's true or not. So I'll just get you in, Sonic. I know you want to get a lot of shit about.
Yay!
Let's just spill the beans of that and just get over with, and then we can move on. Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go then. Brace yourself, lads. Oh Jesus Christ! I didn't realize Bosher. Oh, I didn't know
Wait.
about that one. I forgot about that. Holy shit!
Is really serving the boss? Yeah, I actually did. Like I said, I did actually read the document about that one. I did read the
I don't
document.
remember seeing that down there. It must have been removed when I saw it. Who knows? But
Yeah,
I'll
I
put
did
you in.
read the.
Okay,
I did
Sonic.
read the document.
All right, Sonic, you can come in now. Take it over, mate. The floor is yours.
Yay! Welcome aboard. Woo!
There we go. Hey, Sonic.
Just give me like a brief minute because, as I said, like the story that I'm about to tell, this is too stupid to make up. And you guys can even ask my friends, Vickerstown Productions, Fruit Punch Man 15,
I
your
saw
boy
that
Maze, and
stream.
Team Zombie.
Whoa. Hold the phone there, mate. That's one of the guys
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
allow me
There's some
to
guy-
explain first, because what happened was me and Fruit Punch Man, we both had our ideas after we both finished Alfred 3. And one of the things that he came up with was his series, what he now calls Alfred's Revenge, The Downfall of Sodor, and with me, which you all probably know, Thomas's Heartbreak.
I remember that. I've seen the Thomas Heartbreak one a couple
Yeah,
of
me
times.
too.
Though.
It was a really good movie, but I just feel like
It's really
Speaking
good.
about your film, sorry for being off topic.
No. You can. If there's any criticism you guys have, like you can tell me now because it'll help me out in the sequel I'm making.
Yeah, but apparently I just find it like strange, like Thomas and Emily going back and forth, like hating each other, loving each other, like that. I just find it just quite weird.
You know,
Like for being
you
a
know-
2-hour movie like that.
in all honesty, it's not the first time I've actually heard that, but in all honesty, I actually made that on purpose because I was actually making it like something similar to what happened to me. I'll get into that like
Oh.
another time, but like
So you
yeah,
based it
like-
on an actual real
yeah,
thing.
like-
I get
yeah.
it now.
it was kind of like a real life experience, but like not just on me, but like to other people that also go through relationships. Not the point.
I have no interest
Getting
in
back
love.
getting back to the story, I remember that me and Fruit Punch Man, we both ended up telling Bosher about our plans. I wanted to make Thomas's Heartbreak a lot better than how Alfred 3 made. Not in a sense of like, hating on him, but I wanted to improve it because I was like, I'm new to this. It was literally the first time I've ever made a movie. No joke. But with
Yeah, that was really good.
But with
I really want to make a movie, but I can't.
But
But I
with
just
Fruit
can't make
Punch, on
movies.
the other hand, it was actually a lot different. Fruit Punch Man actually ended up getting dissed at by Bosher, saying a lot of things of which I cannot remember. I'd have to find the screenshot again. He sent me a screenshot, but apparently like it was a lot of stuff referring to like, oh, you guys are using Alfred just to like milk the entire Thomas and Friends community.
Oh,
Really,
Alfred has been milked so many times.
when really,
Because
if
he's
you
the best
honestly
bad
think,
guy. He's basically the best villain
You would
to
think-
hate and like. That's the
you would-
problem.
you would think that, but the most hated villain is actually Diesel 10. Also,
Yeah.
thank you so much. Thank you so much
Yep.
for that. Yeah, like
Yeah.
the most hated villain is actually Diesel 10. I am not making this up when I tell you this. It was purposely why I also made Diesel 10 the main antagonist on my side. Not the point.
Yeah,
I remember that Fruit
he's
Punch
like
Man.
very
he also-
scary.
I remember Fruit Punch Man. He also ended up having. I do too. I still have them as we speak. Him and I, we both still have our heart problems, but recently it has increased when we heard about the news that he came back. I was the first one to actually find out about it, and is kind of why we're all here right now.
You should have been here last night, pal. When
But-
I was spreading it around, I was in a bit of a mixture of holy crap.
Yeah, I kinda missed the stream
what's
because-
the next? And
Oh,
this is
I-
this is basically the post stream alert. So this is basically the after party.
Yeah, I
mean-
believe that.
Wait, hold on. There's
Oh,
just one
what, yeah.
question I need.
Oh.
There's just one question I need to ask. Apparently, considering with the situation of Bosher, and yes, I know I should stay away from him, but I'm actually worried if people are just gonna bash him, like again, because I feel like history is gonna repeat itself.
Oh,
I think
trust-
it's going
like-
to.
Trust me.
That's what I'm fearing is going to happen.
I
What
mean,
if he,
Yeah,
like,
I just hope
as
history-
I'm
long
just going
as
to take
he's
this today with it.
as long as he's still on YouTube and as long as he still is making content, someone is really destined at least going to try and whatever it takes to take him down.
please
with-
no.
Me
Let's just
about
move-
it, with me about it, the reason why I also had heart problems because of him was because I told him that I wanted to make like my movie a little bit better than Alfred 3. And I think he got a little bit offensive by that. I didn't mean it in a mean way. I even told him that. Like, I'm not saying it like in a mean way, but I
Right,
feel
you just
like
want
maybe
to improve on it.
yes, like maybe something like improve on it a little bit better. And I did tell him at one point that me and another buddy that I know, I think Glenn here, I think Glenn remembers him because if I say the name, he's gonna think, oh god damn it, not this guy. Does
Just-
Sega Man
Who?
does Sega Man 27 ring a bell?
I
What?
don't know. I don't
Who?
know actually.
Well,
kind of.
I'm actually reading like the chat right now, and I noticed that someone said Mr. Drago Man, and Drago Man actually had an issue with Sega Man. It's the main reason why he's not on YouTube anymore. That I know
Wow.
of at least.
Just to let you know, I did know Mr. Dragon Man as well, but unfortunately, he and I, let's just say off.
Yeah,
let's just
you both
say
aren't
the
on
phrase
speaking terms. I know. I
Look,
was there when it
it's
happened.
not- I don't hate the lad. It's just the fact it's the way how he would communicate via Twitter and
Did you
this
like
and that. He's
put up like
he spoke
Trent
like
Alex
he
Carr's
had like an
videos?
act. He spoke like he
Those
was a
three
Mr.
comments.
Know-it-all. But the thing is, though, look, he helped me out a bit at one time, which I won't forget. But let's just say I had to move on away from him for respectful reasons because he's just not the man I didn't want to hang around with anymore. It's because of the way how he communicated. Okay.
I mean, you're not
Mhm.
wrong. You're not wrong. In fact,
I also heard from your last stream talking why you left his community, stating that he also forced like some YouTubers to be in this movie.
yes, and there was one other thing that he did. This isn't related to like why about the story I'm about to tell, but it was something completely different. Do you all remember the video that he made? It was like Thomas meets Rule 34.
Oh,
What?
I remember that.
Okay,
I remember that. I
okay,
rember
okay.
that.
Whoa,
I would want to know.
Let me.
I don't
let me
remember
ex-
this.
Let me explain.
Refresh my
Glenn.
memory.
Glenn,
Refresh
let me
my
explain.
memory
Let me
here.
explain. Let me explain first. So it's a video that he made that it was like this one guy. He's at the station all alone, and Thomas just ends up coincidentally being there. I was voicing Thomas when this happened, and
Which I admit, your voice impression of him was pretty cool.
well, what can I say? An engine's got to learn
I
somehow.
can't do John Bellis' Thomas impression. You want to hear my John
Make
Bellis?
me
You
laugh.
want to
It's
hear
like
my
you
John
did
Bellis
that.
Thomas impression? Do you want to hear
Sorry,
my John
it's
Bellis
just-
Thomas
It
impression?
was hilariously funny when I heard it the first time. I was like, wow, this
Thank
guy.
you.
Do you want to hear my John Bellis Thomas impression?
John Bell. I feel like I remember who that one is. Is he the one from the CGI when it was Hero of the Rails?
I think
John
it
Bellis?
was,
No.
yes.
I
Let's
can
hear
do
it. I wanna
John
hear it.
Bellis'
I wanna hear
voice.
it. I
Do you
wanna
want to
hear
hear it?
Do it. Do it.
Is Sodor Railway really reliable and right on time? Well, bus
Oh,
9
no, no,
is
no.
golden.
This is the original Tabmar. He's the original.
Yeah,
Tabmar.
that one. I can do Thomas's John
Yeah.
Bellis's impression.
Edward
Me, his
Glenn.
Canadian
$10.
impression.
$20 says I can't do Edward Glenn.
Ever. Wait, hold on. Is well considering how the fat controller makes me a really useful engine. Sorry.
Not bad. Watch out.
that?
Okay, this is we're going off topic here, but this is kind of helping out the balancing that we're feeling at the moment. So we need
Yeah.
a bit of fun here and there. But here's my impression of Thomas, and it's very rare that I ever voiced him. I only
Bet,
tried it once,
bet.
and it sucked. It'll be
Yeah.
like
Bet.
it'll be like this.
Bet, do it.
It'll be like this. Sodo Railway, we're reliable and right on time. Signed by head of the railway, Sir Topham Hatt. Oh,
All
I
right.
think we can take care of ourselves, little
And
Thomas.
you're just being bossy, Gordon. Now,
All right.
please
That was my
excuse
early impression
I
of
have to
Gordon,
collect
but I
Mr.
try and keep
Conductor.
away from
He's
Darth
going to
Vader.
take care of
voice.
us while Sir Topham Hatt takes a much-needed holiday.
All right. Bet.
Oh, I think we can take care of ourselves, little Thomas. See
My
what I mean?
turn.
I sound too American when I do Gordon's voice nowadays.
Oh,
Even
no,
though
no,
I'm
I mean,
no,
George
no,
was
no, no,
American, voiced by
No.
Neil Crone.
No, you want to talk about you being American. When I do Edward Glenn Thomas, I sound like UK, and let me explain why.
Ooh.
Mr.
I mean-
Conductor, where are you? I know you live far away, but you always seem to get here on time.
Dear
I
Hey,
know,
Mr.
Stan.
Conductor,
Good
are you all right?
But Mr. Conductor, what happened to your sparkle?
But
I don't know,
anyway,
Thomas, I always have to sit on that.
getting back to like the
Anyways, impressions aside. Don't
Getting
get me
back
there.
to-
Let's go
that
back to
was
the
good.
story of Bosher.
getting back to the Rule 34 video. What ended
Oh,
up happening was like the gentleman, he tells Thomas that he's looking at creative artwork. And I'm not joking when I say that. It was in the script too. And I'm gonna explain like why I was so pissed off at him with this. So
Oh,
in the script, there's a certain line that I say, and it's,
Oh, come on. Whatever it is, I'm sure it can't be that bad.
and it just cuts off on the word like not that bad. Like it cuts off on that part. And then it just tells me to say
Okay.
nope, 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 so much nope. Here's the thing though, he never told me what it was I was looking at. He didn't even tell me what the script was like about. When I thought interesting artwork, I was thinking maybe not similar to DeviantArt, but something related to Pinterest, if you get my meaning.
interest.
Yeah.
I got PA too. You can find me.
Yeah.
And what happened was when I went to see the video, dude, I got so pissed at him for this because there was a
Actually,
rumor.
to me, my reaction was like, oh, what the
And here's the
fuck,
thing,
man?
though. Here's the thing, though.
I didn't
The
see
vid-
this. I
Okay,
didn't see it, but if maybe specify
basically-
don't because I might get Darth Vader.
I was
pissed.
laughing my ass.
Basically, what the video was in the scene where I say,
Oh, come on. Whatever it is, I'm sure it can't be that bad.
it's he then shows like the gentleman like holding the phone in front of Thomas's face, and his face just
The
goes from
SpongeBob music, I think.
to,
Oh,
and it's a picture that he blared out that he drew, mind you.
Oh,
Is it
Of
Rosie or his
someone, I hate to
Rosie?
say this word. I hate to say this word, but it's too true and it's too stupid to make up. He made a picture that was not just blurred. It's not even Hazel either. It's not even Hazel.
Oh.
It was a picture
God.
of. It was a picture of an Anon. I think that's what you call it, for like a random character, ejaculating on Red Rosie.
oh, what the?
Oh,
not
the
Rosie.
the
Anyone
Rosie.
but Rosie? No, no,
No.
no, no,
Yeah.
no, no.
And you know what's
No.
worse? When I didn't even.
Yeah, what
I didn't
the
actually.
bloody hell is wrong with you? Why would
Yeah,
you make
Bob.
me like that, you bloody
No,
bastard?
here's the
No.
thing though. Here's the worst part. I didn't even know about the picture. He never explained it at all in the script. As I said, it was just whatever it is. I'm sure it can't be that bad. And it makes me say nope, 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 nope. So much nope. It has nothing to tell me that it
Ugh.
shows a picture.
Oh,
And after I saw the
God
video,
damn.
I automatically messaged him on Discord. I'm like, dude, what the hell is your problem,
with,
man?
with captical
I was already
letters?
gone, but just to let you know, Sonic, I was already gone because I was going through my own problems at that point, so
Yeah,
I
poor
wasn't there at
Rosie.
that point.
Yeah, I believe you. And it was like that's why him and I we actually started having issues because of that. Because he never told me like what the script was actually supposed to be about.
What was,
and
what
I
was
got,
his
like-
reaction to your
I
response?
feel bad for Rosie. I feel pretty bad
Yeah.
for Rosie, but the thing is, though, I'm just.
Oh
the-
no,
I
no.
think the
Here's
belief is
the,
I'm glad
here's
it
the
wasn't
worst
Hazel.
part. Here's the
That's-
worst part. He's actually
Oh,
admitted
tell
it
us, tell
long
us.
ago. He's actually admitted it long ago that he's had those types of feelings for Rosie. And at one point, he
Oh.
actually had
Wait,
an entire
are you saying that he has feelings for Rosie?
For a
yes.
steam locomotive.
What
you-
the bloody hell? You
Oh, you think
what
that's
kind
worse?
of sick sod is he?
Oh, here's what's worse. A kid that ended up getting in our Discord server the first time, a kid actually got on our Discord server and he actually kicked all of us out. He kicked out me, he kicked out Bosher, he kicked out every single person that was
I
ever a
remember that.
fan. And then he
Who
ended
was
up
he?
putting that's the thing. We don't know. We still don't know who it is. but we do know that the account was probably still up, and he ended up switching everything. He switched the I'm trying to remember. He switched the name to "I Get Off on Rosie" or something similar to that. I don't remember what it was.
I remember that happening. I was there when that happened.
It was
I
even a picture
recall.
of Rosie. It was even a picture of the red Rosie, specifically the CGI, and
yes.
he was getting every single person to put their name down as Bosher Studios 254 gets off on Rosie or something similar to that. And we all ended up having to do like our own little private group chat server to those that were still wanting to, take part. That was when he was still doing Alfred 2. And I remember that was when I ended up auditioning for him.
I was there. I remember watching at the time, but I didn't see it until the whole thing was uploaded. I wasn't there at that point.
Oh, yeah.
And getting to what you were saying, Glenn, about the little anime gag, those are actually how she says cheek marks.
Yeah, because basically I could tell it was anime related, and she said she had them ever since she was built. So I kind of understood that, but I didn't find nothing creepy about Hazel's face. I just kind of thought it was refreshing. And of course,
I mean, the second part of the trilogy of Alfred, the sequel, or pretty much like the miniseries, that face was kind of terrifying, like 3D face. Like, I prefer 2D face.
that was.
I mean, I didn't necessarily have an issue with Hazel having a CG, like having like a modelized face, like how the other engines do. I think it was more like I had issues with. I can't think of it, but I remember I had issues with it. Like there was something wrong. Like there was one face I did not like that he did. I think it was like the one where she was bracing, like she had her eyes closed. She was pulling Gordon from the bridge. I think that was the one face I didn't like that he did.
When
and I think that was.
It was basically when she was pushing back. It was basically when she had her cross. Yeah, but it was almost like she had braces in her mouth or whatever.
I thought something worse,
Wait,
but I don't remember specific. No, she didn't have any
right.
braces. She didn't have any braces at all. But I think I remember it was who was it? I remember he asked BEC Enterprises to make a model of Alfred, and I think I remember Segum, and he ended up showing it in the stream where I left the server or like I left his community. Because he has both models, one of which I gave him from Bosher himself. I still have that model, but as I said before, we have all like Alfred 3. I'm literally saying this right now. Like, I'm not bringing in the rest of the team because
I know two other members I know who I'm still befriending with who were there who regretted it. I know
I have no contact with anyone.
James, as we call him, he regretted it badly. I know a lot of everybody who was involved, they regretted it badly.
I was one of them too. The weird part.
I want to say I feel bad for you guys. I did not know this would happen until the re-up of his recount.
If anything, there were only 3 people that actually took it worse than everyone else. They were literally like the main 3. The main
Liz
3 that had their names taken.
We know Liz was in there because she voiced Emily.
There is something going on that I've not been keeping up.
It was like the 3 that had it like worse. It was me, Lake of Crystal Clan, and then it was the voice actor of Andrew, voice actor Alfred. I think it was Andrew something.
No. I know who it is. No, it wasn't him. I know who it was. It was Darth Will 13.
Actually, no, it wasn't.
Oh, yeah, no.
Darth Will 3 was never in.
Yeah, he was actually the voice actor for Thomas Wonderboy to Henry III's Northwestern.
Yeah, you're thinking of the other one because
they sounded very similar. They sounded very identical.
No, that's the funny part. That was I actually talked to Andrew about that, like about his voice. I think it was Andrew something. I forgot what his name was.
Andrew,
but I remember I talked. Yeah.
Oh, I had a bad falling out with that man so badly. I wish I could just drop it and just be better with him now because he still has a good voice acting in Diesel and the others. He still can go. I just want to bury the hatchet with him. But he's had a bad falling out recently with his ex-lover. I
actually ended up talking to him about that, and I asked like, what were his thoughts on like like being part of like Alfred 3. He said that he had it. Like he said, like me and Lake, we all had it worse. The 3 of us. Because
your experience with Bosher.
Yeah. It was because with Andrew, it was because his engine, like his character was mostly like overused so many times. With Lake, it was because of other things that were happening, but specifically her engine too. And then with me, I mean, come on, we all saw me literally turn into like emo Tobey Maguire for a minute.
No, but I will have to admit.
Kane, I need to ask you something. Yeah. A comment from the Island Solar Film Studios. Were you supposed to be
Yes, I
Yeah.
was supposed
Oh
to
my
be the antagonist. I
god.
told you this earlier. That was.
Yeah.
Let me just rephrase that.
I thought
Okay.
you were going to be playing a different villain character.
No, that was the villain I was going to do, like the antagonizer. But here's the thing: on paper, quote unquote, on paper, the script it looked pretty good. But as I was seeing it progressing onwards, and how I was envisioning it, and after what was going on with Bosher products, I know there was a lot of leaked shit coming out at the time. I decided to just what I was like, this is good, but this is just not for me to do the voice. I mean, it's good to do a different villain, but this was not what I was planning. And then when I saw the whole product afterwards, it's like, oh, that's pretty good. But again, it just wasn't me, because if I had done, as Sonic would have said, I probably would have been the fourth guy who would have took it worse. So it's a good job I was the first one out of everybody back then to just get the hell out of
Actually,
About Alfred 3, when I watched
the guy that voiced Mr. Matt, he actually said that like he was gonna voice Mr. Matt, but like I'm friends with him still, like somewhat.
I know who he is. I know because he did it afterwards. And look, personally, between me and me, we're no longer connected. But the fact is, at least he got to do it. But the fact is, I don't know if he took it worse or not. But still,
I mean,
I have to give him credit for taking the role. He did actually pretty well.
Thank God I haven't
But
gone to
it just
any of these
wasn't the
controversies.
case how it all unfolded.
Actually, here's also the funny part. Originally, Bosher actually had ideas, because I remember he was talking to me about this. I was also supposed to be Mr. Matt. Yes, that's right. He actually said this to me too. After Alfred 3 ended up getting so big, I told him, like, like I couldn't do this. Like, from all the stuff that he put me through, specifically.
I could
through heart
imagine,
problems and
like,
stuff.
if you can't take the role, he might ask me to be voicing Thomas in my John Bellis impression.
He
Oh
wouldn't.
God.
He wouldn't.
He only
I
wanted
would never
me in.
dare to be in his bloody movies.
Here's the funny thing, Sonic, and Chris and Tommy, everybody else watching. He only asked me once, and he never once asked me again. He was it's funny because out of everybody in that community at the time, I think. Oh, Chris is gone.
He said he said GTG in the private chat.
Yeah, he's got to go. The thing is with me, he only asked me once, and never again did he ask me for anything else, because I think I know why now, and I was right when I said this earlier. I think it's because he respected how I was as a content, and I was one to not piss off with. So I think he knew better than ever. Never
Is that
to
a reference from Victor Tanzik?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Don't say any references, Robert Johnson. Don't do that. Anyways,
Yeah.
besides all that, it's just the fact is that he asked me to do it, and again, it was refreshing, but at that time I was kind of losing my enthusiasm for voice dubbing because of the 311 film that put me through everything, especially what I was going to go through towards in life. And it just didn't seem to work at that point. So I felt like, give it to somebody else. It's just not me. And I didn't want to tell him this because I feared I would upset Bosher. So I secretly said, give it to somebody else. It's just not my thing. Thank you for giving me the role. It was a nice idea.
I don't know.
It's
I
just
don't know
not
if you
going to
can
work
guys
out.
see it. I don't know if you can guys read the LNER on this tender.
I can see
Can
it.
you?
A little bit.
This custom, this custom was going to be. I've been debating myself making an Alfred custom. And pretty
Go
much I
for it,
did,
mate.
but there's
Go for
evidence
it.
of green.
I say do it.
Again,
I've been
Sonic,
debating myself because
hey,
people
Sonic, I know
complain
we haven't
Alfred-
spoken as much, but I think this could be either the second time or in a long time we've spoken. But I'm glad that this is going okay. But again, I know there's a lot of shit in the fandom that I can't quite go back into because I'm moving on a lot of things. But I'm still with the actual fandom, not with the toxic side of Thomas and everything because of what it's just.
Yeah, I respect that too. I mean, like you, I'm also still part of the fandom. I mean, like,
meat.
Like,
Yeah,
I don't know if you guys have
appreciate
like
this fandom.
seen my content now, but like I've been like starting to make my own series, but I've decided to make it kind of like, what would it look like in my perspective?
That's exactly what I'm trying to do, but I lost my train content. I had to restart it again. But I'm keeping mine away from the actual. I want to just have my own style, be creative, not officially canon. Like I showed you this before yesterday on my last stream. I don't know if you can rewatch it, but
I can. I have my phone like right here, and it's also watching the live stream too. I'm not kidding when I say this.
Oh shit, you are watching me live. Nice. Nice. But anyways, lads,
continue.
I was just gonna say if you watch me My Thomas content, you noticed in my Titanic Remembered for the 110th anniversary, which happened this year, you'll notice Thomas looks a little different. He's still he's got his railway look, but he's in his
the LBSC.
No, he's in his livery that had, which was a special
Audrey's
75th
model,
anniversary
the
livery.
1942 model.
It's based on his one when Reverend W. Audrey had him as a J50.
Yeah.
It had his livery on him. That's what he's going to have.
Oh, that one. I remember that one.
It's his 75th anniversary livery, and in my story, Thomas says he's been wearing it now since celebrating 75 years, right? Because he wants to do it to remember Reverend W. Audrey, and it's a bit special to make him stand out. And it's a nice change, and the engines like his new look, and it makes him more his age a little bit. And then
I wonder what Gordon's reaction would be.
And Gordon kind of liked it. And actually, if you see in my story, he's been painted green recently because this year he's now 100 years old. It's been 100 years since the formation. So he wanted to have a special livery for his birthday. And of course, that's the thing at the moment. But in a few years' time, if we all make it, if we're still here, when we make it to the 80th anniversary, Thomas is going to go a complete reformation. He will no longer be an E2. He'll be transformed into a J50.
Does that also mean that like Edward's still going to keep his what is it? His
Furnace Railway K2 design?
That and Henry's blue paint, James's red paint.
No. Henry is still staying as he is at the moment. Henry's got
because Audrey had issues with him.
No, listen, Edward will still be as he is in the blue livery style. It's only on certain events that they have their liveries changed, but in my head canon, it's the ultimate quote unquote tribute to Reverend W. Audrey, God bless him, for what he would have wanted. Thomas to be remembered as a J50 because that's how he started out. A lot of people don't.
Oh my God, it's a Super Saiyan Thomas.
That's great. That's awesome. 14 karat gold. Thomas is the richest engine in the world.
This is the 2013. Oh, bloody hell.
Jesus.
That's pretty good. Not bad for a 2013 model standard.
Yeah. I'm also just saying this right now just because there's more to the story of why I left the community. I don't know if I ever...
We will get back to that.
Boshers or this fandom?
Wait, did I?
But the thing is, if you notice, I also had Hazel in mind briefly because someone gave me a better model of her, okay? And in my version, Hazel becomes a part of the Sodal fleet. And let's just say my OC character takes a good liking because I've got a good friend of mine who likes Hazel as well. And we have a good story regarding her character. And I think it would beat Bosher, to be honest. Look, I'm not saying it to be better like you said, Sonic, with your film. But this is my version saying this is how I would treat Hazel a lot better compared to how he did it, which was disgusting.
Yeah. Honestly, like in all seriousness, if I was to make the sequel into Trains, I would sure as hell at least treat her better. Originally, I was actually going to have Thomas's Heartbreak actually be filmed in Trains. And I was actually going to have like some of my friends like help me out with it because I did not know jack shit on how to animate or like make the trains move in Trains on their own. And originally, I was going to have Hazel in it, but the idea was originally scrapped because, like I said, me and Fruit Punch, we still have heart problems to this day. And back then, whenever someone did mention Hazel, he fainted at one point. And it's sad for me to say this, and it's too stupid to make up because like as I said, my friends, they were on a call when this happened. We were all making fun of Alfred 3, Hazel, and all that stuff. I had my camera on, and I remember I backed up for a minute. I forget how far, and I actually am going to look at the chat at this because I'm terrified to see how they're going to react when I say this. They saw me just like fall out of my chair, fall onto my knees, and fall straight on my stomach.
Basically, you fainted.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Here's Thomas's heartbreak in a nutshell.
I died.
I can't.
Thomas's heartbreak in a nutshell.
But then, I'm Thomas, I really like you. Oh, yes, indeed, Emily. And then we have Diesel 10 saying, I completely destroyed your girlfriend. Fuck you, you bloody bastard.
Oh, God. I would dare you say that. I would dare have that say in the next video if you did that against Sonic. But
I freaking had so many trains on my phone.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's perfect.
No. When you did that, I heard him. When you did that, I heard you on the phone.
Well, you could do that. You know what we could do? You know what? Jesus Christ, we're good. You know what? That'll be so hilarious.
Would you consider
That'd be so
to be part of
I dare you to put that as a blooper
you want me
for
to
an
voice
outtake.
I don't know.
Honest to God, or for a YouTube clip. I dare you. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Probably the
Oh,
most
God,
hilarious thing I've ever
I'm
seen
going to
all
become a
day.
meme culture.
Actually, ironically, I am actually planning to do deleted scenes because
oh, I would love to see it.
that's the funny part though. There were actually some scenes I was actually planning to put in, but I
Oh my
had to like
God.
understandably take them out because if I told you like one of the scenes that would happen, this has actually happened to me too because this is too stupid to make up as well. So what happened was one of my exes, I forget which one it was, but it was like the one that was toxic that was supposed to represent Emily. I remember she
But she's
told
toxic?
two oh hell yeah, like dude, like
Who
what is it?
was?
Like what is it? I can't show you 100%,
Who?
but
God, drama is really getting bigger
like
and bigger.
you see that, right? You see that wig?
Oh
Uh-huh.
yeah, I see him.
Yeah, she made me buy that because she wanted to, and I
Who?
quote, get dirty
of
with
the
a kitty, if you get what I
community or
mean.
something like that?
Who?
Who was it?
It was an old ex of mine, but not the point. Like what happened was
Your ex-girlfriend. Holy shit.
yeah.
Oh,
Well,
God, this is
ex-best
so
friend now at this
crazy.
point. Ex-best friend at this point now because
Oh
found-
shit.
like she found someone else, but she got pissed off like for
Oh,
dumb
wow.
shit that I did.
Oh,
Sorry,
I
what
see.
she thinks I did, not the point. But like what ended up happening was the scene is supposed to happen. Like she went off and told, I think, two of her friends of the stuff that I did. And I will admit, like in the relationship that her and I were in, I will admit this, I was not in the right mind, I guess you can say.
I think all of us were.
And
All
I
of us
took it
weren't.
like I took bad advice from a bad person. Dad. Sorry.
Really?
Had something in my throat. And it didn't go so much as planned, and she still blames me to this day. I don't
Damn.
let it bother me anymore because she's still living in the past. That's her problem, not
You
mine.
know what you could? Hey,
Can't she
Sonic.
just at least like move on?
I did move on, but she didn't. And this is where
Yeah,
like, the
I
deleted
was
scene is going
asking,
to
like,
take place.
can't she just at least move on?
She tries. Go on. What is it? What is it going?
Sonic, I don't know why, but I'm getting an odd sense like I've heard that song before on one of Victor's Reddit Railway series, I think. Maybe you could ask
Yeah, I
him
just
to do
unsubscribed from the channel.
maybe
I'm
you
sorry.
could do a story about that and he could put his
Oh,
OP
that's
story.
why I'm actually telling you at least like what the deleted scene was, or rather what happened.
I would be
Okay.
interested to see it.
Here's what would happen in the deleted scene, and here's what didn't happen. Now, her
Hey, Minas
friends,
is here. My old
her
friend is here.
two friends.
Hey,
Oh, hey, hello
Hello,
there.
friend. Nice to see you.
Like what? Her
Sup?
two friends ended up like coming to like me, like just to like attack me, and it's too dumb to make up. They were always talking about how I'm a bad person, should just kill myself.
No,
You're
you're
not
not.
good to be a man.
That's
Yada
exactly
yada
what I
yada.
had as well. People told me to go kill myself or do this or that. I had that as well.
I didn't let them
I
get
thought
to
that
me
I thought the
because
screenshot tweet was about you telling someone to kill someone like that.
Yeah, but
Or
I
you don't
don't.
care
But
about someone's life like that.
but
that
like
was me in my wrong state of mind. But I've had
Yeah,
that too
but,
as
like,
well.
But like you weren't thinking at the time. Like you were just angry. You were just filled with all of this
I was
feeling
broken
that you
because
didn't.
I
I was
thought you
just
were like
broken.
going Joker psychopath like that. Like
No,
some
not me. No,
screenshots
no, no,
I've
no,
seen.
Tommy. No, 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 no. The
Oh,
thing is with me,
sorry
I
for
was going through a physical.
misinformation.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, that's why Tommy. I was going through, like I told you before, I went through a very physical, broken state during 2020. Just
Yeah, it's been
remember.
a fucked up year since COVID. Thanks a lot, China. You.
And then in the
Like, I can't believe I'm gonna say this. Chink.
in the deleted scene though,
Wow.
what does happen is, as you remember, I have Molly and Rosie still on the map, right? So what is supposed to happen is they do like attack Thomas specifically, bumping him back and
What?
forth and calling him names of which I try to come up with on my own, you know. Stuff that you would hear like
I was expecting in your movie, like I thought what Thomas's friends are gonna go with Emily's side, and then Thomas's
no,
friends will
that's the
go
funny,
back to
that's
Thomas's.
the weird part though. That's the weird part. Molly and Rosie ended up going on Emily's side because of the stuff that she lied about. Along with the fact that if you remember in the scene, Diesel was that one actually talking shit about Thomas, specifically how you're worthless, you can't do anything on your own. Like he doesn't need you.
Wow.
No, not Diesel 10, not Diesel 10, regular Diesel, devious
Oh.
Diesel.
I don't have
the
the
ordinary
It was
Diesel.
him that does it. And then after the whole chase that you guys remember seeing, where Birdie ends up crashing into Emily, thank you. I managed to do that shot on the first try. I'm not gonna lie.
I forgot.
It was difficult to actually like make the engines move on their own. I have a trick to do it, but it's hard as hell to make them move on their
God
own. And what happens is
Yeah.
afterwards, the breakdown train ends up getting called in, and Molly and Rosie, they start listening to Emily, and they hear what Diesel heard from Thomas. And they think, what? He said this? Nah, we got to teach him a lesson. And then the next day that
God
happens,
damn.
they end up in the Farquhar sightings, or like the Farquhar yards at least,
Parker.
where Thomas is, he's planning to have a rest. He just came back from thinking on his own because he's still going through a lot right now.
Yeah.
And the next thing that happens is that what is it? Molly's right there and she's blocking the turntable. And Rosie just appears behind her, but she's hiding out somewhere. Thomas didn't even see her. And they start questioning, like, why you said all this crap to Molly. And then that's when they start biffing and bashing him back and forth. Till Rosie does the unthinkable. Till Rosie, of all engines. I don't know why I made Rosie do this. I was originally going to have Molly to do this, but I don't see her doing this. I made Rosie grab an entire, 4 tankers of milk. And she bashes them behind Thomas, and he's covered in milk.
So basically,
I'm sorry for saying this. This sounds like
it's
definitely coming. I'm sorry for saying this, but it sounds like Thomas has cum all over his body.
No, you think that, but it's worse. It's
I'm so
worse.
sorry. I'm so sorry. I can't help myself.
No. It's okay that you think that. It's okay that you think that because I have a feeling like others, they're gonna think the same.
I'm so sorry, Kane. I'm so sorry, Milo.
No, dude, you're okay, man. You're okay. You're okay. I'm being dead serious when I say that. Like, I have a feeling they'll probably say that too. But what happens is like after Thomas gets hit with the 4 tankers of milk, he's just there crying right now. Like his tears are literally falling out of his eyes, and you hear Rosie
he
go,
cannot take it anymore.
No, he's like, why did you guys do this to me? It's already bad enough I'm going through hell on earth. That doesn't help that you both are attacking me too.
I can't believe you have to do this to me.
And then Rosie ends up saying this. Rosie ends up saying,
I've got tears coming out my eyes, mate. You've got me.
Rosie literally says, "What's the matter? There's no need in crying for spilled milk."
I'm not
And then
crying.
Thomas,
I'm laughing arteriation. It's so hilarious. Why he's just
Wait,
he's
for me, Kane,
so
I'm so sorry.
pissed.
I'm so sorry.
Thomas, he gets so
It's a good
pissed.
laugh.
He actually bumps into Rosie, causing her to puff into the shed, and he runs off crying. But he doesn't. But the girls don't know one. The girls don't know one thing. Percy and Toby are there, and they were watching the whole shit happen. Percy was going to be behind Molly, and Toby was going to be
where were
coming
they? Where were they?
They noticed, they heard biffing and bashing in the yards, and they were just coming back from talking to Mr. Top Matt about how what's happening on their side, how it's affecting the railway at least.
Yeah.
And I remember, and I'm having them come behind Molly. Percy shows up behind Molly, and then Toby ends up on a small junction right next to Molly. And they go, "What the hell is your problem?" Not word for word, but what the hell is your problem? And then Molly and Rosie end up explaining what Emily said. And this is where they get the oh shit moment.
This is definitely high school stuff
Percy
going on.
and Toby literally tell them he didn't they go, first off, why are you siding with an asshole who tells our friend that she's worthless, clueless, that she can't do anything on her own, and that she's not needed?
Yeah, you can't.
And I'm gonna have
Percy be friends with a manipulator.
Yes, something similar. But I'm gonna have Percy go, he did not. How could he? He was at the quarry all day.
Yes.
And that's when they realize, what? Yeah, he's been at the quarry. Just as Mavis comes in, and Molly ends up asking, Oi, Mavis, was Thomas working in the quarry with you?
Oh, wait, I forgot Mavis.
And she goes, yes. And that's when they get, oh, shit.
Yeah.
So, wait, hold on. Say it again.
What is it? Molly ends up, Mavis ends up coming in with a quarry train. Mavis comes in with a quarry train, and Molly questions, hey, Mavis, was Thomas working with you in the quarry all day? Of course. He helped me arrange the train for Rosie. Why? Oh, shit.
Anyway, Sonic, what I was going to say was, before Tommy Trains nearly killed me with laughter.
I'm so sorry. I'm so
It's
sorry.
okay.
I'm so sorry. I
I was
couldn't
just
help
gonna say-
myself.
What I was going
I
to
couldn't
say
help myself.
was, to make it better at the time, I was going to say was, since Thomas was covered in milk, I was just going to say, so basically, Rosie milked Thomas real good.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like you're
And there was no
milking the
point in,
views.
and
Like,
she spilled it on him, but no point in crying on it, though.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, when you put it like that, yeah, basically
No point.
black and
It's
white.
just milk. It's just, you can always get some more afterwards, you know? It's not the end of the world. Or, by the way, it's not the end of the dairy world, you know?
But
You
I
get the
think
milk, butter, eggs, bacon, whatever the case.
But like specifically, like in like Thomas's point of view, like he's already getting like suffered enough, and it was the main reason like he bashes into Rosie and just drives off like sobbing in like hell.
It's just like that thing in Rose. It's just like that thing in Alfred 3 where he actually bashed, where Thomas tried to go for Diesel, and then all of a sudden he hits Rosie.
yeah, I was
Oh.
very about Alfred 3.
Oh.
I was very
Oh.
disturbed. I felt bad for Thomas in Alfred 3.
Dude,
Because
I had
also
it
he was just go-
worse. Dude,
I
had it
actually
worse.
felt
I was
bad because
voicing him.
I was actually look at me. I'm pretty much pressing my heart because I was so worried and pretty much felt bad for Thomas. Like the way how he's acting, and apparently, you know, the Welsh cold drug addiction. I was actually feeling like I'm about to have a heart attack. Like I was about like, oh
If
my
anything-
god,
if
I'm about to
anything,
die.
I've got some secrets to tell you guys
No,
about
I
that.
was
Specifically,
I was
like
just
my
pretty much-
acting.
I was very discomfort.
Sonic,
I was
yeah.
like pretty much touching myself, like
Yeah.
you know, someone.
Hey,
definitely
yo,
make-
yeah, you
mating
might want to
with someone.
rephrase that.
Sorry for
you might
saying
want
that.
to rephrase that, bro.
Yeah, I think you might want to redo that, mate. We don't want to get the wrong impression. But I know what you're saying. Jesus Christ, where's the stream going?
I'll be right
What the
back.
hell's
Someone's
going
knocking.
on with the stream, bro?
We're just trying to make it fun. We're trying to make it fun, like taking
It
this
is
from
fun.
like
This is quite fun, but at the same time, it's getting hilarious at the same time. This is what
No,
happens
if-
on my streams every
if
time, ladies and
anything-
gentlemen. The unexpected of comedy just pops out of nowhere.
if
You know,
anything, like of all seriousness, like in my acting, like as Thomas in the movie, I will tell you, I've actually almost fainted in that movie like 3 separate occasions when doing my lines. No
Alright,
joke when
sorry.
I'm saying this.
I believe you.
So what did I
pal.
miss? What happened?
So the secrets I'm about to share, they're too stupid to make up, and they actually do happen. So the scene with Thomas, he's pissed at Gordon, and he tells him the famous Tobey Maguire scene, that one scene that he says, or I say. Believe it or not, I actually had to retake that scene twice. I actually had to retake that line twice. Because
I'll admit, it made
the
me laugh
first-
my head off when you said the Tom McGuire line. I actually laughed my head off.
that was also in the script, though. Believe it or not, it was actually in the script. You should remember it. And I remember, like, what was it? Like, I didn't like how he said it the first time. So I remember, like, hang on, I want to try that again, but I want to take it to a different approach. So, like, I just closed my eyes for a minute and I'm just listening to Gordon. Like, I'm imagining I'm hearing Gordon, like, talking, like, all this shit, like how tiny tank engines are supposed to, they're supposed to be in the yard.
Like, I'm just laughing, man. It's just how you just said it. It's like Thomas saying, "Holy shit!" I'm just picturing in my head now. This is like a Trains documentary thing, and I'm just laughing my head off there.
Like,
Sorry,
I'm
I'm envisioning.
like
as
I
we go
just
along.
I listen to
just
Gordon
pretty much
say
giving the
tender
visual.
engines are not meant to shunt. You fetch our coaches and we pulled them. Now do your job. Stop being a little bitch and stay in the fucking yard. You dumb
Jesus
shit.
Christ.
So that was when I ended up making like I ended
You
up like
almost sounded
saying.
like Brandon then. You sounded like my buddy Brandon, aka Ginger Jesus, there for a split second.
Oh, you think that's you think that's nuts, dude? I can sound like Oval Frankie Henry.
Oh my lord, that would be.
Oh no,
yeah.
I'm actually not lying. I've actually done it before, millions of times before.
You know, James. You know about James. Apparently,
This is
pretty
me
much
trying
like
to
when
sound
James.
like Thomas,
When people do
and
James,
you know,
they just sound like him. Like,
you know when.
hey there, guys. My name
is.
is James the Red Engine.
Oh god, don't mention German James again. That's why. I
No,
keep
no.
calling
I'm
him-
talking about James the Red Engine, not.
That's
not
what I
a
mean,
YouTuber.
yeah. But when I tried to do my Henry impression based on the Railway series, you know, back in the day when he was starting out, the guy sounded like at times Henry was like died of energy, like the guy who voiced him in the first audio Railway series. And I tried to do that once, and I nearly once cracked my voice to pieces. So instead, I decided to give my version of Henry's impression to be more like a kind of like how I am as an adult. I made
Wait, when
him
you said like
Like-
you were trying to make Henry like sound like what is it? You were trying to sound like Henry, but he ended up sounding like he was dying or something. Was he
but
dying from Welsh
it-
coal?
That's what it sounded like in the original Railway audio series. The guy, when Josh Garber, whoever it was, who voice acted him in the original audio series, especially in the bit where in Whistles and Sneeze, where Henry gets hit with the stones and he's like, And he
Oh,
was
I
like whistling it.
remember that one.
Are
The
you
bit
talking
was
about
it was
the
just like,
Soda Island
hello,
Forum's
there, it's
audio
like,
productions?
it's like he was dying of like struggling to breathe or something. That's the thing
Because-
about his voicing. But when I tried to do my impression of Henry nowadays, especially when I did back for the last 10 years of voice acting in Dark Double Four series, let's just say I gave him a bit of an adult, mature voice. Like after his rebuild, quote unquote, he
Are you
became
referring to the Soda Island Forum's audio productions?
no. This in my version, I made Henry a very different character, especially in my headcanons now. That's how I write him. He's no longer an engine you tease or get with. He's like a serious grown, like he's like basically a full adult man with a good lot of health in him. He's like he's basically like I'm trying to make him more like a badass number 3 locomotive,
yeah.
if you know what I'm saying. Because
Mm.
in my version, you might hear him say a few foul words here or there because he's a big engine. You don't want to piss him off, you know. It's because he's getting older, because he's gotten
Uh-huh.
older now. So I felt like I need to change I need to change his personality. Gordon's kind of the same way, except he's still got that prideful engine, but he just doesn't boast anymore. Like he's dropped the boastful at his age now.
Is it during the timeline from the Railway series?
Yeah, this is
From
like where
Christopher
we are
R.
now.
stories?
Because in the last 10
Oh.
years, the engines are no longer childish or whatever. They're not like what we see in today's time. They're like as we are now, as in the timeline of our lives. They're
I mean,
more
pretty much
old.
they're 100 years old.
Oh, of course. Yeah, Henry's just recently. Yeah, Henry's 101 years of age, and Gordon's just turned 100. You know, but either ways, that was just different. But any cases, mate. So, aside from went off topic slightly, but I will have to say though, in some of the scenes I was watching, you know, there were some pretty damn good scenes. In I will say in Alpha 3 there were some pretty good sequences. But the thing is, like when Brandon and the other guys knew what he was spinning off with, I could see where he was doing. He like in Alpha 2 where Hazel was introduced, it was basically like
Lion King 2.
it was basically like a Lion King 2 slash with a bit of Railway Origin, End of Origin blended just a little bit, but it was okay. I could see what he was trying to do. I could see what he was doing shot by shot, but script wise, I okay. But I will admit, I was laughing my head off in that one because the guy who voiced Gordon in that one did a hell of a good job. He sounded.
Wait,
he
who
sounded
voiced Gordon?
It was LSC Productions. He
Oh.
I remember
Yeah.
like what was it? Even him after Alfred 3, I remember he had like a lot of issues with like what he did, like with all the stuff that he heard from Bosher. He's
was
like,
so
nope,
good,
fuck
but
this.
he
I'm
was
not
such a
voicing
great-
Gordon again.
No, but here's the thing.
Here's a trend recreation.
But here's the thing, though. He should
Um,
stay as voicing.
The brake
he
coach
could-
is backward.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
I know
could
because
voice-
of the coupling.
Oh, right.
Because here's the thing, I think he did a hell of a good job as Gordon. Heck, to be honest, before I had to, take my absent leave, originally, then this is a bit strange. At the time, before I could get anybody to voice Gordon,
You were
from my
supposed to
own
voice
films,
Gordon.
no, I was going to give him the role as Gordon for my Clinchfield film at the time. But let's
Oh,
just say, for an upcoming film I had in mind, I was going to have him in because I was quite impressed. But the thing was, after all the shit that went down, I was too late. It's just the fact is that he can stay as Gordon. He doesn't have to voice for Bosher anymore. He can just voice for us or anybody
nice.
else. So you don't have to worry.
Actually, I got someone else to voice as Gordon for my series. And
But just in case it's a backup.
prestige engine on the island of Soda.
Yeah.
I think you
Here's
all know
the
who
here's
it
the
is
Thomas
that
Milk
voiced,
you've been mentioning.
I think I think we all know like who voiced Gordon because he also voiced Gordon in the movie.
Oh.
Yeah, I got
I'm the
Paul's Vince to do
prestige
it.
engine. Paul's
No.
Vince?
I got Paul's
yeah, I
Vince to
remember,
voice
I
How
forgot.
did
Gordon.
you get him, mate? I kind of like what he does. How the hell are you able to get him to voice dub? Because I can't even get in contact with him.
Yeah,
Twitter.
I'm actually questioning to myself, considering he plagiarized Paul's vid Shed 17. How was he able to get Paul's vids to voice act in his videos? Like, I'm
you-
just pondering to
Are
myself.
you kidding? It's just like me. You ask and I'll say sure.
Yeah, the only time I ever voiced with him technically
Does Paul's
was
vids
in
even know he plagiarized his movie?
the last
Oh,
time
he did. Oh, that's the fun part. Paul's Vids actually didn't know. He doesn't know.
he's
No
not
one's told him anything.
He's not even a Thomas
Oh.
fan, yet he does all his things,
No, that's the
bro.
funny thing. Like, he sort of is a Thomas fan, but he's also not a Thomas fan. Like, he's somewhere in between that area.
Yeah. He's
Neutral.
like he's not a diehard Thomas fan like I've been for the last 30 years.
Or
But
me
he's
for the last 21 years.
Thank but you. Like I just said, like I was just saying, I mean, the last time I voiced with Paul Vids, I didn't know it was actually when I did that when they did that special Ghost Saga, which had Bambi and the Ghost Train. That was me as Timothy, as who voiced Timothy in that.
I think I
short.
did recall in
and-
your. I did recall
Paul
in one of
Vids
your
and Paul
comments.
Vids was the narrator, so that's the only time he and I have ever got together, somewhat.
Okay, speaking of which, Kane, I did remember one of your comments with the screenshots of Project G1 when Timothy was shown. I remember saying, "Oh, can I voice Timothy?" I remember that comment of yours.
Yeah, I know. I was happy. I would be more than happy to voice, because I wanted to work with him at the time.
I remember, what
Oh,
was it, like a few of my friends and
Yeah,
also like a
Gordon,
few
why
voice
was-
actors when
why
they
was
heard
Gordon
about
recast from the Timothy movie to the Clinchfield movie.
Look, Henry
A
Gordon had
comment
to only
by
go.
Island Soda Films.
Yeah, all I will just say is Gordon needed to have a.
Wait, he
had
got
to undergo a
recasted?
Yeah, Gordon had to undergo a couple of recastings. He was very difficult to voice up. The guy who voiced him first, I can't remember his name, did a hell of a good job in the last 2 films.
Yes,
he
I
dropped- he didn't-
recall. He sounded something like this.
Yeah, but he
more.
had to drop. Yeah, it was like he had to drop it afterwards because it was very difficult. But he still helped me with the filming, though. But briefly, however, though, he just didn't want to voice dub anymore. I tried to do the line of Gordon, but my voice was too Darth Vader-ish like, and it didn't work out. And at the time,
I could have tried it. I'm the
Well,
fastest and best, and I could
I'm
have
the
pulled the
fastest and
express.
Sonic, I could have got you as well at the time, but there was a lot of things going behind the scenes in that time when the
Oh,
casting.
trust
What
me.
happened?
Yeah, like
It was a
I
big
believe
cast,
you.
and I tried to get more than one guy to get more than one role in to do the lines, just to quicken the pace up. And then finally, the guy who did Gordon, who I cannot remember, who may not like me anymore as much, he
Wow.
banged it on pretty well. He did the role perfectly, just what I
Damn.
needed.
Well, I'm saying this right now. You ever need a voice actor, or especially a little certain blue tank engine? I'm your guy.
And I can
Well,
actually do John Bellis.
Yep, I've got
Well,
a bunch
both
of
my
Thomas fans.
vocals.
You got Tank Engine 97, who's
Yeah.
who basically sounds like who sounds like a railway series
You know-
version of Thomas.
You know,
I swear to God, like the reason I just look right now is because I just heard myself on my phone right now. I'm still watching the live stream because I'm reading all the comments
Hello.
too.
Loving it.
hello there.
Oh, wow,
my
my
name
game-
is Edward. I'm the oldest engine on the island of Sodor. Now don't bloody judge me.
This is when I did the deleted scene as Edward's voice actor, I was trying to give him kind of like an Alec Guinness impression, which was quite hilarious. Now when I look back on it,
Actually, there's only one question I do have to ask, and I swear to God, when I tell you this, I've been trying so hard to get this guy. He was originally going to be in my movie. I wanted him to be in my movie. There's just one question I have to ask. How the hell did you get Thomas 1, Edward 2, Henry 3 to fucking voice in your movie? I'm so pissed.
it's a long.
Oh, well.
It's a. Oh, you know what? Make the long story short.
Oh,
I
speaking
actually
of
thought-
Percy,
he was the
what-
first guy.
you know-
He was actually. Hang on, Tommy Trains.
Sorry.
He was actually the first guy I actually hired in for the casting for the American engines, while the rest of the team, who I can't say for reasons, were busy sorting that out. He was
I
the
still-
first one I asked for, and casting specifically. And long story short, we spoke briefly before the whole thing changed on YouTube when you had messages sent or whatever. He actually told me, would you like to voice this Ashton Topeka Santa Fe engine called Luke, who's number 5011? And he was instantly really happy to do the role. And he said to me, and this is true, he actually met the real engine itself, which is preserved. And
Whoa.
he actually told me, and this is the reason why he liked doing the role, was because his family had a connection with that railroad. One of his great grandfathers worked on the Ashton Topeka and Santa Fe Railroad. And that's the reason why that was the main reason and the truth of why he voiced Luke in the movie. And that was it.
Damn.
And that was it. And the rest is history. And that's how I got him to voice. And he did the lines spot on, and it was one of the best ever. And that was why a lot of people liked it first, because he was in there. And then, long story short, people lost their shit when they heard Victor Tansik's voice right near the end, because that was one of the last surprises that we threw in there for the audience, because Victor wants to be in
Special
it.
guest.
The funny thing about it was, though, like I don't know why, like in this movie, I had a feeling like you had like in that movie specifically with the what is it? Clenchfield curse. I had a feeling like you had like a secret surprise. I don't know what it was. Like I had a feeling you did. I'm like, no, wait a minute. This is just too easy. Why would she just automatically go, no one's ever asked me that question before. Fine, I'll tell you my pass. And that's what I
Listen,
thought
look,
about. I'm like, wait a damn minute. You're hiding someone. I literally said to myself as I watched, I'm like,
I just don't get
wait
it.
a minute. You're hiding someone.
yeah,
When I
but
heard Victor's
basically,
voice, I'm like,
311 had a split personality. That's the reason why she had two different voice actors. Is
Oh,
Liz,
no, I knew
like
that.
The
I knew
demon
that.
version is a different actor, and then Liz voiced the innocent actor.
ordinary. Yeah, the one who did the demon for 311 was actually Madison Girls, or whatever her name was, and
Wait. Didn't Madison Girl like get like bitched at by Bosher too? I remember no, it was like
She-
someone
no,
who was supposed to
she
voice
was-
Rebecca, and I remember
no,
she like
she was.
Yeah,
no,
I
that
did.
was
I did recall
that was
reading a
another
document
Madison.
from
That was a
that.
different Madison, not the one you
Oh.
know. That was a different Madison.
oh, that's right.
She too
Shit.
didn't. But yeah, but Madison Girls or whatever it was, because she was good at voicing. Because I cast her because she did a hell of a good job as a Shima and all the other engines, and that's why she got the demon role. And she did a good job of sounding demonic, and people kept mistaking her for Lizzie's actor. And then there was a little bit
Yeah,
of
I can't remember if I got mistaken from that.
there was a lot of confusion going on, and Liz got confused, and then
Oh, no.
eventually we sorted it out. Eventually,
I knew
after.
I knew the difference, like spot on. I knew the
It was
difference.
only
Like
that was only until the credits came up
Who
at
was
the
the old
end. Then they
controller's
did
son
only
who
did
was
they
supposed
actually
to
know
be
who it was
Free
afterwards.
Timothy? Wait, is that true?
What?
yeah,
The
was
comment from
another
Robert
thing.
Johnson.
No.
yeah. Thomas 1, Edward 2, Henry 3. He was the controller when Timothy.
No, the older controller's
Oh.
son, or was going to originally was going to make an appearance in what would have been episode 4, and probably
Did you just pretty much like
it was going to be
cancel
like a
Ghost
Star. It was
Street?
going to be like a Star Wars saga all over again. To be honest.
Oh, boy.
Just imagine that now.
Almost.
Thomas and Star Wars mixing together.
Percy, I was your best friend. No, that's impossible.
No. It would
Suck
have been
it.
more like. It'd be more. I think Gordon would have done the role as Vader or whatever the heck may be. But anyways,
Thomas,
let's not get carried away,
I-
lads.
No, fat controller. Thomas,
Hello
I
there.
was
My name's
your
the Fat Controller.
controller.
I'm the controller of the Northwestern region of Sodor.
No, I
Oh,
call
good God.
bullshit.
That was pretty hilarious. Okay, Percy had to be recasted because
Yeah, speaking of Percy, in your I was going to ask, like, why did Percy sound strange in the Timothy movie?
look, it was for the time we needed. Because I needed Percy to be this light-casted, funny guy. Like he was to be the pillow cushion for the audience. Okay, like he's the happy, light-hearted guy. Like I was trying to make him a comedic but I need him to be funny. But then
It
when
just
the
sounds like
Cliff came around, he had a
kind of
good
annoying, but
actor
kind
who
of
did a
funny.
good job, and it was pretty damn good.
In the Clinchfield Curse, wasn't there one of them who was named after a Disney princess? What was it, Ariel or something similar?
No. That character's an original OC, so anybody can use her now. She's not mine.
What
She
kind of
belongs to everybody.
inspiration you got for Clinchfield?
But she was named after a certain friend of mine's, lover at time. But then I had to recast the engine many times. But eventually, it just got to the point where just keep it as it is.
I'm trying to remember.
It was
there
very
was
hard.
an
Like,
engine.
Totally.
Like I remember there was an engine that Edward was talking about, and the engine was talking about her past with Jessica. I'm still
Oh, yeah.
surprised I remember the freaking name.
Yeah.
Like
That's
I remember
311's
I
name.
remember there was an engine that was talking to Edward, and she was talking about Edward, like her past with Jessica. I'm trying to remember her name because
That was
I'm not-
Ariel.
yeah, see, I knew
It's
her
just
name.
so confusing. I'm just so
I
confused.
don't know what it was, but like
Okay,
part
Chris.
of me actually felt bad for her. Like somewhat almost felt bad for her because I actually thought like what was it? I actually thought that Jessica was actually going to take her for like a split second.
That was I did say to the audience that this movie was going to be much darker. It will have a much deeper emotional meaning, and there's going to be tragedy, and there will be plenty of tears shed in this one. But in the script, in the original writing, it was a lot more bloodier. Like there was more gore in there. Like the death scene.
Pretty much like Stephen King.
Yeah, the death scene that you saw in the movie when the manager shoots the CSW president in the script.
Yeah,
bit-
that
that's
one.
become-
I
that's
keep
become
repeating
more-
that scene over and over again.
That bit has become more hilarious now. It could become a funny meme nowadays because it was meant. I didn't expect it to be that way because thanks to Victor's voice subbing. But the thing
Yeah.
was,
Dude, are
in
you
that
kidding?
scene, it was
Heartbreak
best
actually made a
for-
meme.
That was the
Heartbreak
first.
actually
I
has a
didn't notice.
meme in it now.
I didn't know.
That was the first gory bloody scene I ever did. My first firing gun scene in my videos. I was getting concerned about, I was
The
going to be very
ratings.
concerned if I was going to get a lot of complaints for that because I had never did it before. But it was hilarious without the effects or whatever. But here's the thing: in the script, like in the original fanfic, if you ever find it on my DA, it's more bloodier and more jarring and more gorier. So I
I'll
had
take
to
your word
cut.
for it.
I had to cut down the violence in the
Because of
movie.
YouTube's
I
guidelines.
couldn't do because the film couldn't go the original way. But anyways, the bit where Edward and Ariel had their talk in the yard, and I think that was 100% original as it was in the actual film, just a bit more deeper with emotion. And I'm
And I
not
believe
lying.
that.
I'm not lying. It was the first time. I'm not going to lie. When I did the whole scene in one go with no problems with the editing, I literally just broke into tears, and then I just did it again with 311. After that, like originally, I was just saying, even Enterprising Engines, who did Edward, he said in his audio recording, so he was like, "Damn man, there's a lot of emotion in this." So he kind of knew what he was going to be involved in, and it was meant to make the audience feel for the characters. Like every one of them had their own, that was the whole reason I made the movie, was to make something different, to grab the audience and make them feel like you're there, or you feel like you're the characters. That's how in depth I took it. Then look, this is the reason why my creativity, if you want to compare it with me and Bosher, quote unquote, because it's the post stream about the guy,
Yeah,
it's
there is no
better.
term to be compared. It's either greater than, less than, never
I can't
equal.
tell the difference, but most
But
likely.
if Bosher
Wait,
looked at that, but
let
if
me.
Bosher could see my work with that, he definitely would have worked. But here's the thing: he would have easily
Yeah, we
have
already know
ripped
about
me off for
dogs.
that. I know he would have.
There's still one question I did want to ask though. Hypothetically,
That's a good
would
word.
Timothy, hypothetically, would Timothy have convinced Jessica to ever kill Thomas?
Yeah,
Because
it was a look. I've said this 100 times, mate. That was because when you saw it in the trailer, which was an early
In
variation,
the music video
it
by
wasn't music.
someone,
It was a
Timothy
trailer.
and
Sorry.
Clinchfield were chasing Thomas, and Thomas was
That was
reversing.
supposed to resemble his return coming back in the movie. But when I did the trailer bit, we wanted to make the audience, think they're going to team together. Because a lot of fans were anticipating that and they were teasing it. One
But I
guy
mean,
did a
like-
DA. There was one video, there's one picture on DA where, off topic, is where there's one version where this guy did this whole thing with engines kissing, apparently. He did one with Thomas and Emily and Rosie and Percy, and then he did one. And then for a joke, because of the movie that I was doing at the time,
oh
he
my
did this
god, he
thing-
did Timothy and
he
Jessica.
did Timothy and 311 basically,
How can that work?
embracing,
I mean, Timothy's
basically
like small
helping
and
Jessica get free of herself. But it was for a joke, for a tease thing, because of me bringing Timothy back in, because that was the reason why, for a joke. But the thing
But I mean,
was,
hypothetically, if Timothy could give valid reason, I'm not saying like in the movie like they would have, but like hypothetically, would you have made them team up?
that was the original idea we wanted to do. I wanted the audience to think they were going to team together to get rid of Thomas. But the more we built up, the more I was thinking,
It wouldn't make sense.
It was, because originally Thomas was I almost wrote in the script back in the day that Thomas would have died in the movie. Like he was going to be killed off. Like I
Wait, are you
almost,
saying you're
Shit,
about to
kill
kill
the
Thomas?
hero.
almost did. I say almost.
You
because,
would almost pissed off the community. Oh
yeah,
my
because
god!
I realized I didn't want to do that. I wanted to make it look like he was
Killing
going to.
off the famous and most
Basically,
hated
311.
teenager.
Basically, 311 would have done the deed for Timothy anyway to get revenge, because she was after everybody who had a different number. Like in the fictional, Oliver and Henry and Thomas combine those numbers together makes 311's number. They would have died.
Oh.
He died in the movie. But the thing was, unlike in the fanfic version, 311 was hunting. Nearly does take them in the fanfic version. They almost do die. But in the film variation, 311 is just basically just making herself known. Like, who am I? Looking around now, here's there's like she's like a
I have
wandering,
to say, like, written
a wandering
stories are
ghost.
way more detailed than
So
adaptations.
like the whole story itself, like she just randomly appeared on the island to be well known, not because the four American engines were talking about her.
Bosher.
She just wanted to be like well known.
She was basically expanding. She basically somehow, some way, she found her way. Her spirit found her way onto Sodor with the Americans that were in tow. Because once they started telling the story,
Was she
David
following the
says,
American
David,
engines, or is she
David said, if you
known
mention
about
anything
Sodor?
about it, she will appear. Like,
Actually, Tommy, that is a good question. Ask the question again.
okay, okay,
When
guys, we've got a clock here who's basically
yeah.
down the chat box here. He's
Okay, about
basically
the question. About
he's just
about the question. Did Clinchfield ever follow the engines of American to Sodor, or did she actually know where Sodor is?
she basically no, she didn't know where Soda was. Basically, it was just one of those things that happened. As soon as she was mentioned, you heard in the narrating they weren't alone. So basically, her presence was felt. You just didn't know she was
Is it like a
there.
magic railroad secret
No,
thing?
no, 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 no. The dead don't
Nah,
do it.
it wouldn't have anything to do with the
Oh.
Magic Railroad because even like
No, I'm
Proteus,
actually saying
granted,
like, is this something like a secret railroad that connects
No,
somewhere
but
between
basically the
the
idea was
small
to get the
island?
Americans to teach the UK trains the difference because the Americans and UK guys love what we do, especially when it comes to trains. That was the reason why. But the thing was, Timothy and 311 were going to be originally a ghost duo, which I do for fun for Halloween only nowadays. But the thing is, I didn't want to, because back then the fandom audience were very greedy. They didn't care. They just wanted those two to just do something about it. They didn't care for the story. But nowadays, people love it. They don't care about the other side. How the things have changed now, which is
What the
good.
fuck happened
But
during
the
2018?
thing was in the dream sequence, we built it up and we built it up to the point where, when Timothy comes in, you see that dream sequence, which is the only time you see them together. That was the idea. It was basically a nightmare that Thomas had, and then he was like, he got killed off. That was a bit of like a Freddy Krueger / Shed 17 resemblance because I did it for a laugh. Because
You mean like
again,
Freddy versus Jason?
yeah, basically Paul Vids gave me an idea unknowingly. I don't think he was aware of it at the time, but he gave me an inspirational idea I needed, and it was freaking awesome. And then at the end of the day, Timothy is just in the background waiting to play his next move. I will admit I did shoehorn him in there by accident, although it's something I'll regret afterwards
I mean,
because
it seems like you did it like coincidentally, like purposely.
because people wanted me to voice him again because I was that good. Problem is though, I was different. If I did it back then, I wouldn't have. If I'd redone the whole movie, he wouldn't have been in there at the time.
I believe it.
But the thing is though, he was in the background waiting for his next move, plotting and pacing. And when you see the two together, when everybody was like, "Oh shit, Embassy's back," they were thinking, is he going to team up? The thing was, 311 had gone past Timothy's hideout and had basically woke his spirit up unknowingly, trespassed on his hideout. And that's where
Like Freddy waking up
That
Jason.
was when he woke up.
yeah, he was like, so he's finally found somewhere else. So he thinks in his mind, in what Timothy's mind, he thought like 311 had come to do the deed for him, to finish what he started. That's why he was in there in the background as a villain thinking, possibly.
I personally will say this. I actually thought it was kind of cool that you had like a little sequence with Edward and Timothy, like bringing Edward back a little bit, like bringing back Edward a little bit of nostalgia. Like, wait a minute, haven't I seen this? Oh my god, it's you!
Yeah, basically, I forgot Edward seriously. That was another thing that was shoehorned in, but I was trying to give Edward some more screen time. There was a sequence that was going to build up for he remembers there's something more to Timothy than we might think, and Edward knows more. That was the idea. We were kind of teasing could there be something between the two of them? So that was again something else I had to do in, but I really felt like it was squeezed in. So yeah,
It was still worth it.
it was at the time it was, but looking back, I was like,
Did Timothy had a redemption?
he was trying to have a redemption, but the thing was, he was that lost. He didn't know where to go in life.
And speaking of which, though,
he was building up, and then he got to the point where, 311 had that talk with Edward, and then she leaves, and then she senses that she's found somebody else, and then eventually, when Thomas gets trapped in the so-called clay pits, let's just say that was really intended to happen. Again, I had to put Bill and Ben in because they need some screen time. They hadn't been seen as much. So I felt like we need to get them in for a bit of fun. And then I was throwing a lot of railway references in there and the timelining of when the books came out and what year they were in. So there was a lot of referencing going on. And then
I just thought of something massive that you probably could have done, but I don't know if you would do it.
But anyways, after
Ghost
that,
battle.
pardon? Oh,
Massive ghost battle.
Oh,
Think
boy.
about it for a minute. If the
Yeah.
two ever did eventually meet, if 311 and Timothy ever did meet, and
we're going
like
to.
like I said, like hypothetically, if Timothy did try to convince 311, but she denies it, I just imagine Timothy would pull off that Star Wars bullshit. If you're not with me, then you're my enemy. I just imagine those two like going at it, maybe like a few rounds, scare the crap out of a few engines nearby.
Yeah,
And then
I don't know about that. It could work. That would have been cool, but they were going to meet originally. Like the original scene when Timothy wakes up, his spirit wakes up basically. Originally, she would have come through and, Jessica, the third one, was going to talk her random things. Like she was conflicting with herself. Like she wasn't as a villain as you might think she was, but she was portrayed as this villain. And then after that, Timothy would have popped up and in front of her and speaking around, and then the two could have hatched some sort of an alliance. If you know what I'm saying. And then eventually after that, when she had Thomas cornered, in that scene, which I thought was one of the best I ever did. Like she almost does kill him. Like she almost does. You can see how close she gets to him, and then she's just like, "Nah, I better take you a bit somewhere else." And then we go to the sheds because basically 311 would have taken everyone in the sheds had she made contact with any of the engines. Like Edward was going to sacrifice himself. We wanted to make it look like he was going to. And then finally he breaks through.
Of course,
that barrier.
Audrey's first character.
Yeah, Edward was going to I wanted to make him brave. He was going to sacrifice himself. And then he breaks through 311's barrier, in the head.
I thought that was pretty insane. I'm just like, Edward, I admire the fact that, you're kind of being the brave, gallant old iron that you are, but you're close to dying, asshole.
Yeah, he knew what he was going to do. He didn't care. He was going to do whatever he said. He failed one time, and then, in that sequence where 311 blows the whistle and then he whistles back, that's basically him communicating, saying, not now. It's as if saying where to meet up, and it's basically like in Batman Dark Knight Returns where Superman uses his laser vision, and you see in the sequence he says where to meet Batman, and Batman says to Superman, Crime Alley. Basically that was their reference. That was a reference from Dark Knight Returns where 311 say where shall we meet up? I never even
noticed that actually.
I just remembered that myself as well after so long. I was like, holy shit, I Dark Knight Return references. She's like, where shall we meet up? And then Edward's like, Nafford's sheds. That's sort of thing. But he just says to Thomas, I think I've silenced her for now. And Tom's like, you shouldn't have done that, Edward. Now that you answered back, she might get you. He doesn't know what they're saying because he didn't quite know what they were doing. But at the end of the day, as you saw, the rest is history. We see different accounts of the story, and then
was it supposed to be like a bad ending?
Yeah, 311 eventually brings out her side of the event of what went down, and then we get the surprise of the manager who said, "No, I was the one who took the the manager's the president's life because that's who she wanted."
Well, and her crew.
Yeah, that and the crew, and this and that, and of course, the tragedy just gets worse and worse. And of course, 311 made it more tragic because, in that fit of rage, she killed her own best friend, the manager. As you saw in that sequence, she thought it was just an onlooking trespass on her grave, and only now it makes it more tragic and make her more sad as ever.
To be fair, for the caretaker's side, for the caretaker of 311, I personally had a feeling he knew he was he was gonna do something like this, only because, for one being, he was actually pissed off of the railway manager because of the fact of
the president
said.
He
was pissed off with what he said, so he figured, you know what, I'm gonna take action in my own hands. But he does. But the thing is, though, he's also a little bit guilty inside. He literally just took the life of someone else. So he's thinking, you know what, I gotta redeem myself. And that was why he purposely landed in front of 311's path.
He did, but at the same time, he knew what was going to happen. He basically, like I said, we've seen this happen in films before. We see this in anime. We see this in drama series. When they kill somebody, they will regret it, but they know they've crossed that line. And he would have, even if they did know, he wasn't going to serve jail time. He basically, in a way, committed suicide. In a way, but he didn't kill himself.
This is like something out of 5 Minutes at Smudgers.
Dead.
No, yeah. Basically, at the end, 311 unexpectedly did another deed, unknowingly. That scene was a bit different compared to the fanfic version, where he basically because we tried to film this. We've gone way off topic from Bosher scene, but hey, we'll get back to that afterwards because we've been on for a good 2 hours now.
Yeah.
And having you on site has made it more fun as ever. I'm really impressed. But anyways,
especially since it's rather that we make it fun now before I do continue the story of what happened. Yes, I was unconscious,
but
but
Already
much more to it.
11:25 p.m. for me.
Yeah, we're basically trying to lighten the mood up before we get back to business. But basically, as I was trying to say, Sonic, in the actual filming, we couldn't do the whole sequence where where the manager in the film he burns his car and sets it alight with the president dead inside, so he could clear the evidence, so he wouldn't be,
And he said he just doesn't care if it's right or wrong.
He didn't care. He just wanted to end it for 311, and at the end, he walks onto the bridge and then dies afterwards. But in the fanfic,
I'm actually about that scene. I'm actually questioning to myself, how can he can die from a lost soul?
But basically, that's what he did. He didn't see it afterwards. But what we didn't see at the end, basically he did take it. It's just a sequence that in the end he did end up killing himself. We just didn't see. It's just how he remembered it from 311's point of view. Things like you see in the anime. And there was, he basically would have not seen it at the end. Basically, what we didn't see at the end, he says he took me and claimed another soul. He basically threw himself over the bridge. That's why we didn't see it happen. He would have dove out the way. But it's to make it look like it. That's what would have happened in real life. But in this case, 311 killed him instantly. Demonic-wise, if it had been her normal ghost, she would have she would have hesitated badly. But because she was in her demonic formation, she didn't get, and she was blinded in the lights. She didn't know who she took. She was just out there to kill again, and she did. And at the end,
giving out a warning to others.
Yeah, but as the fanfic version goes, it was very different. In the fanfic, the guy, the manager kills the president more bloody and gruesome, okay, compared to what we saw in the movie.
What, did he use a chainsaw or something?
No, it's not really. No, not No, he used the same rifle, whoever it was. It was just a bit more darker and gruesome, like Tim Burton dark almost. And then he drags him in, then he puts him in the boot of his car like he did in the movie. And then after that, he gets out of his car up to where 311's grave was. And what he did was he just put the car in, and then the thing would go down to the ravine. And then that's what would have woken up 311. And because in the film, we tried to shoot it many times, and it wouldn't go as planned. So instead,
you couldn't actually have the car go on the.
We tried. We tried many takes, and the shooting just didn't work out. And of course, to be honest, it was a bit too. I felt to me it was a bit too dark. So I thought, set on fire. It'll be a lot more better.
We don't want to make this like a. We don't want to make it like a Michael
his
Bay
dead
movie.
body in the fire, rotting in hell for his sins.
Yeah, basically that's what that was a bit more less darker.
Yeah.
Jesus, what was the fanfic trying to make it do? Trying to make it look like William Afton?
No, the fanfic versions are a lot more darker than what you see on screen. I had to change a few things. I didn't want to upset my target audience. I didn't want to upset my target audience. Okay, I get the wrong impression. And then in the story version, the manager gets onto the bridge, and then he dies from 311 afterwards. But a bit more, not what we saw on screen, but a bit more different. He basically had his back turned on her, and then he dies after. He didn't look her straight in the face. Bit different. It was a bit more darkerish, and of course, 311's crash in the fanfic version was very similar to what we saw on screen, but it would have been a bit more gruesome. That's why we saw that scene where you don't see her fall or whatever. Basically, in the first trailer, when we saw the flashback in that first teaser trailer, that was technically how it would have gone down. Basically, but it was a bit more, not as gruesome, but we didn't want to disturb the audiences. But at that time, whereas nowadays it would have been completely censored, you wouldn't have noticed because times have changed now over time. Because we don't want underage
because of
viewers to think this is cool because of all the stupid killings and all the BS stuff that we're seeing. So you can understand, But either ways, it was still fun to do. But there were some scenes that did match pretty well with the fanfic, like when Henry's encounter with 311, that was completely original almost, and Gordon's encounter with
counting horses and grenades, right?
Huh?
almost only counts in horseshoes and grenades, right?
Similar, but Gordon almost died in the movie as well because in that bit where he sees 311 who's whistling and he's like screwing his head off, like there's an orange in front, he basically nearly died in the movie. But no, he survived. Just like he if that's the reason why I made it more flashy jump and did he get consumed? No, he's still alive. It was like a jump scare at that bit. That bit where Gordon counted
yeah,
311.
especially with the Timothy movie. I just
Oh,
I just
Oh
pretty much jumped out of my
the
chair.
jump scare that got me the most was the one with Henry's encounter with him.
yeah, that was
Yeah.
kind of a
Oh, you pull the dick move.
especially
playing.
the bit, especially having it done in the tunnel when he got bricked up. I thought that'd be some funny karma. I was like, I
Yeah,
wonder.
everyone using that kind of style. What would Henry seen?
Actually, no. What was it? You did like 3 jump scares in the first Timothy movie. It was
It was
Percy's. It was Percy's encounter,
That
and
was
then
original.
it was the driver. Like, he's telling the story, and then that's when right there.
Yeah,
And then it was with Henry. Those are the only 3 that I think I remember. If I'm missing one, then
James did have an encounter, but it wasn't a jump scare. Gordon had an encounter, but it wasn't a jump scare.
Thomas had one, but it wasn't. Well, I didn't consider it like a jump scare. He just like came out of nowhere. He only scared the crap out of me when I just hear him go, "Curse you, Thomas!"
Yeah, that was me yelling when I was voice like, no, damn it. No, I was literally pissed off when I said those words. I was screaming my head off because I was actually pissed off. I was in a bad mood when I did that. I was actually in a bad mood when I did that recording because someone pissed me off on I think it was. I don't know.
Ironically, with me personally, like I can tell, like the emotion that you give, like when you give when you give a voice, like that type of like what is it? The volume in language and attitude, you can be able to tell like almost what emotion they're feeling.
Yeah, because
I know I shouldn't bring this up. I know I shouldn't bring this up. In Alfred 3, though, that one scene when Thomas leaves and he's right in front of, I think, what was it, like a pair of buffers, I think it was, and it was referring to like where Lady was last scene.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that scene,
like a ripoff.
I was
from
actually crying.
Or the Magic Within.
No. It was like the one where it's like, if you can hear me, please come back. We need you.
Yeah.
I need you.
Yeah.
That scene specifically, I was actually starting to cry.
I almost did too at one point. I know.
Oh,
I was
No. Like I was actually crying. I even told him like after like give me a minute. So I paused it. I waited like out like 10 minutes.
No, I was basically just crying my eyes out whenever like listen. Before we get back to the whole thing afterwards, when we get back to what you're saying, Sonic, I would say to this is that in Alpha 3 there were a few scenes that did make me cry off. Because basically I'm friends with the actress who did Rosie, God bless her, man. When Thomas did get her injured and how the actress was talking as a hurtful hot Rosie, I'm not gonna lie, I was heartbreaking because I was like,
are you kidding? I did like an entire video like based off of the shit that like my character did that scared the crap out of me. That was number 5.
Yeah.
And but here's the thing at the end. But when it comes to my voice acting, if you want to call it voice acting, Sonic, let's just
I call it. Hey,
I wish I could
if
voice
you're
act in your
perfect at it,
videos.
it's voice acting.
Basically, if you want to call it voice acting, let's just say every line I've been doing for voice acting for the last over the last decade or so, even now with my rebounding, which I'm trying to do, it's basically not acting at all. It's basically real. Like everything that came out of my mouth, every yelling or anything when I started crying as Timothy or when I was trying to, it's real.
Someone's asking, where did you get the scream of Timothy's jump scare?
The scream for Timothy was from an older YouTube user who had his old mic broken. Can't remember who his name was, but that's where the iconic scream came from. Basically,
wait, which one?
I can't remember his name. He's gone now, I don't think.
No, not the guy.
Consider everything that you do post on DeviantArt. I'll just leave a link to my DeviantArt post that I've done some days or months ago.
That's all right. But anyways, like I said, the fanfics are very different compared to what you see on screen.
Dude,
I had to.
2 words, man. 2 words. Drink coffee.
I don't drink coffee, mate. I
did recall from my health teacher that it's not good for your health.
I can't help that way because it's the way my jaws are made sometimes, Sonic, and it does hurt. But
you're not the only one.
No, because I got a
And
funny
I'm starting to
draw.
feel sleepy as well because it's already
Yeah.
at
But in any cases,
11:34
besides all
p.m.
that, though, it's all real with what comes out of my mouth whenever I'm voice dubbing. It's not acting; it's real, like very real.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it. Occasionally, that is the beauty of like what most voice actors do, and especially with what regular actors do. As I
Yeah.
said, it's the tone and the attitude. If you can manage to do
Eggs.
both of them perfectly to the point where it does, or it sounds so real, then you're going somewhere with it. And people actually will start to believe it. Like they will feel the feeling of the character or the engine that you're playing.
It's
Like
funny.
Yes,
even
yes.
with me, especially with Timothy, when he was telling his backstory to Thomas, like what was happening, I know like you were like attempting to fake cry because, as I said, I can hear it that certain people can't, and because I do it occasionally, it just actually leads me to actually start crying.
Yeah, the bit
Like,
where demonic Timothy came back out after, just before Timothy's innocent side came back. That wasn't me voicing him at
Yeah.
the time. When I was
Who
actually
did voice
voicing,
Timothy when he and Thomas had their first interaction in part 5? I think.
that was a very old individual who I don't want to ever mention again, mate. He was good,
wrong way.
but it was personal, mate. But any
I
cases, the
think
good thing
Damn.
is though,
I
when I
think
did voice,
Grandfather
I was
Clock
actually losing my
Productions.
mind. When I was doing the whole, when I did the whole bit where where Timothy was really getting angry, when his eyes get bigger, like when he was really getting PO'd, I wasn't acting. I literally was in a shattered state of mind at that point
Damn.
because. And also, I based it off anime because I was watching one of my favorite series called the Dusk Maiden of Amnesia because that's where I got the idea for Shadow Timothy from and the scenes that you hear.
I
And
feel like I feel like I might have heard of that. I have to look that up.
that's a good. It's
I
a
haven't seen a
funny.
lot of animes like that.
That's trust me, it was inspirational for me for what I was doing with Timothy's scene with Thomas. Like, and then when he speaks, like this and that, and then you see Timothy like he's crying tears out of his eyes, but he's basically crying out blood from his
Blood.
eyes. So it's a bit of a gruesome scene, but they're actually tears of blood of guilt combined because of how mad and upset he is. He was so
That one.
guilty.
I
And I
think
was really was crying. I was literally shouting and literally like that mad. I literally had tears come out of my own eyes when I was doing the voice role. I was that moved. I was like, Jesus, what's become of me? I felt like I basically felt like the character of Timothy had actually got me consumed. I did think at the time, at that point in time, like
Yeah.
back in 2014 when I was doing the voice
The
rolling into
progression
this,
of characters.
I was just so into it. I got so into it, and you know, I got so into it.
Speaking of which, though, in that part where Thomas, Percy, and Toby met, and then Thomas telling Toby and Percy what he's encountered, the truth behind Timothy, and the scene where Timothy rushes by, Thomas looking out the window, and apparently that
Yeah.
one line, he said, I don't know, but I'm really hoping that Timothy's fighting his inner demons, trying to get away." Something like that from Tank Engine 97's
Yeah,
voice act.
yeah. He was basically saying like whatever's going through that mind of his.
Was he really fighting his demons?
Yeah.
Probably what he was. He was so conflicted. That's why he was ribbing his whistle like I will kill. No, but he was like running past like it's gonna happen. Like we will conflict, but it's gonna have to happen. But in the back of his mind, you can't. But the thing was though, you couldn't see his face because here's a secret
Yeah,
for you. You couldn't see
yeah, indeed.
his face. You couldn't
And
tell.
my mind was playing when when Thomas said that. I was like, maybe maybe he is fighting against his
The
demons.
thing was, you couldn't see Timothy's face when he rushed through. Thing was, though, I'll let you know on a little secret. He basically had his good side on him, but he was in tears of emotion, so he basically was conflicting himself.
I so fucking knew it.
He did,
Huh.
but
I so called it actually.
Speaking of your ending,
the thing was, here's another thing, Sonic.
yeah, he was
Revere,
popular
he
in the
actually
early
had two
days.
sides of his face. He was basically two-faced in that scene, so you couldn't see why. He had one side demon, one side good. You couldn't see that because at the time that'd have been too gruesome.
The way you're saying that reminds me, the famous half engine.
No, not that at
Oh
all.
God, no!
I'm sorry for bringing it up.
Dude.
I'm so
No,
sorry.
no,
I'm so
no,
sorry.
no,
More like
no,
Two-Face.
no, not in a bad way, not in a bad way. Like, oh my God, no! I remember that vividly. I listened to the entire story. The scream still scares the shit out of me.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. From like
Yeah,
yeah, I think, yeah.
that's what I was saying.
And just right around the corner when we celebrate 70 years of the Thomas anniversary in 2015. Yeah, it was a good time.
I tipped my hat off, but I lost it.
You have
Oh.
your Sonic hat.
Hat? Nah, I'm just playing. It is, but it's just I prefer to have it on just because it's
but
just.
anyway, Sonic, like I was just going to say was, speaking of the half engine, there was a trivia I had in mind for my new canon. Again, thanks to Narragage, even though he doesn't like me as much. He's retired
What?
now from Fallout reasons because he thinks he believes what the fandom thought about my downfall. That's why he cut off with me. He believed I was a bad lad. Jesus Christ. After all the inspiration I had for him, because originally the only engine that would have stood up to the half engine, let alone because I had actually had a new idea on my new canon because Timothy survives and lives in my new one. He basically knows who the half engine was. And basically, in my new canon, he would have known who she was. And when he said about he once had a lover, let's just say the half engine was his first one.
Holy shit.
Really?
In my new
Really?
canon, Timothy would have said before he met the current one of his life, he knew who the half engine was. He was the only one who could understand what was coming out of her garbled mouth because he was also, outcasted for being what he was doing at the time and this and that. He would have been the only engine that would have comforted her. This is what I was going to write in my new canon as of now because I don't want to think the half engine's dead. I want to think she's alive. And here's the thing, and I am planning to do a sequel, maybe like a what if. What if there was a solution to have her fixed? What if she
The
was
sequel
able
to
to
the half engine.
Yeah, basically, what if she had from going from a half face, and nowadays they can correct the error of her build.
What face are you gonna use? Like, what female engine face are you gonna use?
I have no idea at the moment, but all I know for a fact, spoiler alert, it would be
You want to
similar
use
to
like
that.
Veronica's face? You want to use Veronica's face?
It would be similar, I think, but who knows? But the
You
thing at the end
can
of the
actually
day
use
is,
her face.
for the spoiler alert at the ending, though, it would be like having an engine having plastic surgery, where she would have a full face. It'd be, basically, having a full face, so she can actually see out of both ends and actually communicate. And that's, spoiler alert, is going to happen in my new canon. Like, there'll be a happy engine, half engine.
So someone's asking. Billy Jude is asking. So did the Timothy creepypasta start when the Timothy character from the Clay Pits was introduced in Tale of the Brave?
I don't know about that one.
Guys, read the one after that.
Can we bring? Oh yeah, of course, Reese Kendrick.
Yes, that's basically Bosher's real name.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that.
Reese. Speaking of which, though,
Okay, guys. I think we'll have to say this now. We've still got plenty of viewers going, and we're still rolling this shit. But sorry, I'm losing my mind there. Comedy gag aside,
you're not the only one, bro.
I'm like, that's what we said. We had a little fun. We've had a little discussion here and there, and now back to the posting thing. But this happens on my stream. You gotta watch out for it. This thing happens a lot of times.
Yeah.
So basically, Sonic, let's get back. Let's just spill the beans, as we'll say, or should we say, let's spill the coal and just get this shit out the way before we move onwards. Because this was going to be originally a short stream, but
it's now 2 hours.
Yeah, nearly 3 hours now. But damn, we've come a long way with this. Bosher, if you see this, it's ain't to target you. It's just to let you know is that your presence may not be welcomed. For some people, myself included, we just don't want to have any more of your shit. Okay, if you have learned your ways, then just prove it to us. If not, then you're done. Like, I'm not giving you a chance.
My last words to you: please do not ever make any Rule 34 stuff with any Thomas related stuff.
No,
please
don't. No, that's bullshit. That's
you think that's worse? You think that's worse? You all remember his what is it? His Shed 17 bullshit remake, right?
Yes,
I didn't see that. Never saw that. Good job.
Basically, it's about. I ever known about.
It's basically about this fan-made anime girl, like so much of a knockoff.
Oishi, is it?
Oishi.
Oh, Oishi. Oh, wait. Yes,
Oishi. I thought it's Oishi. I'm so sorry.
Oishi.
Here's the worst part. Here's the worst part. I just have to say this. right now. I actually looked at his DeviantArt at one point. He actually drew a picture of him and her getting married.
I think I did saw a screenshot.
Never saw that.
Like that.
Here's the thing, though, Sonic. if there's one good thing about Bosher they did do as well, besides introducing Hazel and the other bits and bobs, which I'm trying to keep bothered with, he did introduce me to a weird that weird looking anime thing. Oh shit! And it's like it's like an adult comedy thing, and it's like this is what we don't see anymore as much. Like we see us actors and an anime cartoon character which is actually quite cool. It's like the ultimate fantasy thing in a strange way when anime and reality come together because it's a bit of a good trend nowadays. But I will
Actually, I
admit,
find it cringe.
I saw the series. I did see a couple of episodes, and I just burst out with laughter. Like that was the only thing I found hilarious about it. But Jesus Christ, taking that extreme level, yeah. And I did see that Shed 17 thing. It was less gory than what we saw in Paul's vids, but I was like, holy shit, what the hell?
With the inclusion of
I
Powerpuff Girls, I was very disturbed.
I
Like-
was just like, in my mind, I was like, could somebody give me a
no.
I was like this.
If we're talking gruesome, if we're talking like mega gruesome,
No, not
then
gruesome. No.
do I need to bring
was
up the fact what happened to Naughty?
No, I saw the bit.
Why?
No, I saw the
What do you
bit at
mean?
the end where you said all the bits. I was like, could someone give me a bottle of Prozac? I literally said that at
What?
the end. It's a drug thing. It's one of those pill things that you have for medication.
And
But back
Well,
to what
yes,
I was saying.
like referring to like what happened with Naughty,
Four horsemen.
she basically
Oh shit, my hand.
like Oishi Kawaii basically had him
Like,
hunged.
yeah,
hung.
Yeah. yeah. I
Oh,
mean,
my-
The worst part was I freaking knew that like he was gonna do
it's like
something to Thomas at the end.
rip-offs, most likely, but then
I legit had a feeling he was gonna do something to Thomas in the end. I got so like annoyed. I'm like,
oh
wow,
boy.
you
But what about
Curse.
Thomas? Well, we can't even let him know what he's doing. I like that.
That's the thing about. I mean, he has got like a voice, but there are times where he sounds like he's just bored, shit, pissed.
Yeah,
Like he just woke up. Like he just woke up. Out of bed.
especially with the first Alfred
In
the
fact-
Fallen B12. The way he's narrating like from the classic series.
Oh my god, I
Let me say
can't
this right
believe
now,
I'm
it just
posting
looks,
this son of
it
a
sounds
bitch.
bloody annoying.
It's like this, he'll be like, welcome to the
I'm
undersoda.
hungry.
I can't
Oh.
take this shit.
Oh,
Give me some
no. If you want to hear like an actual,
Sorry.
like version of it, in fact,
Oh.
it wasn't Thomas who would discover who she was, but rather
Yeah,
who
exactly.
she wasn't.
Oh god. No, look, no disrespect to taking the Mickey on his voice. It is quite hilarious to kind of
Yeah. I just find
Have
it like
some fun.
annoying.
6 out of 10.
yeah, but I don't get me wrong. I think Oishi
by the
was
way,
a funny character.
Sonic,
but
by
at
the
least
way,
she
by the
wasn't
way.
as gruesome as I thought she was. You know, she's like this weird looking alien that came from a different dimension and just looks after
Yeah,
us human.
apparently she was like some sort of alien.
She
She
is.
didn't look, she didn't look, but here's the funny thing: the character doesn't even look very alienish at all. It
No,
looks just
like she's not 100% an alien. Like she is human. Her mother
Yeah.
was an alien. Her father was
something
part
basing off,
human.
like-
It's basically
Like Evangeline.
What is-
I
no.
don't
It's
recall.
basically What's an example?
Yeah.
Okay, actually spelling it wrong. It's actually Ohisi.
I will admit though, she has got. I will admit the theme song was a bit catchy. It made me laugh my head off. I was like, Jesus Christ! I was like, it sounded like it was an extreme thing. Like,
I
Jesus
never
Christ.
heard the-
cringe right
I
now
never heard the
about when
theme
you
song,
guys
and the
talk
weird
about
part
Yoshi.
was he actually wanted me to voice his father. He actually wanted me to voice Oishi's father. I looked
Oh,
at this. I'm
wow.
like, you want me to sound like a stereo? You want me to sound like the most racist stereotype of an Asian?
Yo, speaking of which, though, I want to. Oh, Sonic. I did recall that you were saying, how can you date a fictional character? And then if I was
Yeah.
in your stream like that, I would be responding, well, if he's going to, this may sound way off guard, but if he's going to like date a fictional character, he would have like date the actor
There is a
of
There is a
Oishi.
place. There is a place.
There is a play. We don't want to go. We don't want to go to that.
House.
It's in China.
Oh,
okay.
damn it!
I thought Oishi's like
Kobe.
Japanese.
Sorry, not China. Japan. It's in Japan.
Oh,
There's
okay.
literally a
Pardon me.
place. I'm not joking when I say this. There's literally a place in an actual chapel, mind you, where you can actually date your freaking anime crush. No
Oof.
joke.
Well, I won't
I
do
wish
that.
I was
I'm not gonna
lying.
go that. I'm not gonna go that far. Oh Jesus Christ!
No, but
But
like
look,
I'm
I've
now
got.
thinking about
I
this.
will
This would
admit,
probably
I
be
have
something
got
that
a lot
Bosher
of.
would want to do. This would probably
No,
be
but I've
something
got a
Bosher
lot
would
of
want to do.
enemy characters out there that a lot of us could relate to or wish we could be friends. Like it's like in a way, like there should be a lot of people like that, who are cool, badass, and awesome.
Yeah.
But I don't have that sort of like sickening mindset. It's just the fact is that it makes me wish that there could be more cool people like that, especially when they make all the women look
Oh,
badass
by the
and
way,
awesome,
thinking about his rage, like
especially
he
when it
actually
comes to
raged
certain
about someone
characters I
leaking
know
the
of.
Oishi script.
He did
That
twice
was the
actually.
bit. That was another thing that Bosher was pissed off when the whole script
Yeah.
that he blew his
I
stack.
actually would want to read the script, but I don't know.
I've read
I
it.
read the
I will
script first.
I will tell
I
you
had it
this.
first.
I've
Okay.
read I read the
I'm
entire
ready.
script. I will tell you this right now. It was just gonna be a fucking knockoff of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh, I see. Like, wait, the Sonic first film?
Yes, the very first
Oh my.
Sonic the Hedgehog movie. And well,
And then he just screams like, "Well, thanks a lot for leaking my fucking script."
oh god, you
that.
make it sound worse. Do it again now I'm playing.
Yeah. I just can't help myself, so shut up, bitches. I just can't take it anymore. Thanks a lot, fuck boys. You leaked my fucking script.
Oh my
Fuck
god, I just
you.
imagine he's watching this shit right now. He's gonna talk a lot of shit about us.
Yeah, I mean,
well,
most likely
don't
I would
care.
have to agree with someone who made a
You know what?
commentary. If you don't like, if you just don't want to show the script, just don't show it. That's on him.
It was
That's on
actually
him.
more. It was actually more. He was what was it? It was
was
someone in the cast. I remember specifically. It was someone in the cast. She actually didn't know. I think it was a she, but they didn't know that they were supposed to leak. Like they weren't supposed to leak it. So it was kind of their fault. They did own up to it, but he still got mad at them for it.
Oh wow.
I know he didn't. He shouldn't have done. It was just an accidental leak. And the thing is, as well, look,
Yes,
I know.
Yeah, cry more. Yeah, why did you go cry more?
Yeah, I
Fuck
know.
off, nugget.
It's basically what he was doing was giving the guys what they wanted, a reaction. And this is what people tried to do with me, and you can tell that recently has happening as well. But the thing is, I don't react. I just, but I worry it will cause friction. But if I don't do something, it will go bad. But the thing is, people do these now to just get a reaction because they want to see a fall. They want you to do a reactionary. But I give people reactions they don't get, either by not reacting or just being as I am now, calm and
I
chill
just
and
don't
just
want to play
ignore it.
emotions with people.
Yeah. And
A
that's
wise
exactly what Bosher did.
A
Look,
wise
I know
man
for-
once said, "There are times for fighting, and there are times for folding. Right now, it's folding time."
Indeed.
What?
Indeed, bro.
Master Roshi, 2015.
Yeah.
It's like that video.
Hey,
I've still got the videos of him.
that
I've
comment
still
from
got the
Island of
videos where he
Silver
was
Films.
just pissed.
You know
Yeah.
what's the
That
sad
comment-
part, though? It's sad for me to say this. I know I shouldn't bring up Alfred 3. I've only watched it at least one time, I think, after like I got over the fear of Alfred 3. And I swear to God when I say this,
What?
I can never finish it.
At least
It's
I mean,
sad
that's
to
all
say
right.
that, but I can't even finish the movie I started.
Could you
I
like put
only
up
wa-
like
the only way I get through it now, the only time I ever get watching is only watching the scenes where Hazel's involved and listening to Rhodes's voice actress who I befriend a lot.
Dude, it only takes me
Little
like
bits and bits.
it literally only takes me like it probably only takes me to like where Thomas meets Mr. Mad. That's the only scene I finish. That's it.
Oh yeah.
I watch it, I go,
So what if I steal fucking content? It's called inspiration.
With me, with me, it would have been like if I had done it, I would say like I'm very inspirational, but I always credit people and explain what it is because people said that about me when I did the whole thing with Central Productions when I did my ending for Timothy 1. People said, "Oh, it was just a rip off." You started, and the guy hated it.
Sad?
But the thing was, I always kept saying it was done as a tribute because he inspired me. Because if it wasn't for Central Productions, I wouldn't have done the movie like I did at the end. Because that's how much of an impact he left on me. And despite they didn't like that, they understood where I was coming from. So it wasn't like an inspiration. It was more like it was something that had helped me motivate to do what I had to do.
you know,
So
since
there's a difference
the entire live stream is also based on Bosher, should we also talk about Bosher Jr.?
Who?
Who the hell? Wait, there's two Boshers?
No
Oh
way.
well, there's one. Well, after Bosher ended up making himself a complete joke, another kid.
Joke.
Oh yeah, I
Joke?
call him a joke now because at this point the joke got so old. It's Batman Beyond old, I guess you can say. Like
Wow.
I'm looking at right now, like what Grandfather Clock Production says,
Grandfather.
and I'm totally remembering.
Grandfather. Who the? Oh God.
I'm
Sorry.
totally remembering about Sebastian.
CEB.
He's talking about Sebastian.
Oh
Sebastian was another kid who was worse than Bosher. That's why I started calling him Bosher Jr. because, as I said, yes, let me explain why first. So Sebastian was actually way worse than even Bosher himself. Granted, he was actually the one. Like they all say, like it was him that actually leaked the Oishi script by accident.
Oh.
Mhm.
And no one could prove it. But every single time that like Bosher would do something completely stupid, Sebastian was always the one to always talk the most shit. In fact, most people would even like bring him back whenever like the Discord channels would always go down and they'd always like restart them again. Someone would always bring back Sebastian. I don't know who it was, but he would always be the one to talk the most smack.
Oh
And
my god.
Woo.
he was even the one who actually exposed Bosher on like 3 separate occasions, referring to which he actually threatened. What was it? One, he actually threatened a minor while also flirting with the minor. And then, of course, with the whole ISIS shit that he ended up pulling long ago. Yes,
Holy shit.
I still recall.
ISIS. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he made it. He
In the
not only
documentary? In the
not only
document that I read.
I think so. It wasn't just
Were
referring
you
to like.
were you included in that document that I just
I
read?
probably was. I probably was not. I do not remember. I didn't read it.
I
but
did read
remember-
everything.
Yeah, my name probably would have been popped up, but
I
I
wasn't
don't
even
know.
in there. What? Not even once in the whole. I'm just glad I wasn't. Otherwise, I would have been pissed off at Bosher for it. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
Like I don't remember
Wasn't.
if I was added in the documentary, but I do remember that what was it? I remember that Sebastian he actually did worse than Bosher. He did the same things that Bosher did, but he did an extra thing. That extra thing being he screwed over Lake of Crystal Clan
Who?
so bad.
Oh, hang on. Let
Hi.
go.
Hazel.
Wait,
He screwed over the voice actress of Hazel like so bad.
God damn it! I mean, I'm
Why?
trying to get.
Why did he do that?
I'm trying to get in contact with the voice over of Hazel, but
That's
I'm a
the
bit
thing, though.
unsure.
I still have contact with her, but she goes by a different name now. She no longer goes by Lake. She either
Earth.
goes by Verosica. I don't remember specifically. No. Verosica.
Oh,
Specifically the Haluvia boss
Oh my
character.
You know, if you ever do get in contact, so I know I was saying that it's live, but if she was ever intrigued or whatever, just let you know because I might. Because originally, I was going to have her casted originally in one of my newer things about the time. I was so intrigued about how she could voice because if I ever did
it's
bring
already like
Hazel in,
3 hours long.
I know if
About that.
if I did bring Hazel back in, like if I did do my series, she's
Yes.
instantly going to have the role
Wait, hold
Um,
on, you two.
as a special
hold on.
tribute.
Hold on.
About that, she's stepped very, very far away from it now. And
Oh.
I don't just mean like the voice acting itself. She stepped far away from her engine, the fandom, everything.
Well, basically, if she ever wants to, she can always join the
I mean,
Preserve fandom.
I can personally ask her. I probably still have her as a friend on Twitter, but I mean, like Sebastian screwed her over in like so many separate occasions. Not only has he tried flirting, they've done sexting. I am not bluffing when I say this.
I believe you.
What was it?
Grooming?
No. Well, sexting's like way worse than grooming. Just saying that right now.
Basically, the real variation of Rule 34, but in reality.
Oh,
But
my
you're using
God.
messages. It's basically like you're doing the devil's tango, but you're doing it in messages.
Jesus
Blackmail on 2 separate occasions of which I cannot remember. Like she has an entire list of the document of like what he did. He was a racist, a narcissist, a sexist.
Oh my
You know what?
God.
To be honest, I hate to say the officer's name, and you know who did what he did on May 25th. I'll just say the last time I'm going to get hate for saying this anyway. I don't really give a damn, but fuck it.
Glenn,
Where's
you
there-
don't
where-
have to say it if you
I'll
don't
just-
I
want
mean,
to.
for me,
It's alright.
I haven't gotten any controversies in this fandom.
No,
I
it's
just don't know
fine.
what the fuck's going on.
I'll just say that. I'll just say it anyway. I'll just
Yeah,
say
I
it
just don't
once,
know.
and I know I'm going to get heat for saying it, but it doesn't really matter. It's just something I have to get out of my system. Where the hell is Derek Calvin when you need him? So he can put his knee on the
Who?
back of the guy's neck, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh, him. Never mind.
What?
Never mind. I thought it was like someone else. Like,
No,
in,
not
like-
what you thought in the fandom. No, I was like, where the heck is that officer despite he's in jail? Get the guy who, Bosher Jr., get him on the ground so that Calvin can do what he did to
the thing is though, like
You
everyone
perfect.
ended up finding out about this. Not just the Alfred 3 team. Well, some of the Alfred 3 team who actually stuck by. Yes, like I said, that's why we started
I
calling
thought
him Bosher
speaking of which,
Jr.
though, I did saw his video about Bosher gaslighting. I thought I was believing in his side, but you saying it, god damn, people are really going
But I
over
mean, like,
under the
I
dark.
also started reading the document too, and it turns out this kid, Sebastian, he's actually done a lot worse. Sure.
So the documentary is like 70%
it's-
fake.
No, it's actually all real. Like it's all in Lake's perspective. And I'm not saying this like literally like out of like context, but she actually does have also like physical evidence where she actually did get like screenshots of messages and other stuff. He would even send her emails of
What?
like I can't even say this without like cringing so bad, but it wasn't just Bosher that drew that on Hazel.
Somebody else.
Oh, he did. Worse. So, how could I put this in?
Yeah, indeed.
Is it normal to have two siblings screw themselves?
No.
Okay, good. I thought that didn't make sense either because
I'm
ironically,
just so confused.
Lake
right now.
actually
That's
has
incest.
yeah, Lake actually had an actual screenshot of a picture that Sebastian sent to her of Alfred with a freaking penis where his coupling is.
Yeah.
Really? I mean,
I know.
it's definitely based on that disgusting fan art where
That's
Thomas
the
did
reason
used to
why.
have one.
That's the reason why we all have
The
our
outside
own.
fandom.
Sorry,
And
but I
like-
wouldn't go that far.
And like Sebastian, he was also just torturing like people. Like he was literally tormenting them, blackmailing them.
Also,
At
not to
one
mention
point, he
Bosher tried to
actually
claim Alfred as his own one. Yes, yes, that is true.
yeah,
That
he
is true.
did. He did. I remember that one. And it, what was it? Sebastian also not only tormented like a lot of Roblox users, he also blackmailed them, and he tried flirting with at least 3 minors. I forget what the age was, but I remember one of them was about to turn at least 18.
Yeah, that's I was reading.
And the worst part about this, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but the worst part about this one, like, I had a look at this too, and ironically, there was something wrong with it because I had a look at it. Let's just say he actually made an entire map of every single person who he hated or / wanted to kill.
Like a family
Oh.
tree?
Worse. Think of Glenn. I think this is going to give you an image in your head. Tomi, I don't know 100%, but hear me out.
I'm just a
So-
dumbass.
Do you all remember Victor Tanzik's episode of Atrocity?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, very
Do
well.
you remember the thumbnail?
Yes, the Nancy thumbnail that none of us didn't want. I remember freaking out and telling, Brandon and other guys who may befriend Victor because I need to get this out of my head. I was very, very worried that perhaps Victor was taking that way too far, and none of us don't want to get involved with
I
national
mean,
socialists.
it's based on like the historical like that.
Yeah, it was basically, I can understand where he was coming from because my mindset kind of was thinking, is that where we're all going to go through? Because I was stuck between the good and bad. Like,
At least
our nation's in
he didn't.
a sad state, but at least it was just part of the whole thing he was doing. But back then, a few months back, and everybody in the fandom were getting a bit worried about what was happening to Victor, and I was worried that that's what he was going to do with, what was happening in Australia at the time. I'm not into politicking, but I will admit that was crazy brave, badass shit he pulled off. So you're trying to say this guy who screwed over or whatever it was went in that exact same level as well?
He did, but he ended up bringing in. I can't I feel so sorry for like myself and anyone that's like living in the U.S. nation right now. He actually got the U.S. Army to all point their guns, specifically the what was it? It wasn't an AR-15, but it was somewhere in that section. Like it looked like an AR-15, and all of the people that he wanted to kill were all chained like this, hands above their head. And then that's when I noticed something.
He was basically putting off a US variation of the final solution, aka the Holocaust.
Worse.
What?
Not only was Lake in there, I didn't notice this, but I was in there too.
Oh my God.
I was standing right next to Lake. I'm like, wait a minute, who the hell's this guy? Like, I'm looking at it for a minute.
That sounds like a creepypasta story.
Like, my Roblox skin is literally a Goku. What is it? My skin is literally a Goku, like, body.
Yes.
With a Sonic the Hedgehog head. With a mask,
the Sonic body.
Like, with a mask. But I didn't have the mask at the time. So it was just like a pair of glasses.
Mm-hmm.
I looked at it real carefully and I thought, this motherfucker. Yep. So I actually ended up showing
with him.
He was just one of those kids that, like, if it wasn't his way, then he's gonna start bitching about it, which he ended up doing.
Where was his parents? Where was his parents with all that?
That's the fun part. That's the fun part. One of the guys that I know, it's a guy that Glenn does not speak with, actually ended up finding his IP address and ended up sending all of the information to his mother.
Damn. Whoa. People have said that about mine, but just should never do that, man.
Yeah. And here's the fun part. I remember I was getting on a call with him, 3 of his buddies, and I think Lake was in there too. I don't remember. They were all talking shit, not just to me, but like
he is a
to
psychopath.
The fact of like I was yes, he was an edgy psychopath. He was basically Shadow the Hedgehog if he was on, steroids.
I feel like
or on LSD. But like
really?
Like literally, like they're all talking shit. How like I'm the worst Thomas the Tank Engine voice actor. I should just rot.
You're a good one.
Your character.
Fuck those guys. You're a good one.
They were saying this to get under my. They were trying to say this to get under my paintwork, and then I hear a separate voice come on Sebastian's side, and I realize, oh shit, that's his mother.
What
was it? We all ended up hearing a woman yell, "Sebastian, what the hell is your problem?" That's when like the 3 guys like, dude, what the fuck was that? Who was that? I go, oh shit, that's his mom. What?
I bet you that.
Speaking about disrespecting
I bet that scared you, Sonic. I bet that scared you.
Actually, I was about to laugh.
Since you guys are talking about the controversies in the fandom, I want to talk about. I'm pretty much going to expose myself. Back in 2020, with the whole COVID, and apparently with the whole when we didn't actually have online, but apparently we had to do a homeschool, and apparently I was pretty much getting blamed by my mom, and I was going through a mental breakdown, being a complete disrespectful kid, and apparently my mom shouting at me not doing my homework because most likely I just don't want her to be around with me. And the thing is, most likely I've been crying and angry, most likely by then. One thing I did apparently when she told me off, I got her stuff in the bag and apparently put them outside. I was thinking to throw them outside, her personal stuff.
Basically, I just had to let one of my mates know about what we said about the whole thing about what's her name, Fluke Girl 2406. I'm still conflicted with that. I need to get some clarification on now. So I'm very, very
like you're still trying to find it.
No, I'm trying to believe it. Oh, no, because I don't believe she's that sort of a person. But hearing that allegation, I've just told Brandon this, and he has never heard of this. He's just said he's never heard this allegation. So and he knows who she is too, but I don't know if this is true or not. So at the moment, I'm still like conflicted with some people in the fandom, and it's like you can tell by the name and the title, you wouldn't think they would. And this is what, as I said before in the last stream, as I said a few hours ago, when it comes to females in the fandom getting accused of things like that, to me, it's just tragic. To me, it hurts me more than what we boys do. To be quite honest, I'm not going to lie to you. That's how, because I respect the other gender more. You know what I'm saying?
I respect
what they've been
both
going
sides
through.
just as long as I respect both sides just as long as they show like the right.
Yeah, because we had that. We had this advertisement on my television about that they were for themselves and this and that. There was like this advertisement of like stop being boys towards the other gender, and I was thinking, I was thought to myself, wait, is the other gender going up against another side, or was it us boys undergoing that problem? I didn't get that. It was just, to me, I feel
mean,
like, what was
I
the
think
point in
girls
like,
produce like more
I don't
marshmallows
like
than
it when that has to happen. I mean, the whole thing regarding that is one thing. I mean, this is something that I take very personally, and I don't usually say it's live, but I have a deep respect for the opposite gender. It's just the fact is that nowadays, with the current generation and how it is done nowadays, it's just so what's the word? Temporarily clustered, but they're still trustworthy. It's hard to trust who you are with. I mean, I know in the Thomas fandom and the LRP and Star Wars and anime,
yeah,
we all have this.
going downhill.
It's not going downhill, but we have that similar thing regarding, and I just really got this problem with it, and I'm just trying to figure out what's the word I'm looking for? Where do we find our place in this? Like, where do we stand? It's so hard. You didn't have to pick a side, but where do we find ourselves in the situation, and how are we going to deal with it? And I'm personally, I know we've gone off topic again, but this happens with me a lot, ladies and gentlemen. And for you guys watching live, this has been a bit of a twist and turning and up and down, happily enjoyable, funny stream thing. But that's what happens in my thing, just be wary. It can be serious and then have fun and then go right back to it. So it's basically everything in between at the moment. But it's just something that I'm really getting back, because I have an upcoming stream, something called like After a 2-Year Struggle.
Oh boy.
After what went down, my own down spiraling, I found some reacceptance back in humanity, where I found my not terms of equality, but terms of like reaching out and finally finding my way back with society in general. You know what I'm saying? Like reconnecting with people, and it's had a very emotional, physical effect on me. Not in terms of of race and this and that. It's something very different. It's like reconnecting with sort of like
Everything.
normality. Yeah, something about like normality, and of course trying to social and interact with people again to try and help with the rebounding that I've had to deal with. That's something I've just been meaning to ask, but it's going to be a very personal and very, I know I shouldn't say that loud about it because people might get the wrong impression, but it's something that I've had to deal with myself to try and make things better for me to be as I am now, as this acceptable, changing and happy person, but who's very emotional. And I don't want to be like, remembered as as many guys on social media would like to remind me of only. Unlike, because again, people kept taking the piss about me and Bosher that I was worse than him. You could see that on Twitter. That people did that
Predators. What the fuck?
Honestly, I call major bullshit that you and
It was
him
so
were
bad.
ever similar.
I know.
Yeah.
I like people kept
I mean,
doing that.
you're
to piss me
completely
off.
different from him because you're a calm dude, while him he's just been with an overreacting.
Yeah, but what I
bitch,
meant
like-
was they kept saying it on Twitter, like, will Glenn ever be famous than this guy? Just to piss me off on social media, and I just was offended. And it showed
I
the
think I
part
did
where
recall reading tweets. I'm not going to say his name because I know that one person is just saying like some drama, like he likes to make it big news to make this fandom worse. But apparently, I've been reading tweets, and especially one from his friend, saying some things about you, and I was very angry at them.
it's just
Like, why
mistakes
would
I've
they?
made in the past, and you should, because some of the things I do tend to do compared to what Bosher and the others, or Bosher Jr. should be say as well, the other one, like Sonic, it's in my head now.
Good. Keep it
I'm
that
more-
way.
I'm more, the things with me were very the word was quote unquote unintentional.
Oh,
That's the thing, unintentional, and it would, even if I sounded offended, it wasn't
yeah.
intended. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was
But
never
I'm pretty sure
intended.
that guy who just leave you alone, just move on to
And
another
that's another
person.
thing. That's what people don't do. People have done now because the thing's done with. But the thing
They
is,
always like to
though,
bring up drama. Like
no,
it
but that's
never
the problem.
ends.
Like, here's the thing. Like, my things were very intentional. I will admit, there was a bit of fault on my behalf, but I would never intend it. It was like,
Unless
that's
you
what I
learn,
mean.
unless you learn from them.
It's just the thing is, like, people say, oh, would you take a life or kill or, or do that thing you did to yourself on camera? No, I can't do that. It's not
I just
even
can't
in
believe
my
we would
blood.
say that.
I can't do it. I just can't do it because I'm so weak. Like, I feel what would
Speaking,
happen because I'm
speaking
that
of which, though,
emotional.
yeah,
'Cause,
about that. There's another part of the one I told you about throwing my stuffed moms away, but especially most likely when I'm going through a mental breakdown against with my mom, I'm pretty much having thoughts and convincing myself, and this is very disturbing,
oh
that I
god,
wanted to kill her. I wanted to kill my mother.
we've
Yeah,
all been through
because
that. I will
yeah,
admit, I went through that same cycle at one point where I just lost it. But I love my mother to death. I'm her only child because I
I
nearly
used
lost her
to.
2 years ago. If you
Yeah, but
remember, from
me
heart
as a,
surgery.
being grown up, most likely, I just feel like I had enough with her. I just want to kill her, and I also told that to my dad, like that. I actually told her I want to kill her. I want her off the family. But apparently, my dad convinced me. He said, "You just relax. Don't take it too hard. Just be
We
friends."
say things that we don't normally say. It comes out of our
Yeah,
mouths.
yeah.
With
That is kind
me,
of messed up of me because and also when I was crying on bed, I pretty much being begging God that I was blaming God, blaming Jesus, and pretty much. But then I did also stated that I don't want to live anymore. I just want to kill myself
I was very
like that.
close. Look, I'm gonna have to say this, but I have been
I've
on
been
the
having
brink of that
suicidal
many
thoughts like
times.
that.
Like, only a few times have I been in that level because people drove me to that state of mind because they wanted me to do it, but I didn't. Because guys like yourselves and everybody else, like you too, Sonic, and everybody else, knew I was a good lad and I wasn't capable of doing it. But I was like, I'll tell you this though, I was a fraction of nearly doing it, but I just can't because that makes me want to tear up now. People have told me don't do this and explain, and I've just come to realize that I can't do it. Like, I don't want to take the coward's chicken way out to death.
To me, I feel like I just wanted to do it, but I know the consequences are gonna come after me
That's
like
what a
that.
lot of people don't care about the consequences. I know I would have because I faced mine head on.
you
You know,
know, just saying this out loud, when you both talked about, that you both wanted to
I
die.
didn't. Yeah,
Well,
Yeah,
like you both
yeah. It's
wanted to.
because most likely because I have no purpose in life, most likely, and especially my family, they are pretty much telling me off like that.
yeah,
In that
yeah.
case, I should
My
probably tell you
I
bad.
just
this
couldn't
right
even move
now.
on from the past that's been haunting me. It's
We
still
all have
planted
that.
in my brain, and pretty
But
much I've been
2020
begging
definitely
myself.
was one that hired us. But like I
Yeah,
said, with me, it was more of a physical thing than, but my state of mind was
to me, it's just
like
reflecting on
elsewhere.
the past that I should move
Hmm.
on, but I can't. I'm
So
still
you're
stuck
gonna say,
in there.
Sonic?
In that case, I should probably say this right now, and I'm also terrified to see what every other person on here will say. You both talked about, that you both wanted to die. I
Yeah,
did.
three of us have been going
Oh,
through.
No, no,
but,
no,
but
no,
I
no, no,
was
no.
physically going
I
through it.
mean, I actually did die.
Whoa,
How?
So
really?
remember how I said about the story that, my friends randomly saw me like fall on my knees and fall on my stomach?
Hang on a second. So you nearly, hang
I
on, I think,
was, my
Your
spirit
character.
was standing right there, right at that
oh,
wall.
hang on a minute. I think I may have watched that. I didn't realize at the time that happened. I think I was there watching it live.
Yeah, I
Holy
was
shit.
just,
So you
Really?
saw a live
I didn't
death.
know.
I was just like right there, just watching my dead corpse, just looking at it and
Oh,
think, so this is the end. And my friends, who all were watching me, they just saw me fall on the floor. They were all trying to get my attention because I still had my camera on. They were calling out my name, my real name, and then they tried using like other techniques. Fruit Punch Man, he's actually the one that actually saved my life, and I'm actually like grateful for him every freaking day. Like I literally tell him that he like thought of this plan for him, and he thought, wait, guys, if we can't wake him up by his name or his real name, why don't we use the other name that we call him? And what's that? I remember what someone said. Like they told me, like they go, "What's that?" And I remember they all said the same. Like they all thought the same thing.
Yeah, all good.
They said, "Thomas, wake up!"
Damn.
They
Yeah,
noticed
I
that my
think
hand
so.
started twitching.
Right now.
They saw like my hand and my body twitching, and then that was
Oh
when
my
they started thinking, "Oh my God, let's do it." It was actually Fruit Punch that actually woke me up, and he says these words. From what he said the words were, "Thomas, wake up! You're late for your branch line run. You need to go now."
This should have been done during.
And then that was when I woke up. I'm like, "What happened?"
Never mind.
Dude, I swear to you when I say this, the whole gang, like Micah's, were all crying.
Oh damn.
Like they were so scared. They thought
Well,
they
speaking of toxicity, about toxicity, I think I was actually in a friend group chat. Got changed subject. But anyways, I was in my friend's group chat, but I was actually very toxic because apparently when we were doing group works, I was so mad being my immature self. Because of that, I feel like they're not responding to me because most likely, like I said, it's because of my past that I cannot move on because I still feel like, oh, they're just going to ignore me like that. But most likely, but then I did told them about the disturbing stuff, like what people say on social media, and apparently they were disturbed. Like, tell me, have you been watching?
Sorry if you heard that.
And I told
lads,
them
that's my-
everything.
It's fine. It's not
I
the
actually
first
told
time
them
this has
everything
happened.
what I've been seeing on social media. But
But
apparently they
sorry if you
advised
heard
me.
that. That was my nan.
It's okay.
That was my nan
But
who just came up to see how I was coping with my room. You know, that was a bit personal. Sorry you heard that.
It's fine. It's not the first time. Like
anyways.
after Alpha
Hang
3
on,
ended up
we've got
getting
somebody else who's going to join us.
Oh,
yes, finally new people.
It's one of the guys who voiced Alfred Free, who did the Boko. It's my guy, Ginger Jesus, Brandon himself. And here he
okay.
is.
Anyways, back to my story.
Hey, Brandon.
When I was
You son
Hey,
of
what's
a
up?
bitch.
Hey, Brandon. Look who's with us. You got Sonic, the guy who voiced Thomas in Alpha 3 and in the
Cinders,
other
it's
parts.
ashes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
There's a reunion.
that is correct.
And there's the
In
guy
that
who voiced
case,
Boko.
Hold still.
It's all right, Sonic. Don't judge yourself. We've had some good fun as well, Brandon, but this has been about his return, and we've had some good moments.
Yeah.
But now we're getting a bit
Should we
serious.
still,
But this
should
is
we
one of the
still
guys
accept
who
him, or we should decline him?
That's fine. But the thing is now is that Brandon, we got Sonic here who did Thomas's voice actress, in Thomas's Heartbreak as well, as you may know, which I thought was quite cool. But
Oh, yeah,
Brandon
that's
also,
right.
but Brandon's also one of the guys who also deeply to this day regrets being in Bosher's film, especially in Alpha 3. Remember
You're not
that,
the only
Brandon? You
one,
told
man.
me
Did
your
you
side
voice-
and how badly you were, how scarred you were about it.
Well, I was mortified of his backstory, like of his true nature. That's why I was terrified. That's why, like, all of a sudden, like I wasn't the only one. Like the majority of the other voice actors that were part of Alfred 3, they were like, why, like, and
Like, why?
some were affected differently. Some were like, some weren't affected at all. Which, okay, look, and I understand why people were thinking, oh, like this guy he is, well, in the words of a certain character from Thomas, dangerous to the public, indeed.
Indeed.
Like,
Yeah.
but
But like I said, Brandon, you told me your side of it as well, and of course, what I sent you there was shocking because I understood our film studio told me after because he found out about
Maybe good again 2
Mark
years
Lover's
since
train,
I'm
who
doing
also
someone that helped
had his
me.
downfall. Remember that, Brandon? You told me about it and how his
Yes.
downfall happened. That's just happened at the same time with what I just told you with Flute Girl 2406, and I'm not, and I know you know her as well, but I don't believe any of the
so
allegations.
I looked it up, and it turns out that went as far back as 2017. Her situation, Like,
Is it? Is
and
this like? I don't know how to back this up or not. That's why when I saw it, I was like, after Mark Stover's train's downfall, as we now know, I wasn't sure if she's in the same boat or not because I'm still one of her subscribers, and I need to be sure if this is true or not because when it comes to
actually,
because when it comes to female members in the Thomas fandom, it's a very serious and personal thing for me to deal
you
with.
may, thanks to Samuel Warwick, a friend of mine, he actually showed me something regarding the situation.
Okay. Oh, shall I hit the share screen on your side or to back it up or not?
Yes, it is. It's highly advised that you activate the share screen just because this is yeah.
You seem to
Brandon,
be glitching.
Brandon, your mic kind of acted like you were in fast motion there for a second. What the heck happened?
Yeah, but I say, bro,
Yeah.
you trying to be another me because there's only one me.
No, I think
Ah,
Well, bust my buffers.
Because there's only one other person there that can be able to talk
ginger
supersonic speed. It's
Jesus.
not the first time I've ever done this before, and it's supersonic fast, and I need more energy drinks.
Oh God!
People are saying like
Brandon, did you say you
a
want the share
Thomas and
screen up,
Sonic
or do you
crossover, and then
want me to
especially
back it up?
Actually, there's one point I did talk fast as Thomas. I regretted it.
yes, yes. So you might want to activate the share screen.
Yeah, Brandon.
Oh
you
my
got us
god, that
back in
sounds
there.
fucking terrifying.
Okay, we got it up. Let's have a look then. Shall we back it up?
Yay!
Okay, let me make it bigger because I can't see a thing. Okay, full screen layout. There we go. Can you see better, or is it still blurry?
We
It's
can
still
all
blurry.
see it. I can see it a little bit.
Hang on, that's Nathan. Oh, Nate, who's Nathan?
Okay, I can read it. Well, he's one of the most prominent female creators in our fandom. Heck, as Audrey's Angels. Yep, blah 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 blah.
So that's the truth about Flub's fan 2, whatever
Nathan
it was.
blaming him. Edit per victims. Nathan flows.
So this is actually.
Oh my
Oh,
god, she
this
was
is-
22. He was 17.
So
Oh,
wait a minute,
wow.
that's not much of a big age difference. How's that? That's not much of a big age difference. That's
This
kind
is
of
extremely hard
weird.
to back up without
Well,
any proof it's
because
relationship happening.
technically he's still technically underage. Like if we're talking like US wise, he has to be like 18 is at least like the age limit.
Like me.
Same here in the UK, I think. I don't know. I don't even remember the
Please,
change.
for the
Times have
love
changed
of Linen,
nowadays on
don't
my
go
end.
anywhere near Reese. Thanks for your advice.
To this
God
day,
dang it. So
to this date, Flute has made out Nathan as an abuser behind closed
Holy
doors,
shit.
telling her friends that Nathan was hurtful so that he is seemingly the one who's done wrong.
God dang it. So basically, Nathan.
She's a manipulator.
So you're trying to tell me this entire time who knew? Look, I'm still going to have to mention the name, Brandon. So this was one of. Was this one of Percy Rebecca's friends that we knew?
You know, did anyone know her for her voice
actually,
actor in Percy
I
Engine
do not.
619?
I really don't know about that. So, because,
Thanks for the advice.
That's one I.
God damn. So basically, Fluke Girl
Are you
is
crying?
a villain, has become a villain.
This
Fluke
tweet is
Australia
interesting
Reyes.
because it's dated 2017, shortly before the relationship ended. This tweet was also replied by some people that were in his friend group at the time who can
damn.
confirm the authenticity. I can completely understand if you do not believe any of the allegations. However, when these things have been brought up before by a former and boyfriend of Flute, Scarlowi Renee, oh my god,
Holy
oh
shit,
my-
Scarlo Reneus? What?
oh my
I think I did recall. I
Yeah.
did recall seeing a meme by Mr.
Flute-
Ryan where it actually shows a Pornhub site with a picture of Scarlowi Reneus.
What the hell?
No. Here's the worst part.
What the hell,
It's
Brandon?
true. It's true.
Scarlo Reneus, you son of a
It's
bitch.
too like I'm putting this right now in a way that I understand it. I know that I'm putting this right now I'm literally saying this
Hold on.
right now. Like I'm not hiding this at all. It's too stupid to
Holy-
make up. I'm pointing this out right now. It's too stupid to make
Damn
up.
it.
But the thing is though, it's not
I'm definitely
under
gonna stay
his
up.
name. It's under someone else's name.
So it wasn't
Let's
Scarlowi
see.
Reneus.
No. It's his film, but someone else posted it under his name.
So someone's trying to frame him.
Hold on a
Oh.
second. I need to.
Unfortunately, it was never officially proven, so he ended up deleting his YouTube channel because of it.
So
That's
Yeah, I
correct.
did.
Brandon, this
Yeah, I did saw
entire
the stream,
time,
and I was asking why.
I'm so concerned about this. That's just why we need to get confirmation because Sonic would and he's had for
That
that.
is
But now,
confirmation that we just looked at. So
Island
now
of
we're-
Sodor Film Studio was telling the truth.
Oh boy. Well,
Hold on.
there's
hold
another
on.
one down the drain.
This is the reason why I said about when me and Brandon had one of our talks about about the Thomas fandom going downstream, or what did you say something like things will get worse or better or whatever it was you were saying, Brandon? Because you said you were feeling that way at the time. This was what
Yeah.
you were telling me from
Hold
your
on a
honest opinion.
second.
I said something along the lines of things are going to get much worse than what they are, and that's clearly evident because, like, now I don't
can't
personally
be.
know Fluke Girl that well, but I know that she
Did he took down the
I
video?
can't believe she would do such a thing. I just it really
There's
baffles
no
me
way.
that we have to
I'm
and
shocked. I can't believe it. Sorry, Brandon. I'm
And-
literally gobsmacked because
I know, and
And yet-
as for
she's 20. And yet she's 20 something, whatever it is now, and I'm 31
20.
years of age. So that would be legal.
I-
say
Wait, hang on. It was 2017 when that happened. She was 22.
That is-
so
she's 20 something plus now, and I'm 31. And I was in my
she'd be
20 something, whatever it was.
28 right now.
No.
hang on.
Like-
If it looks like I'm doing something like Doctor Strange related, that's just math calculations for me.
It's all right. So I'm a
so,
few
okay,
years ahead
first
of
and
Where's the
her.
foremost-
video?
Well, first and foremost, Billy Judd, yes, I did see the season 5 and 6 deleted scenes. They were awesome. Yes, Carlo Reyes, he made his own miniseries on trains, especially his famous episode Alone, which was a James episode, which
Yeah.
Not to mention
Which has-
Tattletale, the
Huh?
one with
Yes.
Diesel and Rebecca.
And
Oh,
he
yeah.
also-
and
is he the one who's also, hang on, he's not the same guy who's doing the Sodor fandom, Miss Fandom, am I correct?
no, you
I don't
must be thinking of
recall.
someone else. But
No,
the
no,
thing
no.
is, the thing is,
I'm getting
Where's that
like he also
video?
made trains models. He had his own site called Trains Empire, which has since been deleted. He also had made his own music for Thomas.
2016. No, that's 2016. I'm looking for 2015.
That is terrible, man. I can't believe. I'm sorry about bringing you on this Brandon and that, but I just really need to confirm because you know more members of the fandom than I ever did.
Well,
27 or
so-
28.
Okay, yeah. So
She's
I
either
was right.
27
No,
or
no, no,
28
no,
years
no,
old
no, no,
at
no, no,
now.
no.
Yeah, like
Damn.
it just.
That's not the one.
That's
I mean,
what a clusterfuck. I know.
And I thought Mark's issues were more of a cluster than this.
Wow, it's no wonder Fluke Ghost 2004 hasn't been active for the last 2 years now.
Yeah.
I also heard Electro Gamer was called
Yes,
out.
I'm aware of that
Electro
too. I'm
Gamer?
aware
Who
of.
the hell is
I-
Electric Guy? Oh,
Okay,
I
basically.
forgot. I
Okay,
forgot.
so if you remember the Thomas Creator Collective, Electro Gamer was.
Oh, yeah.
Steven.
yeah.
I
yeah.
just don't know
Basically-
any.
Actually, I
Now-
don't know a lot about it. Can someone like fill me in on it real quick?
Basically, he was called out for similar circumstances to Fluke Girl. He was basically in relations with two minors.
Why is it with the community? This
Really?
is the reason why I said about the Thomas community.
It's
You have
more of
people
the
who are that, and then they end up going for, this is why in social media wise,
Ter-
underage
take.
fans shouldn't be hanging around.
I
That's the
think-
reason why.
Guys,
I think it's more of the
guys-
fact that most don't think about that.
That's the problem. That's the reason why the fandom is going, well, like I
And
said,
you would think that, but sometimes they don't necessarily ask those types of questions.
no,
Like
they should though, just in case.
you would think
Where's
that
the
too,
tweet?
but sometimes they never bother to answer that question because they think, oh, you know what? Age is just a number. It's not so bad. You know what else is a number? 911.
Yeah.
Oh,
my
actually, believe it or not, on a YouTube poop I did, I actually, I have to show you this because this relates to this situation. Let's just say there's a bit of
You see what I mean, Sonic? In my streams,
Guys,
go having
guys,
fun and-
guys.
Boom. What, Tommy?
everyone, You won't believe this, but apparently, I think I did recall Percy Engine 619. I'm actually looking at his Twitter, and apparently, he was actually experiencing the exact same problem with Flute Girl 2406.
Who Percy Six? I
Damn
recognize
it,
that
he was
guy.
my
That name.
favorite.
Yeah.
I recognize that guy's name rings
Apparently,
a
he said
bell.
that,
Percy.
He
that
was the
Flute Girl
one.
was exposed for inappropriate acts with a minor and gaslighting said minor. I do not condone nor tolerate such behavior, especially for someone who I thought was a good person overall. I have unfollowed her and removed a collab video we did, which I can
What?
recall, which could be the Thomas and Gordon Railway series adaptation, which she
Percy fan 619.
narrated for his video.
That
Percy Engine 619 was the one who literally did the entire Hero of the Rails movie in Tomy / Trackmaster / Play Rail.
Yes.
And he added every detail, including the jelly that lands on Thomas, the branches and the trees, literally all of
Yes.
Hero's parts falling off him, all of that.
including what
Yes.
Z-Mark. Oh God, Z-Mark. Actually, how the hell did I forget about that son of a bitch?
What did he
Okay,
do?
well,
What did he do? Can someone
Okay, Z-
update me?
Okay, Z Mark Anthony, he was also Thomas Fanatic. He too, again, much like Electro Gamer, much like Blue Girl, similar circumstances. Same thing with Tom K. That I on the
No,
server
no.
mentioned.
Tom Kai did the worst. Remember, Brian? That was another guy.
I actually remembered
Tom
reading
Kai,
on.
oh my God, he was so close with me. You know, when we did the Thomas stuff, he helped me with the Kurt Roman
Yeah, I'm
problem.
so
with the
sorry.
plate.
I'm so sorry for bringing that up, but
It's all right, Tommy.
something clicked my
It's
head.
thank-
It's all
I'm
right.
thankful. I'm thankful that I deleted a majority of or all of Tom K's models. Like
Listen,
because
but still, I think Victor's still using them. Still, I think.
actually he
Can I
isn't
sh-
from my
Oh.
recollection. He used
Really?
Randolph. He used Randolph like the big city engine, but other than that, he's
Oh, that was the
Can I
one.
share
Like I said, another thing is, Brian. Another
Wait,
thing is,
wasn't
Tom Kay was
wasn't Roundoff the one from the Mainland Studios Productions? Because I remember it's on that site too.
Oh yeah. I think so.
Yeah,
But I think it was
yeah.
removed too because basically Randolph is basically big city engine, but in Victor Tanzi's universe is Reginald's brother.
That's the exact same. Yes, this is it. Percy's Six Phone website. Yes, I got rid of him too
Yeah,
as well
I
because
remember.
he and
I know Percy
yeah,
Engine
well,
619.
Am I
I
share
know of his
am I
channel,
share
but
screening? Am I share screening?
yes, I can't believe
it
this.
me?
I broke it with him long. Yeah,
yes,
share
you are
screen,
sharing
mate.
your screen.
That was terrible. Oh, we got a notification
Okay.
as well.
Wait, hold on. I'm trying to find the tweet. I'm trying to find it. Where
That's
the
just
bloody hell
terrible,
are
man.
you? Stop.
You might
Brandon,
have gone past it.
Wait, hold on.
Brandon. Like I said, with Tom Kay, he was worse because I saw what he said on, Discord and other bits and bobs, and here on Twitter. He
Where is
didn't
it?
give
Where
a
is it? Where
shit.
is it?
He
Where is
didn't
it?
care what he was doing. He became an official, you know what. He didn't give a damn.
No.
Yeah, thankfully, like I said, I don't. Thankfully,
Wait, where's it?
he
That's
was
not the one.
ousted. Like
No,
the
but
minute we
seriously,
found
and
out.
then that's the problem, Brandon. Like we said about the whole thing.
This one.
regarding the Thomas stuff.
This one.
There it
I don't know if you
is.
guys can see this, but this is the one. This one.
I've got him.
January
I've
8th.
got
This
him.
is the one.
That's the one.
Yes, that's. And the collab
Sorry,
video, I think
Sonic.
I
I'm
recall
sorry
was
about that, Sonic, but I'm shocked as hell.
No. It's fine. It's fine. It's just it's a
For a
lot
split
of
sec-
process at the moment. So
For a split second,
if I legit feel like something's not right with me, then just don't worry about me. Which
this is the problem with I have with the fandom. Why is it that underagers go for so, bollock shit, and then all of a sudden they become the thing that we all hate? I've had the exact same, but these guys have gone, well, I wouldn't say through the roof. They've gone down the mine shaft for this, okay? To put intended, okay? This is terrible. I know we've got this supposed to be about the pulse buster
She's
showing them
what?
supposed to be
Fluke
coming down.
Girl
but
120,
holy
you guys
shit.
said? You guys
Huh?
said she's Flute Girl 120, right?
yeah,
The 200.
yeah.
No. It's Flugo
Wait,
2406.
Oh, let me go back to the tweet.
This stream has definitely
This
gone
one.
absolutely bonkers. Now I've got 10 guys watching, and holy shit.
Yeah.
This is going absolutely up and down.
Oh, does anyone want to
down,
adopt my
crazy
story?
fat shit, man.
What's
In
your
that
story?
In that case, guys,
Can you see it?
The
I'm
new engine.
I see a new engine,
Yeah.
and is
We
that
can
how I
actually
think it
adapt the
is?
story if you want.
Okay,
Ooh,
and
Actually,
is this
I gave
about?
this engine a name. I gave this engine a name. Where's his
Is
name?
his name
This one. This name.
is his name Windbox?
No.
No. His name is
No, it's
Jason. The
Jason.
Jinty
Wait.
engine is Jason because
Oh,
he's a
hi,
dick.
Sasha.
Ah,
Who?
Jason
Hello.
Voorhees. Okay.
No,
No,
not the
not
one named
just
after
Jason.
Jason when I
Just
voiced him in
Jason.
the Triplex. Not that Jason.
And
No.
also, there's this one line, and there's this one line.
Yep.
Wow.
That's
And
Well,
what
the
also,
fat
I
thought.
controller
added this
didn't.
one.
Oh, the
And also,
fat
I added
controller
this
does
line.
not put. Well, the fat controller does not put up with any shit, does he?
Yeah.
So
You guys
apparently
can
this.
adapt the story if you want.
Okay, I can make arrangements.
I know
Please
for a
do.
fact
I would
Sonic.
love it.
I think Sonic will make a great adaptation with this one. I know he can. I believe him.
Wait for what?
Those-
Wait for what?
But
I'm
this
sorry.
adaptation-
I was like reading
So-
through to like all the people that legit
Ah, I see.
were
You
like
made,
talking about her, and yeah, they're all saying like she's a pedo and shit.
No,
Yeah,
but
like
that's
Oh
enough.
my God.
And you know why people say that, Sonic? People say that nowadays just to get under people's skin to try and piss
Here's
you off
my
or whatever. I'm a sad
here's
victim
my
of that.
redemption for
Sadly.
Timothy. Oh my
Oh,
God.
nice.
This one.
And who's that?
This one.
He's rescuing.
What do you mean?
Oh.
Actually, that's
Oh,
supposed
so
to be
is that-
Timothy looking at the mirror.
Oh,
so
sorry. I
basically-
thought that
originally
was.
going
I thought
I
that
was
was his
originally
lover.
going to make a video where Timothy's reflecting on the past basing off from your movie, but that never happened, so I just made this
Oh.
image like that.
So what my
He's
understanding
looking.
is.
It's pretty much like Shed 17, Thomas looking at himself, but Timothy in the shed
Oh my
looking
God,
at a
not
mirror.
that.
Hey Brandon, hey Brandon, I'm just starting to remember this. Now, can you back me up on this one? I may have mistaken you for this, but I did see plenty of remakes in that. But if I'm not mistaken, back in our early days, which I missed the hell out of at the time, which was funny when I look back on it, and I get a good giggle out of it.
Yeah.
Didn't you use these similar models like what Tommy Trains is using? Didn't you do one of your own at the minute when you did like a reenactment of that scene, and then you said something like, "Oh no, that's not me. Thomas is actually dead. Henry was right." And then you looked into this and it's like, what's this big green tank? And then the footage played and then you started freaking out. It's like, oh God, no. Oh my God, no. And then all of a sudden the yelling came out. If I'm not mistaken, was that you doing the reenactment of that, Brandon? Because I could be mistaken.
I'm not.
This voice actor sounded very similar to you, Brandon, because I'm looking back. I'm just trying to find it now.
I honestly can't remember, but
Can I help you find it? I'll help you.
Wait, what the?
Hey, Sonic.
What is this?
Sonic,
The
is this
hell?
what you're depicting about your OC like that?
Oh my
no,
God! I can see
not
it.
like that. No. I think it's somewhere. If I find where, I'm so sure it was the one. I'm sure Brandon did this. There's so many people who have done their reenactments of this whole scenery. I mean, maybe for funny reasons and for bad reasons, but when I saw Brandon, I'm sure it was Brandon's version, I think, and I ended up bursting out with laughter because it's Brandon.
Especially with Slender Engine.
Ah, Slender Engine. Okay.
Oh,
ah,
God.
yes.
I'm surprised he still exists.
He
Well,
was
Speaking,
popular.
oh yeah,
He was.
going back to the topic of E2s. Here's Timothy with my OC Sophie, double heading a train.
Ah, nice. Although the colors kind of look like my OC in a way, like my E2 self.
Yeah, like in a
Um,
magenta color, basing off from Blue's Clues. And Rebecca.
It's almost
Timothy.
like. So basically, Timothy's looking at his dark side.
Yeah, if people is just gonna complain about me being an E2, I'm pretty much gonna change my OC to a GER
Oh, sorry, mate.
J8 like that.
Everyone's going crazy. I'm trying to find your video here, Brandon. I'm just having a hard time finding it.
Oh, and this is what you've been saying
Just
about
bear with me, guys. All right.
Veronica.
But
So, yeah.
Glenn, I don't see any bears around.
Huh?
All right, enough of this shit.
You said bear with you. I don't see any bears.
No, I said no. I mean, bear with me here, Brandon. I'm just. It's like nothing. Just trust me on this one.
But exactly,
So we're waiting for.
I don't.
so are
I don't
we?
see any bears.
So are we waiting?
No,
So
I
basically,
mean,
we're waiting for Winnie the Pooh Bear all of a sudden.
Oh
now I'm just
God!
trying to find Brandon's video. I'm just going all the way down. I found his channel. Just gotta go all the way down. If this is what I
I
think
think
it
I'll
was.
just stop.
This was. Man, you do upload a lot of content, quite a lot of things, Brandon, more than I ever could.
Well, like that's the thing. Like
Damn.
Something
Well,
that I
the
wish
thing
I could do,
is,
but I can't because of my semi-retirement problems regarding the fandom and everything else, and I've got no software. Yeah.
well,
God
I
damn.
always find a
What's been
way when it
going on with
comes
everyone
to.
lately?
Holy shit, there's one stream he did something called Busted in the Act 1 year ago.
What?
I think it was. I think it was like a humorous sort of. I don't know. It must have been.
Was it? I know that was all
I
about.
I I honestly can't remember because it's
I thought
who
that
you.
was I thought it was someone you might have known who got busted in the act.
Okay. I just.
I can see some
uh,
past streams where we have bloody Callum, the guy who backstabbed all of us, who became a lost cause, still there in some of your
yeah.
older
Thanks
streams.
for reminding me. There's some things I have to honestly edit and delete on my channel.
And holy
'Cause-
shit, there's one of Mason Hagen in the background. God damn it, Brandon.
See,
He's
that's
still.
what I mean.
I know. Get rid of all that shit, including Mr. Durango Man's there as well.
I actually did
God.
read on the stream because apparently he's just whining because he never got a
hey,
voice
guys.
act like that.
Basically,
the
the whole
matter?
thing with Mason Hagen, he after he was found out about his thing, he was basically ousted out of many projects. He took it out
The
on
grand
everyone else.
What?
Grandfather Clock Productions tried calling me twice.
Who did?
Grandfather Clock Productions.
Oh,
I didn't even know that I was a friend of his.
So
wow.
did he travel back in time to try and contact you?
he's
no.
Days of Future Past. Oh wait, that's the X-Men. Sorry.
I don't even know.
Oh, what's this? What's this video?
Well, it's a video that Glenn was trying to look for.
I'm just trying to look for it now. This will take a
Let's
while.
see.
Hey, Sasha. I'm doing
Like,
pretty
who
good.
knew that Percy Engine would fall out with that girl?
I can't believe that either. I didn't know he had that problem. I was shocked. I
Yeah,
can't believe
it's a good
all
thing I got your
people.
guys' attention.
He was good. He was a pretty cool actor, but why on earth would he go down this direction? And he's fallen victim to, and yet he's underage, and yet how is, I thought the underages are the ones that are supposed to be the blame for this, not the ones who are above it. Jesus Christ. Because
Something's
we all
going
know,
around.
we all know who is and that and whatnot, but Jesus, man. Huh, I see a live stream we did
Damn.
2 years ago. Full Sword for the Future, and I saw 311. Oh, I think that was when I was with you, mate. Nice.
Yes, but
Who's surprised Carlo and Reneus are not Welsh?
I linked
Yeah,
I linked the video you were trying to find. It's in the private chat.
I think so. There's one called A More Law. Wow. The streams I was in with you 2 years ago, I'm still there, Brandon.
Yes.
Is this the one I'm looking for?
Win at work.
Okay, not the Untold Story of
What was
Timothy.
that?
I think it was.
Well,
Hang on.
I'm sure it was. Like,
No, this was the video that got me introduced to you, mate, when we did our own.
So is
Not that
is that
one. No,
everything
this
we
is
talked
way
about
back
Bosher?
then.
how so?
Is that everything we
trying-
talked about Bosher?
Let's get back to him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's
you're
commenting
so
on me
right.
too.
Yeah,
Holy
I
shit.
think
you're
we're gonna
right.
go insanity
Let's-
without going to
Yeah,
sleep.
like the whole point of this was to talk shit on him. Let's talk more shit
No,
about
we're
him.
not talking shit. No, we just got to understand that he, he's coming back, but is he really
Yeah.
worth,
Is he
Yeah,
really
this-
changed?
Has he
or-
learned from
Yeah.
his mistakes? Basically, is what he's trying to say.
and I'm
Or
just
to,
concerned
or
with
to
one more
sound
thing.
like, or to sound like, not to offend you in any way, Glenn, or to sound like a British Hamlet, to be a twat or not to be a twat. That is
Yeah.
the question. Whether 'tis noble to give any shit
What a blithering
or to not
idiot.
care at all. Wait, at all? Who is at all? Was she your mother?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
As I would
This
say
is-
to myself, but Hammond is a blithering idiot, of course.
I think that's nuts. I can even do what is it? I can do
Yeah, that was bad.
I can do Donald and Douglas.
Think about it.
Yeah. Hello, me wee lads. My name is Donald, so go fuck yourself, you fucking wee wankers.
You're a
Yeah,
muckle nuisance.
it-
It's to leave you behind, I'd be wanting. Aye, but you can't leave him. He's essential. Ha, cuz
I think the unlucky
he's nothing but a
tug wasn't
screeching
friendly
when they're all
for you.
said and done.
What?
Spike dug you with
Oh,
ya.
yeah.
Take that, you tweet twat.
Oh, damn it. Like I
There's
say,
more
Brandon, I see
coming
you
should you
just think back there, man.
misbehave.
Wonder.
Oh, and Master is here as well. Again, Brandon, this is very shocking. I couldn't believe it when you.
Oh,
showed
you're
us
going back
that.
to your
I'm
old
shocked.
profile pic.
Oh,
Not to mention it.
that
pays.
was an excuse. I have that condition, but mine's a
Man,
legal
people
excuse.
has
'cause it's
really
wrong.
changed ever since like 2018, like that.
Hmm. I will admit, good job I went out of the movie and didn't do Alpha 3. Like, it looks good. But like I said, it's not too bad to watch. It's just there, but it's just like, nah, because he kept spinning off Spider-Man. It was basically like a Spider-Man 3 thing, and I felt bad for Brandon, and I felt bad for, I'll just say her name, for Dark Magical Yoshi for voicing Rosie, because when she was voicing her, like, I absolutely digged her role. Like, she did a good job as Rosie, you know, like, giving her the persona. But when Thomas accidentally hurts Rosie, I just felt that the bit what she was saying or wherever it was, made me feel for her so bad. You know, not you, Sonic. I mean, like how the scene.
Wait, what? I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. My brother walked in for a minute.
I just, yeah, and I was like, wow. Don't get me wrong, though. It's really good to see that. You know, it wasn't bad in casting wise. It's just the fact is how it all unfolded. You know, behind the scenes and the
Charlie
man
was.
himself.
Oh yeah, Thomas did kill Charlie.
I don't want
Yeah.
to talk about that scene.
Look, unless we talk about that scene, but to be quite honest, I didn't really like Charlie. He was a
Actually,
nuisance.
that's
Yeah,
honestly
and
that
Thomas
is-
took it way too far, killing him because
I thought that
he
was Bosch's way of
sleep
trying to get rid of
deprived.
us.
It was literally his idea. I even asked him, like, why did you like have the idea to kill Charlie? He goes, why not? I go,
Yeah, because we don't like him. He said terrible.
I
His
mean,
jokes are just terrible.
I mean, like, at first he wasn't so bad. When he first was brought in, he wasn't so bad of an engine. He was just trying to have fun.
yeah.
Right? Like that's what every new person who comes to, like, that's like every new person, they want to come in,
especially
they
the
want to at
creepy-
least
and
have a good time.
And especially the creepy scene where Thomas goes back at Knapford, the Knapford yard, and apparently he blows his whistle in an echoey sound, terrifying, and he goes like, and then crashes straight into Charlie. Like, god
Yeah.
damn.
Just be glad that
Wait, did he voice James?
Yeah, he actually voiced James in both Alfred 1 and he actually voiced James in Alfred 2 and 3.
Don't get me wrong, I will admit James's cat
Yeah.
voice actor in that was quite hilarious. I did kind of laugh my head off a few times.
Of course,
It's
I
funny
did not
that
know
you
that.
mentioned that, Edward, because my driver's been showing me those videos too. And just recently, he showed me a video about a train going to London. And how did that go? Wasn't so good. Some people need to actually start
if you're
coming
gonna
up with
have sleep
original
deprived
content
since we're
for
going on.
once.
Yeah,
In
I
the
will-
background.
Yeah. I will admit that's the only thing that Mason Hagen was good at doing. At least he made James laughable. You know what I mean?
I purposely think though Bosher added that like line specifically on
Whoa,
purpose.
Brandon! Holy shit!
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Oh my God. Oh,
What in-
is that supposed
What
to
in
be?
Strasbourg?
basically that's my train Sona, but yes, this did take its.
Oh.
I took this took inspirational liberty from Alfred 3 when after this was after Diesel he pretty much
Blew
like-
soot over your face. Our face.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah,
be,
like
don't,
Thomas,
don't,
like he
don't go
did
down
on
the snake
Thomas.
path as Bosher, mate. Whatever you do, please don't, Brandon.
I'm
We
just
don't want
saying
to-
it was for
Actually-
it was
Actually, ironically, there was one extra like line I did say. He never added it though. After Diesel like blows soot over Thomas, I purposely did add like a little coughing thing. I go, you know what? I'm gonna add like this little like cough scene. You can add it or not if you want to. So like I don't know. I just went.
Oh yeah. The most
Yeah.
controversial
Like-
episode, which is the sad story of Henry.
yes, but
Mhm.
listen
Also,
here.
Bosher freaks the hell out when people rightfully call him out for copying Tobias and the Half Pariah's final stand.
Oh God, Brandon.
This is a message for both Richard and Stephen Topham Hatt. Yes, I'm
Yeah,
still
that's what I
alive.
was reading.
It's most certainly not over.
Fuck that. What a noise.
Was it the voice actor of
I
Dark
missed that
Souls 3?
voice actor, Brandon. I really missed
That
it.
was basically that little second bit. That was from Wrath on the Rails by Thomas Murray 23. That was Phil Bogaston.
Fuck
Yeah, I
that.
missed that guy. Holy crap, Brandon! Holy crap, Brandon! There's an old video of you without your beard and mustache. Looks so unrecognizable. He looks like someone's cloned you. You look like the guy from Sabaton. Jesus
Oh my
Christ,
God.
Brandon!
How do I
So
look like a guy
unrecognizable.
from Sabaton?
That's the meme I got offended. That's the meme I got offended.
Yeah. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!
Oh, was waiting. A fine piece of
Piece of work.
The fuck?
I'm sorry. What did he say?
I think he said the fuck.
Not
Look
Edward.
at Edward's face, like
Good.
Edward. Why are you
poor
looking like
Edward.
that?
You shall go to the works and have your.
Oh, yo!
What?
Thank you, sir, said Edward. It'll be lovely not to.
Shit, the clank.
Just, God dang it, Brandon.
Ben, what are you doing here?
All right,
Guys, just say
all right.
that. I know
Here's
you
another
mentioned
funny
good
one.
content. Some of them are like, what the hell? That
It was the
controls
lovely
me.
day.
There's two
What
tiny hostages.
the heck happened to Brandon's eyes? Jesus Christ. God
Were
dang it,
you-
Brian. Why are you messing your own content up? Damn it. How are you singing, Brandon?
It sounds like
You're making me impression.
it's like Adventure Time from Finn. You know Finn the human.
Oh, God. Brian, you can't me here.
Oh hell no, my nigga.
And Gordon's not taking Henry. Oh. God damn it, what are you trying to imitate here? Trains don't plow.
Yeah, this is definitely one huge acid trip, like Magic Railroad parody.
Well, actually, it's super funny that we mentioned
Brandon,
about.
what the heck have you done, man? Just...
Well, this week, well, I need to show you this because
Someone give me some fucking water, man.
Well, but what about Energon? Like,
Who? Oh, I thought you said energized. Holy shit, I'm losing it, man.
well, you may like this.
My God.
Ads.
What the frick?
One hell of a drug.
I will
Yeah,
say, like,
ads are
I had a song.
terrible.
Okay, they had to do it.
Basically, the story behind that, me singing that little narration there, I had an app, a Songify app on my phone. I thought, yeah, this be fun to use as a video. And
Sorry, man. I'm literally
another ad.
getting it. Revenge. Oh, wow, some real old content. Revenge of Demon
Yes.
182. Tobias and the
Yeah, well,
Devil's Crime.
well, basically,
Some old tales.
yeah, these are some old projects I worked on back in the day. Okay, so basically, where they.
Wow, man,
Okay,
you're
here
so
it is.
unrecognizable in some of them. I can't find it. I know it's down here somewhere.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
You pulled through, man. I love this. The best possible ending. Aaron recovers from COVID. I still get my toys.
Oh boy.
I still get my toy. I recovered from COVID twice, and I still get my streams.
Good.
Just
Okay.
joking.
That's
I
Uh,
recovered
what
from a
else?
deadly
Cheers, I
sickness.
don't know
It
why.
wasn't COVID, but I survived and I still got my memes.
And we're still here.
Yes, thankfully.
I know I'm most.
We're still here.
Oh,
Oh, God.
Fuck.
What
I
in
love
Chuck-
Dirge. Why do I love Dirge? He's blue. He's a nice dark blue. And he's got silly big golden whiz here. Beautiful. You pulled through from COVID. I still get my toys.
There we go.
Oh, man, thank you, Aaron. You legend. Last one. Speaking of long man, this has come from Brandon over in
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Oh,
House, Canada. Right, Brandon from Canada.
Yeah,
Brandon.
me.
He
Envelope
is. He's Ginger
Canada
Jesus.
letter.
He's
You
definitely
to the
asleep. Yeah,
side.
definitely
Let's
still
start going by
going.
that. I try to avoid doing that. Like you see so many usernames that are just a normal person's name followed by Imus Prime, James Timus Prime. Look, I'm very aware that some
Thomas Prime.
channel is called Maximus
Ah,
Prime.
yeah.
It is not this one. Many names in the previous Damn It Open. I thought I'd give you these famous Transformers as a personal gift. Thank you. Here's to 2020 and a brighter and successful 2021. Right. I included a bonus within the
Yes, we all
envelope
hope.
from Magical Land Where Dreams Come True. This I gotta see.
there's a reference from the Island of Sodor song.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got the joke.
You son of a bitch, dude.
He's laughing.
I don't think he expected it.
I saw it.
Oh, this is perfect. This is perfect.
Oh, this moment.
Friends.
No, wait,
You Henry with my beard.
Yeah.
oh,
Well,
boy.
actually, I used Gordon. I used a Gordon like basis to not
Yes.
not Henry.
He doesn't know
but-
the difference. He doesn't know the difference.
Yeah.
He's not a
Oh,
Thomas
oh,
person.
Especially with the Henry painted green in his old shape. Henry painted blue in his old shape.
Well, technically, I used a lighter green and well, the number 2008 because that's when this guy started out on YouTube, and and I thought, yeah, I cloned the Gordon face pack, added his beard, and there you go. Like, and there's my lovely handwriting, which he was unable to read.
Oh, dude, you
Wow.
should have given him his glasses, bro. You should have given him his glasses. Now that would have been
That would have
funny.
been cool. You can actually do that if you do a version 2, perhaps, maybe. Who knows?
Probably, I could. I
Speaking of-
almost forgot about his glasses, but it's.
Hey Brandon, there's one project I remember reading which was quite hilarious. Which is when I got into you when I knew you were a Transformer fan. Something called Thomas and the Fallen Throne.
Oh yeah, that was basically well, it basically was a. Let's just say it really heavily involved like a lot of the mythology between, and that's when I had Tobias and Haporayev elements into my series. So
Wow.
Western.
Hey Brandon, turns out the whole time I've known you, when I first met you, now I know what you may have looked like back in the day. When you and I first met, you had no beard and mustache. I've just looked back at something like 6 years ago. You're
Can I share
so
screen?
unrecognizable. Jesus
oh yeah,
Christ.
I want to show this, and then I can let you share screen.
Oh
this
my
is the
God,
very
you
first.
Pleasure to
You
tell you,
fucking
I
did it
admire
again.
that.
You
And
fucking
yours
did it
is
again.
weird.
It's so
You're
thick.
a bit sparse lately, isn't it? Sorry about that. One of the things I notice in rewatching Damn It Open is I'm always promising that I'm going to do more. Then I do some, and it never feels like enough. I think that's just how it's going to be. There's many inspirations from the channel. If you go far,
And it's lagging. I do not know why.
you go far in the Transformers community. I think I'm doing all right. Am I? I mean, you are the community. What do I know? This is my.
I am Optimus Prime, and I say that this gentleman here has been serving the Autobots
I'll
well.
check some of these out in my own time. Thank you very much. I'm not going to sit here and read them all out. There's loads. There you go. Screen grab now. Electro Gaming.
Andrew Lego, Liz Productions, Enterprising Engines 93,
And shame I'm not
Shine
there.
Ortiz, Victor Tanzik, iOS Studios, Little Blue Train 67. Did you really? How the hell did you
Yeah.
manage to get all these fucking names, bro?
He didn't put me. He could
Well,
put
that was-
me in, unfortunately, which was a shambles. But hey, at least, yeah, he had a list to put in.
Yeah,
he could have put everybody in there. That's the thing. He could have put who he could in.
Well, it is what it was. Let's just say.
And
So
I
I'm just
will,
saying,
as
that's what I'm
requested,
saying.
based
You
on
could
your
put
ratings,
everybody in there, so he saw those who he could.
Undertalker and Skoo Wow. Freaking Skoo Wow. That's still my favorite. Because they were so clearly just trying to change a bit so they wouldn't get sued. And they did it in the best way possible. And that is from Brandon Optimus Prime 2471.
Yeah, that's me.
Hey,
But
there you go.
Is he
Actually-
still doing that today? Brandon, is he still
Yes,
doing
he-
that to this very day still with all those?
yes, he
Hey,
does. Actually, I've appeared 4 times on this channel. Like that was.
has he done
like,
has he done another one about you again? Like, has he done another one of you with your reactions
see.
again?
Actually, his most recent one, I I did send him this hilarious. Like, I'll show you this. This is amazing.
I gotta see this.
Yeah, you'll love it.
I
It's
gotta-
just gonna get back.
I've got to see this.
I just gotta skip to the end. I'll skip to the end here because on this because it doesn't happen until.
Can I show screen?
Oh, another ad.
That's all right, Brandon. It's all right.
Oh, there's dual.
I'm finding one that what was it? I'm finding one for myself. You guys remember what is it? Major Engine Redubs are now Major Engine Studios.
I think so.
All right, cool. Just check
Yeah.
it. Let me
I did.
I'm up
I did
I'm getting
rewatch
like
this
my
comment.
video ready because when I show you what I have in store, you are all going to flip your balls
Wait,
out.
I want to show. I want to. Like,
That's why. Like show
some
yours
stuff.
first. Like show yours first. I'm getting mine ready right now.
Is everything okay on your end?
I feel like I want to go to sleep.
Is everything all right on your side, Sonic? I mean, I know you're using your phone. Everything is reactively. Has everything been going good?
So far, I've been looking at everything right now. Everything is going a-okay. because
Thank-
I'm a Saiyan.
Here it
What
is.
is this show? Hope you enjoy the gifts I bestowed upon you from the Transformers universe and Lord Stanley himself. Lord Stanley. I'm feeling like
Stanley.
that's a Thomas the Tank Engine thing, isn't it?
Lord Stanley.
Is it
Who's
the
Lord
white or
Stanley?
the
Go we'll
Minnesota
find out.
Railway
Man.
engine?
Edward
Kind
Stanley.
regards, Optimus Prime 2471 / Brandon. Thank you, mate. And a separate envelope. I wonder what this is.
Oh god.
What did you do?
What? Photo of two blokes with a trophy.
The trophy photo. Bunch of rhymes.
I don't get it.
Who's that? What's the trophy
Oh,
for?
is that Sir Topham Hat?
What's the
No,
trophy
no.
for?
Look. Basically, it's the Stanley Cup, is what it is. Like, for those who watch any National Hockey League, that's the Stanley Cup. Like,
You can't
I guess
tell me
so.
a separate story about a wedding and somebody beating cancer and then have an unrelated photo of a man getting a trophy. That is random. That is Brandon. I'm going to call you
Brandon.
Brandon.
Random. That is Brandon.
Brandon.
Oh, good lord. I get
yeah,
the
so that
joke.
was
I
okay.
think it's gone, Brandon. And I think the video I'm trying to look for that you did, I think it may have been, or I'm not too sure. I think it's gone.
All right, my turn.
what-
You guys ready?
Yes, but what video were you trying to say? Like,
Wait, hold on, my turn.
I
Oh,
think it
sorry.
was you when you were using your Tommy.
Okay,
truck
okay,
at the time.
okay. You guys see this, right? Thomas and
Sonic, we
Bernie,
do.
the major race, right?
Okay.
I've been waiting for 17 hours. Where are you?
Right here.
And this is so slow.
Insane! Please make us Sonic Thomas!
Hello,
I can't
I'm
see
Thomas.
anything.
I'm the number.
Wait, what do you mean you can't see
There's your
anything?
Oh,
voice.
there it is.
We can see it.
Oh, okay, I can finally see it.
I see it.
I think mine is lagging.
Yeah, I officially play a freaking part of this.
Oh man.
I was
Except
more.
we just stopped for some reason.
I was more confused when I found out, and on the other side, I'm like, dude, what the hell?
Yeah, it's a funny afterburn.
I pretty much like lagging.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Sorry
my
about that,
turn.
Brandon. Like I said, it was really shocking.
Wait,
And
hold on.
now that we have this confront, I'm going to have to. About Fluke Girl 24 says I might have to cut off ties if I have to.
Yeah,
Unless.
yeah.
That's
This
just
is just
so
one
upsetting,
thing
man.
I just made.
I'm sorry, pal. I have to do
God,
this.
it's so
It's
slow.
just so upsetting, man.
Well, I'm sorry to break you the news there, Glenn. That's
Nope.
just
I know, but I'm just saying I had to have it confirmed just in case.
well, I
Oh god, something.
showed
I had to have it confirmed. That's upsetting. Yeah, that's one of my favorite songs. That's my favorite Green Day song.
Mine too.
Yeah, ever since Total Fallout,
Jesus Christ.
and it just ended.
Da-da.
I'm on
No, no,
the
no, no, no,
lonely
no, no,
rails.
no,
leading-
no.
I just wanted to. Wait,
No. If you actually want to make a parody,
Wait, what-
allow me.
I puff these lonely
wait, hold on. Where's that video? Where's
on
the-
the railway lines of broken dreams.
I thought you were going to say
engines
fucking
Wait, hold on,
try
hold on.
and
something,
all
check
the
me in the ass.
cutters torch, but I'll puff alone.
Oh my god. Wait, hold on. I want to wait. Hold on. Let
I
me
thought
show
you were
this. Let me
saying
show
I
this.
walk along, there's no tracks. Someone kicked me up though. I
Yeah.
thought you said something else. And I couldn't hear you on the side. My mic was acting up. And I just
This
saw
my
Percy.
Precious.
Did I just see Percy alongside in the water, apparently trying to have a swim with Pinkie Pie?
The hell?
I think that was
Yeah.
my Percy Takes a Plunge remake scene.
Jesus
God
Christ.
damn
I
it.
did.
I thought it was
There it
Percival
is.
takes the plunge.
All right, here it is. This is my personal favorite, or something like that.
Not too bad. This is what I would have done back in the day.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, it's Iron Man, but a reject.
It's supposed to be a farmer.
Oh my god, it's Iron Man if
So-
he was a farmer.
Ah!
So Farmer Iron Man is reporting for duty.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Not
He's
really.
not going to get the farmer in 30 stones, okay, Brandon? Let's not go there.
Well,
put
Iron
past
Man
these
always said
guys.
Well, you see, Iron Man always says, "Can we fix it?" Yes, we can. So
Gotta admit, I really do like the face pack on the model there, Tommy.
Yeah, thank you.
That's very good.
yeah, I will say that the face on Gina, my goodness, they look awesome.
Actually, that's Veronica. Like I said,
Veronica.
because of the Trackmaster. Yeah, Veronica, because Mattel made the Trackmaster model messed up because of the wheel arrangements, having 6 instead of 4.
Okay. What the? Is that like was that an engine that used to be there next to the?
Oh my god, it is Tony Stark, and now he's become. Oh, it's just a helmet. I thought for a second he had blonde hair.
So top of that, here he is.
Yeah.
That's the same figure I've still got. I know that's a good face pack, but just seeing that smiling face reminds me so much of what Liz's face was like, you know.
Yeah.
Were you
Kind of
doing
like-
Wait, are you doing stop motion animation in this shit?
No, it's pretty much like how the model series of Thomas and Friends do.
I thought you were doing like what was it? I thought you were doing a stop motion animation. I'm about to say because looks pretty legit, bro. You should start doing that.
Yeah.
Keep it going.
Yeah.
I've got
Here's a
hey,
solar
just before we go off topic, I've got something here that's going to be quite cool where we can maybe end this off. Even though we've been on for 4 hours and 14 minutes now with the holy shits of Bosher's post return and stuff with Sonic and good Thomas impressions and Ginger Jesus helping us confirming some other cases that we needed to know of. Let's end this all on a happy high note with some comedy gag. I've got since Brandon's with us, it's my turn now since I
And here's
haven't.
my Solar Fallout AU.
Annie, Clarabelle, there's Mr. Conductor. We found him. Oh,
How is that any
Junior.
Clarabelle? Oh, I thought that was on the video then for a second.
See, I told you, my voice will
God
sound
dang
a
it,
lot
Sonic,
like
you've got me
Thomas.
fooled. Damn it! You got me, brother.
Wow.
Well, what
Okay,
can I
let's
say?
look at
Little engines can do big things after all.
Really? I don't know if you
Take
guys
it
are
or
seeing
leave
this.
it.
One day on the island of Sonar.
No, that's
Vanessa-
Brandon's thing. God damn it!
Victoria was randomly waiting at the station. The passengers were admiring her lovely green coat.
And there was Superman, and there's Padme, and some weird dude as
Then
well.
it happened.
Yeah. Oh, I actually did put an Easter egg. You guys will see it.
The passengers were scared as they heard the siren. They
And there's
all
Edward.
ran
Look at
to
the Easter egg. Look at the
Edward
Easter egg.
passed by with a
There it is,
train.
The missing coach. And boom, here we go.
God!
There we go.
Then
Damn it.
it was time to go.
Going in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Veronica puffed as fast as her tiny little wheels could take her, but she could only go so far as to reach the next station. The coaches, on the other hand, were terrified, watching everything amongst them turn nothing but to rubble and to ash.
Go faster, Veronica. Go faster.
They chanted.
I'm going as fast as I can.
She said.
Actually, she's a non-speaking character.
I'm making it funny.
All right.
Veronica's wheels kept
This is my
going
favorite
and
part.
going and going. It was to the point where she was almost out of coal, but she
And there he
still
is.
continued on.
Oh, God.
Then they saw the unthinkable. It was Percy, who was down right in the ditch, his jaw broken and his side rods busted. Veronica looked and was scared out of her mind. She wanted to save the green engine, but she remembered. What could she do? As she remembered watching Percy pass by with Scruffy and a truck full of coal. Veronica was hurt deeply. She didn't know what to do as she puffed away, leaving Percy like Edward and Henry did, leaving him to die.
Sorry.
She still traveled through the mainland, puffing as fast as her wheels could take her. But she didn't know how far she would go before she'd realize that she had run out of coal. As she continued on, she hurried as fast as her tiny little wheels could take her. She couldn't help but think maybe she could have done something to save Percy, but what could she do? Especially when she was in nothing but a Sodor fallout.
A Sodor fallout that didn't.
You know,
seem-
ironically, hear me out when I say this. Tidmit Thunderbolt, he actually posted 2 tweets about my movie.
All right.
I was gonna say a Sodor fallout that never seemed to.
No.
Yeah.
He posted 2 tweets about my movie. And when I said my movie became a meme, specifically the one scene with Thomas and Arthur, that officially became a meme.
Oh, I see.
It was BEC
So what do you guys
Enterprises that
think?
came up with the meme.
That wasn't too bad. Keep
It was
up.
honestly perfect. I feel like there could be more narration to it. Oh my god, I do sound like Brandon.
Yeah, but it's just
Yeah.
like one of those silent.
And that is why. And no, this is how it would sound. And Mr. Brandon, Ginger Jesus, has
Oh, I got a
unmuted
new
himself,
subscriber.
And now he has come back. And now he had apparently done his complete orbital circuit around the sun. And now here he is. Holy shit, I am becoming Ginger Jesus. Although I am not on a crucifix with any flag stuck to my ass. Oh shit, I shouldn't have
Is
said
it
that.
supposed
God
to be a
damn it.
reference to like one of
Sorry,
those American
Brandon. This is
narrators?
hilarious. But, I can't help that. Damn it, Sonic. You, Sonic, and your imitators it's making me do this shit all over again with Brandon. God damn it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jesus Christ. You're more than welcome to come back on my stream anytime you want, brother.
Oh, just go ahead and send me an invite anytime you have the chance.
You can subscribe to me if you need to as well. You've just made I guess there's a good, funny combination with Brandon and Sonic coming in. This is what the fandom is about, having fun and just enjoying the time away, even when we're in our downest of times. This is what the fandom was meant to be about, as it was prior.
Well, BT Dubs, I also subbed to you I subbed to you like years ago. Just thought I like.
I forgot
point
my
that out right
mic's
now.
on.
Yeah, here we go. I've got something here on my end. I'm going to show you. It's not.
I mean, if you
alright.
guys want to make a model of Veronica, you may go ahead.
We'll give it a shot. Anyways, here's something that I grew up watching with back in the day. Quality is bad because I used to record from my, But anyway, enjoy this for a laugh. Now, here's something I'm going to say. This is not a rant or point for anybody, but everybody in the community of Thomas who have done, done wrong and before and done toxic shit and everything else, especially the betrayers and of course Bosher. Don't take this personally, but if you did screw up again, this will probably be the resulting factor of you for your downfall if it does happen. And I'm not wanting it to happen, but keep in mind, none of us may not want to be with you anymore after
When sports go bad, one.
Here we go. What goes bad exclusive? There's Mr. Bosher will attempt 2 broken failures as well as Bosher Jr. himself.
But also be advised that
Did you just
everything here
stole
is
clips, or
officially
that was your own
terrible.
recording?
This was for just having some fun. There he is on the top of the day. Here's a joke. There's Bosher trying to make an impression to come back to the fandom.
And as we watch him go, he's about to take the shot.
He is ready to shred his way into the history books, not on the engines of Sonar or in the Sun or on Canadian Jesus or whatever the hell. Here we go. Let's see if this works off. But keep in mind, should he fail the fandom again, this will be the result. Oh wait, I
As
just
he begins
forgot.
to go.
Wait, I just forgot. Okay, Bosher, go for it!
Go Reese, go fuck yourself.
And there he goes. He's tumbling over, and now he's falling. He has broken bones. He's still tumbling over, and he's dead.
He's got to dig deeper than that, bro.
It's just like the season 5 episode Snow. This is
And
definitely
he's
like
done
that.
it. 2 new broken records. This is what happens when you mess with the Thomas fandom.
And this is
Yeah.
also what happens
Except
when you
we're
mess
pretty
with
much-
your voice actors.
Our
Yeah.
reputation's kind of
Unbelievable.
ruined.
And if you want it that badly, here's a replay of it. Here's a
He broke
replay
3
of it. in
things: his
slow
channel,
motion
his
and a bit of
legacy,
an-
and his legs.
Guys, and here's a replay of it, and of course, a bit of a tagline for you.
Is this going to end? I feel like I want to go to sleep.
Take a lesson from B. Here we go. Take a lesson from BJ. If you got a dream, go for it. And here's the joke. records and dreams were meant to be broken.
Just like
Was
this
it the
man's
oof sound
soul.
from Roblox?
And he's still tumbling over. He's still eating shit, and now he's dead.
And you can tell by the sound effects that it's hilarious. Yeah, I know. I used to think that was my dad making those sound effects. It was just so hilarious. You know what? Just make it a fine up. Let's just end it back on. Let's just do the replay one last time before we send the fans home happy.
Do it.
Yeah. All you lessons out there,
Is it already?
There we go. Take a lesson from BJ as well. Anyways, it's a joke again. Just listen to it without interrupting.
All right.
Oh, wait. I almost forgot.
And just keep in mind, this is not how Timothy fell off the viaduct and broke all of his shreds to feet, okay? It wasn't that gruesome.
Yeah.
Lost control.
All right, and I'll just put the volume up one last time just to make sure we can send the fans home happy.
Okay, mate, go for it. Oh, BJ's looking good. He's looking real good. But he's going for records that have stood since the 68 Olympics. He's going to have to dig deep at the end here.
This is definitely him trying to be successful, but actually has led to his own demise.
And he did it. 2 new world records. Unbelievable. All you young athletes out there, take a lesson from BJ. If you've got a dream,
BJ, Bosher,
records and dreams.
Jerker, I don't know.
Jeez, these sound effects, man. I don't know where they get them from.
Various from the internet, especially the famous oof sound from Roblox.
Oh, I know, they're hilarious as hell. Jesus Christ. Well, at least we found something good. If you think that was hilarious, there might be something else we can send the fans home happy. And Ginger Jesus decides to fly off into the sunset again. That classic Brandon.
Is it over? Is it done?
We're almost over.
Oh, I feel like I want to go to sleep.
There we go.
You and me both, but you know what? Random dance party for no reason.
Here we go.
I'm just going to have sleep deprived like Thomas.
Here we go. This might work.
When sport goes bad.
Yeah.
Here's a wacky award that might work. And
Is this supposed to be a joke to Bosher's demise?
This time in the category of best motorcycle crash.
This is definitely like the love bug from 1969, from
Yep.
the
Oh,
opening.
hang on, let me just
Oh, there's Thomas 1/203's video.
Yep, it's a recent one. Here we go. This will be pretty good.
And the nominees are Richie Clark for Stop, Drop and Roll.
Is that James May?
The world's longest skid.
No!
Must be now
Yeah, no!
Mike Lamb for
Oh my god!
Jeff Matheson for all those annoying hoppers.
Gotta go fast.
Hilltopper.
Oh shit! Go fast.
Ian Price for Not Sighted.
Ow.
Whoa!
And Mark Terranova for the drag
grab.
Sparky Shuffle.
Yeah, it does.
And the winner is
None of them, because they broke their bones.
Because they are blithering idiots.
Incredible skid.
his backside must be burning his stings after that skid.
Aaron, you blithering idiot! Why would you drive a bloody motorcycle?
Because it's fucking fun, you twat.
I would choose from the car because often to think we would go down the lane. Now, I would pick the body chassis of an MBV. Of course, that wouldn't work, of course.
To me, they're all winners.
Oh, that scream that.
I know. Jesus Christ. Sounds like who the heck is James Mary?
James Mary. It's James Mary.
I think they were trying to say Joseph May.
Oh. Well, besides all that, lads, at least we've ended on a funny high note. But
Oh, did
besides
he
all
left?
that, we went completely off topic to batshit crazy and holy crap, we know to oh
In
my
this end,
god
I feel like
moments.
I
But
want to
thank
sleep.
God we ended on a high note with we can send the fans home happy. Ladies and gentlemen, I know this has been an absolutely holy shit screaming moment, but posting an alert about Bosher's return, and of course with the return of Sonic as well, having a grand time with us. It's just the fact is that holy shit, we've gone from one thing to another, but that's what you kind of expect on a Kane Fan 701 stream, where the funs and shits and giggles to oh my god to depressed mode to anger and everything else. But hey, it's a mood swing here in the stream. That's what happens. Anyways, guys, I know you want to see more and have some good timing, but we've been on for 4 hours straight and 28 minutes.
I just want to sleep.
But it's time for us now to wrap this show up on a high note. So this is KFan 701, yours truly, along with Tommy Trains and Sonic the Mobile Scenery and everybody else watching live. Take care, everybody. The next time I stream up, my room will be completely re-vandalized to as it is now. As you can
Are we going to have
see
another
behind
race?
me. Yeah, as you can clearly see or hear, the
background.
The green pad walls have been stripped down except there's some back that needs to come out. The floorboards are going to come out soon enough. They'll all be repainted. It'll be completely different compared to what you saw the last time around. So I understood all. Oh, here we go. Oh, I didn't see that. And while we are on the farewell stream, got 11 guys.
Jeremy
had.
Oh, yeah, indeed.
I didn't know he passed on. Did he? Please don't call anymore. That's the main thing. This wasn't to cause drama.
Yes,
it's just
please be better. Please be better.
It's just the fact is that, you know, if you have seen this at all, don't take it too personally. It's just something that, dude, if you have changed your ways or whatever the case may be, please don't expect us to be open-armed because let's just say this is your only opportunity for yourself
to
come back in. Not us. It's up to yourself, Bosher, mate. I don't expect me to be come back in as friends either because I know that's what you probably might be thinking, but I'm sorry, pal. I'm just saying that out of neutral respect. Just don't fuck it up.
And also, don't forget, grow some balls next time.
Oh, good damn it, Sonic. Would you... God dang it, Sonic. You know what? If I ever did do a reboot on my whole Blue series, I might as well have you as the new Thomas voice actor that just keeps on going. God damn it.
Well, bust my buffers. I have to go now.
Holy shit balls. Yeah, anyways.
And it looks like it's time for everyone to go
Glenn,
home. Just like
also,
Thomas.
Glenn, I also sent you my Discord just in case you want to keep, KIT.
Well, KIT. Oh, wow, that's good. At least I've... Oh, mission... Oh, and Brandon said before he left in the private chat. Mission failed. Yeah. Bosher died.
Hold on. Mission failed. Bosher died. Ha, ha, ha.
Oh, how about this in Darth Vader style? Or how about this in my Kane voice, in my wrestling style, when he had a voice box and he was like...
Wait.
Mission failed.
Wait, hold on.
Died.
Why, hello there. Welcome to my stream, where we basically have to fuck ourselves. Oh,
Luke, I am your father.
No, I didn't do Darth Vader.
Execute Order 66
it's
is
like,
now finished.
Bane from Batman, like that.
Okay.
He was doing
12 guys now watching us. Wow, just at the end of the stream, the watching viewer shoots upwards. Anyways, guys, I think we might want to wrap this one up.
Goodbye, my fellow.
We can now because everybody else is saying sorry they're late. Everyone's all freaking out now. I know you guys might have some fun with this because I mentioned a guy that you don't want to be with anymore. But seriously, we've had a good timing. We've, had an up and down roller coaster. But at the end of the day, at least this has taken a load off our heads and, of course, stress relief. So anyways, guys, if there's anything else that might happen, just watch out
nice
anytime.
To interact with the Thomas family.
So take care, guys. Peace and love forever. Caveman 701, Site the Mobile Stallion, and Tommy Trains, and to everybody else, stay safe, guys. Peace on, my brothers.